Straight up. Straight up.
I'm just admitting people, some people into the room. So does anybody have any questions that are coming up about using TechnoTutor, about the meeting, about anything at all whatsoever, about reality, about relationships, anything? Anybody have any questions? Allah's question was asked if, where did you come up with that exercise? Honestly, just for you guys, let me see. I'm just kind of scanning through the list.
Yo, are you
I'm live streaming into the
Okay.
equal education group.
Gotcha.
Louisa, do you have TechnoTutor?
I do, yeah. I've been working with it for a week now.
Oh, damn. Okay, cool. Okay, everybody here. I'm just kind of scanning through, making sure everybody got it. Okay, cool.
They're so confusing. Oh, work this. I haven't gone in here in like a couple of
Ali's feeling
years.
like an old man right now.
Just want to say something and leave the call. And it's happening right now. Many people right here know my wife is pregnant and she's due to 17. Last 17 right now is happening right now. So we are leaving home. So
Let's go. You having a baby right now?
Let's
yeah,
go get
it's gonna happen. So we are living. You know, at the last call, just say what has happened, dude. There is a how do you call it? Du bruit derrière. There is noise behind what happened. Yeah,
background noise.
It was my wife screaming because of contraction. And right now we are leaving home to go at the place for the birth. So I will enjoy to be there. I
That's
never
epic.
assist to.
Congratulations.
I never assist to
Congratulations.
a meeting for TT by assist.
Bro,
What was that?
you
What
on
was
the
that,
clubhouse
Gaetan?
tomorrow?
I say I will enjoy to be here to assist that call because you are running that call for TT users, and I really want to assist it, but I can't because
No
I'm
problem,
going
bro.
to meet
No
my
problem.
boy.
Yeah.
So
See, this one time you can make an excuse. It's okay, man.
That's why we're
Cameron-
recording it.
Hey, exactly. Cameron missed one gin event, and it was because, well, now, I mean, he's gonna miss all the gin events. But in the past, he missed the gin event because his wife was giving birth. So it's okay if you missed it. Gaetan, what an honor to share this with you. Go be with your wife, man. Go be with your partner.
thank you all, and see you next time. Bye.
Take care,
Congrats, man.
guys.
Thank you,
holy
everyone.
shit. Wow. Take care, man. All we gotta do is witness a funeral, and then we got all of the major life milestones in the bucket, man. It's crazy. People are getting married, people having babies. This is crazy, man. That's unbelievable. I don't know if that slapped me a little bit harder because Mayla's pregnant, but I'm like, damn, that would be crazy. If I was in that position and I'm like, hey guys, I wish I could be on a call, but my wife is giving birth right now. Like, we gotta go to the hospital. That's wild. Okay. All right. So, oh my God. That guy's just making excuses. My God, he should be on. I'm just kidding. Do you guys have any questions, any comments, anything at all from the last call, or how to use TechnoTutor on XYZ, or, I'm stuck at this point, or anything at all? This is probably the most trustworthy group of people that I know, apart from, just the distributors group. Like this is the place to share it if you need perspective. So
I have something to share.
okay, we'll do Wendy and then Kyle.
Okay.
And then
For me-
Hussein got something and Evan got something. I see all y'all. Or Evan, did you have something, or you just accidentally unmuted? Okay, cool. Okay, we got it. Okay, so let's see what Wendy has to say. Oh shit! Yeah, everybody, put your hand up. Put your hands up. That's good. That's a good system. Put your hands up if you got lots of people. Let's go, Wendy.
Okay, I'll make it fast. So for one of the three words that I want to focus on is consistency, or consistent. And this was brought up in last week's call. And I realized I'm very consistent with certain things. For example, lately I've been very consistent with exercise.
Mhm.
But when it comes to TechnoTutor usage, I have not been consistent at all.
Who else experienced that? It was hard for them to get consistent. Wendy, can you see other people putting their hand up? Who else
Yes.
experienced it was difficult to be consistent with TechnoTutor? I'm putting my hand up as well, by the way. Right. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that was something I was going to touch or ask about.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, cool. And so, I get the general point, like, how can I support myself with consistency, or is it something more specific than that, Wendy?
how can I be consistent with various number of goals?
Various number of goals. Okay, cool. Great question. And Eric, can I get your question as well? Was it specific? Was it the exact same question or something a little bit different? If it's a little bit different, then we'll wait.
Just consistent with using it.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Awesome question. Yeah. It's a really good one. The first thing, there's a couple of points. You always want to explain to yourself. Okay, this is the responsibility point, is explain to yourself why you even want to do that thing, whatever it is, whether it be, why aren't I growing my business? I tell myself I'm going to go and I'm going to message people on Facebook and I'm going to do XYZ, but I don't do it. Why should I do it? And explain everything that comes to your mind about why you should do it. That's the first thing. Okay. The second thing is, what happens if you don't do it? This is much more stimulating to the human being. This is why a lot of people don't become successful, is because they don't focus on what happens if I don't change? What happens if I don't execute? What happens if I don't be more patient? What happens if I don't do Technotutor every day? What happens if I, you guys see what I'm saying? Look at the consequences of if you don't do the thing and really look at it. Like, that's way more important than the first one. Oh, I'm going to have everything I want, blah, 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 if you do it. But what about if you don't do it? How is that going to affect you? Focusing in on that. That will be the meat and patates. Okay, so that's one thing. And then the second thing is, well, the reason that you're resisting it is because there's some kind of, we'll talk about Technotutor specifically because it's a little bit different, slightly different. But a lot of it's because two things. There's a very practical point of you haven't developed the habit yet. It hasn't been something that you've done long enough that it's just integrated in you. Every day you wake up, you go do Technotutor, you go build your business, you go XYZ, right? That's one thing. But the second thing is you have fears and resistances. It's like, I told myself I was going to post to my YouTube twice a week, right? Cool, Hussein, gotcha. I told myself I was going to do that twice a week, but I don't know. I don't want to make the video. It's because there's something there. You have a fear of sharing. You're like, yeah, but I've made videos before. I don't know. Just look at it. You just have to look at your resistances. Okay. Look at where you're afraid and resisting. And this is in this case, this is the more important part. You have to define who you would be if you were doing the thing, or what it would look like if you were doing the thing. Look, if you're not doing it, that already tells you you're not programmed for it. So you can go into all the reasons why you're not programmed for it. And because my parents messed me up, and I'm scared of talking to people because my parents said don't talk to strangers, blah, blah, blah. This is why we have the problem. Okay. That's step one. Step two, the more important part. Okay. What would it look like? Who would I be if I was the solution? If I was the kind of person who was consistent in building my business, if I was the kind of person who went for a jog every day, if I was the kind of person who did my Technotutor every day. And it's actually what Celine brought up. Hey, there's somebody in your mind who's doing the thing that you want to be doing. Put words to it. Why do you see that person is doing what they're doing? Well, because that person, they're just so passionate and purposeful, and they just take responsibility for, their whole family and all that stuff. Oh, okay. That's what I got to focus on. You see what I'm saying? So the first part is, what's the point of doing the thing? What's everything that you're going to get if you do it? What's everything that's going to happen if you don't do it and you don't do the thing that you should be doing? Or if it's a bad habit, what happens if you quit the bad habit? What happens if you don't quit the bad habit, right? And then the other thing is, what are your fears and resistances towards the thing and everything to do with the thing, right? Whatever it is. And who do you have to be if you were doing what you wanted to do? Who do you have to be, and what would it look like? Okay. Did that answer it, Wendy? Is that?
Yes.
Cool. Awesome. Eric, did that answer it? Eric died. Where's he? There you go.
Yeah, that helped for sure.
Okay.
Just
And,
analyzing it more.
What was that?
Just analyzing like why I have resistance towards doing it consistently.
Yeah, and Eric, if you want more specific support on that, and let's say I want you to look at it, okay? But if a week
Mhm.
goes by and you're just like, what the fuck, man? Reach out and I'll give you like a very like one-on-one perspective, okay?
Awesome. I appreciate it.
Cool. And anybody else who's like a distributor who might be facing that point of lack of consistency, just with like using TechnoTutor or anything that, reach out to me personally. Okay, who else? Who else we got next? We got let's go do Hossein. Hossein, are you there, brother? He's coming in hot.
Honestly, I had a question for when one of the people in the group was talking about, okay, I had this issue and I had this progress so fast, and whatever comes up, I just put it in my TechnoTutor. Honestly, a lot of people using this phrase, I put it in TechnoTutor. I don't know if I exactly know what that means. I just put what it means, just the words that come up, I put it there, and then when I put the self-forgiveness on it, or do I do a phrase and then I reprogram myself? What's the process of it?
Well, if there's what's the phrase that you put in that you don't understand?
I just don't understand. I don't know. I put it in TechnoTutor means I just put the, I don't know.
Like what does it mean when people say I just put it into TechnoTutor?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, great question. So for those of you, maybe it's to some people who are really new, who didn't start custom lists yet, right? But if you haven't been shown custom lists, reach out to whoever shared TechnoTutor with you. They'll show you custom lists. But what they mean by that is they literally put the words and everything that had to. So I'll give you an example. Okay, let's say you heard me tell some story about, I was facing this fear of going to talk with strangers. And then I just put it into TechnoTutor and like, lo and behold, it changed everything. And you're like, wait, what the fuck? Like, what the hell are you saying? I opened my TechnoTutor when I was looking at the fear, and I titled my word list, talking to strangers. And then I put in the word stranger, talking to strangers. What if they kill me? What if they snap on me? And I put in everything that I'm thinking. And sometimes when it's with emotional stuff, I know Mitchell does this too. We recommend the bare basics of, keep the words separate and do the negatives here and positive here and all that stuff. But that's just to begin. Once you develop a relationship and you understand how TechnoTutor works and your usage with it, do your thing. Get funky with it, right? Put in words, put in phrases, all that stuff in one list. No problem. It's okay. Especially if I'm emotional, right? I remember back in the relationship, I'm like, I'll say this now because my relationship's fucking amazing now. But I'm like, man, that's being such a fucking bitch. Like, what the fuck is her problem? Like, I'll put in all that crazy shit into TechnoTutor. Like all the things that I would never say to anybody, I put into TechnoTutor. And then afterwards, I'm always like, oh, I'm being a pussy right now. And my point is, once you go through that process of just putting it through TechnoTutor, it'll ground the points and be like, oh, I'm just blaming her because I'm being weak. And I'll start realizing, and then I won't want to accept it. And then I'll just do more TechnoTutor and I'll just keep doing it. This is what I recommended to Kyle. I know you guys were a little bit vague about it, but when we were talking about yesterday, this is what I did, guys. This is what I did. Okay. This is the best way to find if you're afraid of something, right? I said, yo, Kyle, Shelby, right? And I already knew they were perfect together. I already knew this. Okay. But I was like, hey, yeah, man. Yeah, she's the one. He's like, but wait. He's like, wait, what do you mean by the one? I'm like, the person you're just gonna be with for the rest of your life. He's like, yeah, for sure. I'm like, okay, well, why not get married tomorrow? And he was like, whoa, what the fuck? And he started tripping. I was like, right? Because I think what I did, I said, why don't you can get married, right? And he was like, yeah, you know what? I think we're gonna get married, And I was like, why not get married tomorrow? And he was like, what the fuck? And he started he's dodging, it was weird. I'm like, we're just talking over the phone, man. I'm not hitting you with anything. And what happened was he said, man, all of a sudden we started going through the fears. He was like, I mentioned on the call, like she could divorce me and take half my money. Right. And Kyle's really, really fucking smart. This is the way he says it. He said, okay, here's what's coming up for me. This is some crazy back chat coming into my head. He already knows it's not real. You see, the starting point isn't, I want to give into my bullshit and my fear. He's saying, okay, wait, hold up. I'm having a thought right now. And I know that my thoughts are self-sabotage. So here's what's coming up. She's going to divorce me and take half my money. I said, Kyle, you ain't got no fucking $1 million, buddy. Like, you know what I'm saying? She's a crusher. She's killing it in sales, right? She is savage, right? Right. Kyle's doing pretty well for himself, but I'm just saying, like, it's pretty equal. I was making fun of him to poke the logic. I didn't need to, but it's because I knew that he knew that thought was bullshit, right? And as we're going through that, he says, yo, man, oh my God, whoa, bro, I'm getting like itchy. Like, and then he starts saying, yo, man, I have this, like, I know I'm acting all chill. And I'm like, okay, I'm processing, but I really want to vape right now. I'm like, vape? What the? He's like, yeah, I quit vaping for a bit now, but I really want to vape right now. And then he was saying afterwards, you know, it was literally as we're hanging up the phone, because I was going to do on another call or something like that. And he's like, oh, man, I got a lot to process. You know, I'm going to go on a run first and then call. I'm like, well, why are you going to go on a run? We just talked about some of the craziest shit you're ever going to look at. And he's like, yeah, well, I need to go on a run so that I don't vape. And then that's when I was talking about the suppression point. I was like, you're just trying to suppress. Running, I said, running is suppression, just to get his attention. He's like, whoa, what the hell? I'm like, just like, not all the time, but I'm saying you're trying to suppress right now. And what I suggested was, hey, can you do this one thing for me? This is the one thing I'm going to command you to do. I always make suggestions, but please, like, just go to your techno tutor and put into your techno tutor, right? This is Hossein's question. Put into your techno tutor everything you're thinking and feeling, every word, every phrase, everything. And don't leave until it's clear. And when you hit a block with techno, I'm saying you do 2-3 lists and you're like, this isn't working, right? How many people have done that? Be honest. You put in some lists and you say, this isn't working. Put your hand up. Let everybody see. If you're on your phone, scroll through. Keep your hand up, guys. Scroll through. Every single person has to go through this. Like Carmela's like, yes, yes, yes. Every person has to go through this. Okay. Ego is when we think we're special. Ego is also when we think we're the only ones with our problems. Ego is when we think we're special. But ego is also when we think we're the only ones that have the problems that we do. You know, it's working for everybody else, but, you know, it's not working for me. There's a reason for that. Here's what I'm suggesting. I told him, don't leave your computer until you feel better. And sometimes it takes me 5, 6, 7 lists, just blasting through them. I'm not writing anything down because I'm just way too emotional. Remember that I'm telling you guys about Maylat back in the day, I'm freaking out and all that stuff. I'm not writing anything down. I ain't reading no definitions. I'll try to say it. I'll try to listen to it and say it. Right. And if there's a particular definition, I'll slow down and I'll read it. But sometimes when you're super emotional, the first thing you need to do is ground the energy. Right. And then just start walking through the point. Right. Let me see here. Yeah, for sure, Kaylin, you can reach out. Absolutely. And Ola says it's funny because it works and you forget you did TT on it. That's the biggest problem, right? Because it's working on your unconscious. You're not going to be conscious of how you're changing. The only reason, I'll tell you guys a story real quick. The only reason I knew Technotutor worked is because I was an actor and I went to a networking event. And I was totally ashamed and embarrassed because I was just felt like the small little nugget in the corner of the room. And I was just like, I kind of talked to people, but not really. And I felt horrible. I went home. I was like, what the fuck was the point of that? Right. So the next morning, I'm like, what am I going to do my Technotutor on? I know what I want to do my Technotutor on. So I made a list. I put networking and I put it all into Technotutor. What do I mean by that? This is what I put into Technotutor. I put sociable, charismatic, outgoing. I put in all the words, life, party, right? And then I put in, I am sociable. I am the life of the party. Everybody listens to me. I captivate the room. So I put in the word captivate and I make sure, see, I'm not emotional. So I'm going to go through every word 100%, go through the definitions and writing and everything. And I'm going to do the phrases. And I went through all of that, right? And then I was just going about my day. I did it in the morning. I put all it into Technotutor, 2-3 lists, right? My fears, nobody listens to me. Nobody cares about me. I'm not good enough. I put all of it into Technotutor, right? And then afterwards, I go about my day. You forget about you even did Technotutor. I don't even know what I did Technotutor on this morning, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? I did it, right? I actually do know. I did it on doubt because we're talking a lot about doubt, fear, and disbelief in the distributors group, right? And so I went to a networking event And I was like, wow, that was great. I was like the life of the party. I was like commanding people and connecting people. And people were like, man, you're so awesome. I'm connecting people. I had my ukulele for some reason. I don't even remember why. I was like talking to girls, which I was really afraid of at that time. I was single and all that stuff. I was talking to guys. People were like, hey, can I get your number, man? You're going places like crazy. It was crazy. And I remember going home, driving home and being like, wow, that was awesome. I need to go to more of these, right? Did not a single time that night did it cross my mind, oh, it's because I did TechnoTutor. Not a single time. It wasn't until I woke up the next morning to do my TechnoTutor again. You guys know when you open the custom list, and when you open the custom list, it just shows the last list that you had open. I started reading, oh, that's literally everything I put into TechnoTutor right there. Then that was the first time that I was like, whoa, there's something to that thing. And then it took me like another like year and a half to be like, oh shit, I should use this thing every day, right? So my point is, you want to be able to use it directly on measurable things, and not measurable as in you can physically measure it or it's like some number. It's just like, you know, every time you fight with your partner and it turns into, well, you know what you're doing is not best, right? And they're like, yeah, I understand that. And then you're like, well, why'd you do it then? Well, because I thought it would be funny. And then you're like, well, you know, it's not best, right? And they're like, yeah, I know that. And then why'd you do it then? Because I thought it'd be funny. Well, was it funny? No, it wasn't funny. Then why'd you do it then? You're going to get fucking stuck in that same loop for the rest of your life. What I'm suggesting is focus on something else. What's the solution? What's the consequences? Hey, could you see how that affected me? Oh, damn, I didn't think about it like that. You guys see what I'm saying? When you're able to do that, that's proof of the result that you got because you put it into TechnoTutor. I changed the conversation. I know the right questions to ask. I know how to get out of a loop. You guys see what I'm saying? Right. And I know somebody who was working on that and then they applied it like today, like right away. Right. And so the point is, what does it mean to put it into TechnoTutor? At some point, every single person here is going to have to become their own authority with how to use TechnoTutor. And here's the one principle that you need to know. You can't harm yourself with TechnoTutor. You cannot harm yourself with TechnoTutor. So my suggestion would be, if you've been using TechnoTutor every day and like, yeah, okay, I'm consistent, blah, blah, I want you to change the way you see it and see it as, oh my God, I have the opportunity to literally program myself with anything and every single thing that I want at all times. In fact, the way I'm going to treat it is, if I don't put it into TechnoTutor, it has no value to me. That's how I'm going to treat it. Everything I read, everything I hear, everything, that information that I think is like, oh, that's cool, man, that's so smart. You know what? It has no value to me until I put it into TechnoTutor. If you treat it like that, then you're going to see the limits as to how far you can go with TechnoTutor. And what I would suggest is, I know people who've been doing that, living that principle for years, and they haven't found the limit yet. What does that mean? I mean, there's a lot more that you could be doing. There's a lot more that you could be doing in terms of putting things into TechnoTutor. Sometimes it might be silly things, outrageous things, whatever, just put it in. And what does put it in mean? It means literally just whatever you want. I remember I saw a list from Cameron Cope, the co-founder of TechnoTutor, and he was sharing this with us. And he was like, I saw his list. And I actually, it was one time here, I'll tell you guys a little secret, right? Cameron, he was sending me a screenshot of something. I don't remember what it was. But in the background, he had his TechnoTutor. And you guys know on the custom list, the list is on the right side of the screen, right? You guys know what I'm talking about? Oh, you know what I'm talking about, right? So he was showing me something, but it was in the middle of the screen and I could see his list to the right side. And it wasn't a secret, but I just got that opportunity to get a little bit of insight. And there was something that he was focused on. And then later on, he went to share it with the group, but he was focused on this point of, I don't remember the specific term, but let's just say for you, it's fearless. Okay. Let's say you're trying to be fearless. There was a kind of structure that he had, and it was all these thoughts of, I wish I could be fearless. I can be fearless. I want to be fearless. I wish I was the kind of person who could be fearless. It is okay to be fearless. I am fearless. He had every iteration that he could think of in his technotutor. You guys see what I'm saying? I've worked for furnace companies, air conditioning companies, where the owner, they don't even have their own fucking furnace and air conditioner. We work for, the distributors we work with, we don't work for them. It's our own business, but the people we work with, our supplier of technotutor, they use that shit on a daily basis, and they're not playing around when they're speaking from experience. Both of them. So I spent a lot of time with Avery Williams, a multi-millionaire, have made tens and tens of millions of dollars in sales. And I see this guy, I'm sleeping on the couch. He's waking up at 7 fucking a.m. in the morning after staying up till 2 a.m. in the morning, passing on the couch. He wakes up at 7 and Drake's shaking his head, wakes up at 7 a.m. in the morning. He goes for his walk for 2 fucking hours, comes back. I'm like, Avery, have you been walking this whole time? I'm just waking up right now. You know what I mean? And he's in his room doing technotutor. I knock on the door. I'm like, hey, Avery, got a quick question. He's like, I'm just doing my technotutor. Right. And it says like, I'm a billionaire on the fucking screen. I'm like, let's go. I'm like, this guy is no joke. He spends his time doing his technotutor, just like he says. Right. And what is he doing? It's as simple as that. Just putting into technotutor over and over again. To wrap the story about Kyle, you guys heard him say it. He's like, I just had a breakthrough about vaping yesterday because he sat on his technotutor and he said, I'm not getting up until I solve this shit. And I said, hey, when you hit a cap with technotutor, go write self-forgiveness. And then when you run out of things to write with self-forgiveness, go back to your technotutor and keep doing that shit until it's gone. Right.
Yo, when you spoke about do that, so when you was telling me, it was interesting. I had resistance, and I already had technotutor up as we were talking, just to set myself up for the win. And then after that, I had so much resistance to technotutor, so I was like, write first. And then once I got done writing, I switched over to technotutor, and I kept switching back and forth. And then it got to a point where my head started hurting, my eyes started hurting, and then I was like, oh yeah, that's what happened when I don't vape. And then I went to sleep, and then after that, I was like, yo, I've been good. And yo, it's like, that's crazy, because I've been trying to fight that for quite a couple of years.
Years. You hear that? One day, a couple of years. So we got some awesome questions. Thank you, Kyle. Real quick, I'm just going to go to the chat real quick. I know you guys have your hands up, but just I'm going to go to the chat real quick. Ron says, how do you have time to do TT, gin, DIP, your business, read books, listen to audios, spend time with your family? You guys want to know some inner secrets just because this is a special night? I barely read any fucking books. Ola was asking me, hey, you did that exercise from Laws of Success. I never read the book Laws of Success. I came up with that exercise. Noah was there. Who else is there, Noah? In that room?
It was just me.
Carl was there.
Carl was
yes.
there.
I don't
and
know if
maybe
Carl
like
had TT or not.
Yeah, I don't think he had TT at the time, but maybe that closed them on. I don't know. But my point is, I came up with that fucking exercise as we were doing it. And it was like a fucking powerful exercise. And I was like, damn. And I shared it with Kian, and he was like, damn, where'd you get this from? I'm like, I don't know, dude. That's the power of the unconscious. That's the power of the unconscious. Guys, 70% of what I say, I've never said it before. The 30% that I say, all of you know it. I've said it 100 times. The holy trifecta, like, to know and not to do is not, all the stuff that you hear me say that you're like, you said this a bunch of times. That's the stuff that I said a bunch of times. Everything new that you hear me say, I'm probably saying it for the first time to your ears. I don't know where I'm going, but I trust myself that I did enough technotutor that it's in my unconscious. How many times, who here hears Mitchell say all the time, but I trust myself enough? Anybody ever hear Mitch say that? He's like, and I'm doing this, but I know that I trust myself enough that I'm gonna. That's the result. Okay, so we're just gonna scroll through the chat real quick. And hey, if you guys need to hop off, totally understand. I know some of y'all it's like real late and all that stuff. So to answer that question, honestly, I used to listen to gin audios all the time. I noticed an inverse correlation between my income and listening to gin audios. It's not the gin audios. It's thinking that you need to be listening to the gin audios to prime your mind. To prime your mind, go try something, fail, use TechnoTutor to try it again, then fail, then find out the new reason why you failed, and then try it again, fail, and then try it again. And you'll be sharp as fuck when you get the result. Drake's shaking his head, Christine's shaking her head, like JJ's shaking. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I used to be addicted to gin audios and all that stuff. I'm like, this is how I reprogram my mind. No, it's not. That's hoping. Don't hope. So my point is, find out what's important to you and focus on that. Right. So I know it took me a long time to realize that TT and just so you guys know, I have had TechnoTutor now for like, Jesus Christ, like 6 or 7 years. I didn't use it for the first 3 years. I will still tap in, give me that bioenergetic synchronization technique and that energy clearing and that access consciousness. I went through all of that while I had TechnoTutor. It doesn't work. I tried it myself. It works, actually. Makes you really fucking depressed after, because the time that I felt best in my life, the second best. The first thing was like a very traumatic experience where I felt blissed out. Very weird thing. But when I felt best in my life is when me and my brother spent like $4,500 US, and we were Canadians. Right? Spent like, that's like 5-6K Canadian, and we paid this life coach, right, to be a part of the like a weekend. We went to spend a weekend with her, where she did a lot of energy work on us, right? And dude, I felt amazing. We were driving around LA. I felt amazing. I was like, oh my God, this is what life needs to be like. Like, this is beautiful. I felt like a kid. We went to the store, and me and my brother, we were just like, oh my God, everything in the store is amazing. And we weren't on high. I think we weren't like, we just felt amazing. 2 weeks later, depressed, because the nature of energy is equal to how high up you rise is how much you're going to fall. If you want, just Google sine wave. Just Google it and look at images, and you're going to see there's a 0 line. It goes +1 and then -1, +1, then -1. So if you go +10, guess where you're going? -10. That's right. Exactly right. So Ron, my point is, I walked a process to realize TechnoTutor, writing, that's 100% responsibility, because I know how that shit's working. It's just my mind, my words. So no one else is doing anything to me. I'm taking 100% responsibility, and I just focus on doing those. And if I have a really busy ass day, I don't spend 45 minutes on TechnoTutor. I spend 7 minutes on TechnoTutor. I don't make it a habit, but I just get it done. I move on. Really great question. Is there a measurable time usually for things to come into full effect from TT? Yep. Basically, if the further you are from being a millionaire, the longer it will take you to repair your foundation. So there are people who are coming in here who make 30, 50, 100,000 a month. They're going to move a little bit quicker. They're going to feel less results initially because they already have a strong vocabulary. If you're coming into this and you're making it work and you're getting going, it all just depends on where you're starting at. The point to consider is, how long does it take to grow an apple tree before you get apples? Do you have that level of patience? The way to look at it, I'm not saying this is the case, but the way to look at it is, it'll take me 7 to 14 years to walk this process fully if I commit myself to it on a regular basis. But at the end of that time, I will be a walking fucking God on this earth. Beyond Jeff Bezos, beyond Bill Gates, because they don't understand. They don't. The proof of it is, look at the world we live in. They're the ones at the head of it. You guys see what I'm saying? Like, if they understood, we wouldn't live in this world, right? They don't give a fuck. My point in saying that is, here's the truth. It's going to require patience. And the best analogy that we can use is working out. Because they actually have the same mechanism. They both work on your physical body. And you can go to the gym 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, and spend 3 hours at the gym in total. And you'll still be like, I felt some things, I'm sore and shit, but I haven't gotten the thing that I'm after yet. Like, I still got flubs on flubs on flubs. And guess what? It depends how flubby you are before you're going to see your 8-pack, before you're even going to see muscles on your body. Yes or no? You guys see what I'm saying? It depends how many rolls you got, like how many rolls there are. That, depending on how much you got packing, that will determine how long it will take you before you see, oh shit, I got abs. I forgot about that stuff. Right. So it will, I feel some things. That's how it works at the gym, right? You're like, I'm feeling something. My groins hurt. My groin hurts, but same thing with Technotutor. You're going to be like, oh my God, I was doing the basic list and my brain started fucking hurting, but I'm not making more money yet. Yeah, it'll take a little more time. Right. So, give it a month, give it 3 months and take a poll for yourself then. And what I would suggest, again, like at the beginning, is focus on something really practical and tangible, right? Like, okay, I'm fighting and let me go check this. And, I went out and I'm socially anxious. Dude, social anxiety is a great thing to focus on because you'll be able to see the outcome of that very quickly. Okay, so we're going to jump to Kyle. No, actually, Kyle, you be quiet for a bit. Actually, we heard a lot from you. We'll come back to you. Let's say Evan Fisher. You have your hand up.
Quick question about that hyper word web.
You're gonna have to turn yourself up. I can't hear you that well. Just scream. Just be like, quick question about that.
All right. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, that's great.
Okay, cool. I have just a quick question about the hyper word web. So as far as self-forgiveness goes, where does that kind of go in sequentially as far as using the hyper word web?
Great question, man. Really great question. Here's a suggestion. So there's 2 ways of doing it. You just blast it in Technotutor, and as something comes up, there's a couple of ways to doing self-forgiveness and Technotutor. And this is what I meant by eventually. I'm not saying right now, but eventually everyone is going to have to become their own authority with the tools. What I mean by that is once you understand the role, result, and nature of using Technotutor for yourself by experience, and you understand the role, nature, and the understanding of the tool of self-forgiveness, you will see when to jump back and forth. We always say never go with your feelings, but after you've done it long enough, your feelings will be an indicator of, yeah, I see, I just did this word. I have 5 words in the list and I'm just want to go through this and I'll do self-forgiveness afterwards. And then you go through 1 word and then you go through 2 words and something comes up. Just go write about it. Just go write about it. Jump to the self-forgiveness. You know what I'm saying? And you use that to open it up.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh shit, I want to put this into Technotutor, but I already have a list open and I don't want to close the list because then I'll lose my progress and all this random shit. It's like, just make a new list. Just make the new list aside and then just finish that list and put, you guys see what I'm saying? Be flexible with yourself. It doesn't have to be this rigid thing. Am I doing it right? Am I doing it wrong? I'm really glad you asked this question because I think a lot of people are benefiting from that one. But it's understanding, hey, I can be fluid. I can be jump back and forth. And based off that, thank you. Did that answer it, Evan?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Now, based off that, I'm going to answer another question was, how much time should I spend on Technotutor? Anybody else? How many people have that question? Like how much time per day is like the ideal time? But just put your hand in front of the screen. So I can see. Okay. Wait. Here's a different way of looking at it. What I would suggest is don't worry about the time it takes. Take apart a point. Whether it takes you 12 minutes and you fucking get it done and you're like, well, I transcended that. Just go on with your day. If it takes you 2 hours because you're fucking working through the fact that you're just not good enough and you got abused as a child and you went through some shit, take 2 hours. Push the things in your schedule. Because whatever you're processing is meaningful. You guys see what I'm saying? And if one day you sit down and you're like, things are going pretty good. I did my today list where I program myself for the day. And I also did a basic list because things are going pretty good. And I just I don't feel the need to nothing's really coming up for me right now. Okay. I have a note in my phone of things that didn't come up for me, but things that I want to program myself with. I might look at that list, or I might just do a basic list. If I'm busy, I'll just go out my day. Right? We'll set it in the chat. So do as much as you can, point by point, 1 point at a time. Does that make sense? It doesn't have to be a time thing, and it could be, right? But this is a different way of looking at your usage of Technotutor, which will actually shift you. Right, Ron, that's really good, man. And for some people, I recommend, there's a lot of time, right? But for some reason, for some people, if you're going to focus on one thing, whether it be listening to Jin audios, Destiny audios, the Portal, Bernard, DIP Light, blah, 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 just do TechnoTutor. Just do TechnoTutor. Because if you just up your processing ability, you know, you're going to come on this Hangout because you already have it scheduled, and you're just going to get a lot more from this Hangout. And that will shortcut everything else you're trying to listen to. You're trying to read all the books and listen to all the audios to support yourself with this one little thing in your life that you're facing. Just go do TechnoTutor and fucking hit it with like a laser. You guys know what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to do one thing, just hit it with that, right? Ron is on some next level shit. He's getting up 5:30 a.m. every day. I know some people in this group do that. I tried that for a while. Doesn't go well. That's something I had to learn. Stop trying to force my body to do what I want it to do. And just be like, okay, I see there's a balance between developing a discipline, but also listening to my body, but don't sabotage. So does that make sense, guys? Is like, go through the point and you'll know when you're done. Really good question. Xandra, what's up?
Okay, I'm gonna try to ask correctly. I hope it understands. So can you, for example, there's certain...
No, I got the question. Yeah, perfect. No,
awesome. For example, so there's certain names and people that they just they just get into me.
I love it. Who else? Put your hand in front of the camera. There's people in your life that just make you fucking react all the time.
Yeah, and there's all these emotions and all this, and it sucks. So, the first thing that you can do with TechnoTutor is just neutralize that, right? So is there a way that, for example, if I plug the name of the person, and then can I make my own definition? Like, for example, if there's this, let's say my boss, so he's scary and I hate him and he's super, I don't know, weird and whatever. And then if I just plug his name, and instead of me thinking all this stuff that I think about him, I just put, okay, he's just a normal person that doesn't really doesn't do anything to me. Can I do my own definition after flashing his name?
It's a great question. And what would you put?
I don't know, at least an average person that doesn't get me, or it's not scary because he's kind of scary.
Right. Okay. So this is a really, really good question, because I know everybody has people that they're reacting to, right?
Yeah.
This has to do, so thank you for asking it. It's a really good question. In the meantime, I'm going to answer somebody with the chat. Oh, one more thing I wanted to say with facing resistance to being consistent, right? Because I know we were talking about it at the start. But one thing that I said, TechnoTutor was a little bit of a separate thing, right? Your ego is going to fight you on using TechnoTutor. You have to know that, okay? Because TechnoTutor symbolically represents change. What do I mean by symbolically? I mean, you've used it 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, even that. And on an unconscious brain architecture level, it's changing you. You are becoming more efficient, period. Because even if you're doing the fucking alphabet, what did you learn? S means snake and T means tiger and P means pirate and shit. No, it doesn't. S is S, T is T, P is P. But then I'll say the word, cats. And you're going to hear, oh yes, C is for cat. Right. But what about if I say, scattle, cattle? I don't think scattle is a word. I made some shit up there. But cattle, right? That's got C, that's got T, but there's no tiger in there. There's no cats in there. That's about cows, dog. And then now your brain's running off the architecture of, okay, so C means cat and T means tiger and L means lion, but cattle, there's so many inefficiencies with our brain. So just by going through the basics, we start optimizing those inefficiencies by objectifying them or cutting off the neural pathways that are connected to a bunch of bullshit. And what that does for your ego, because your ego is the system of miseducation inside of you. So for those of you who don't know, the ego is the outside system inside of you. You guys know that? I don't know if you guys know that. But what ego is the system.
Yeah, can you touch on that a little bit further?
For sure.
I don't really.
Cool. I appreciate that. Thank you. And you got this new look going on with the beard and the hat. Look good, man. Glasses and everything. Are you still single?
Yes.
That's a problem.
Working
man.
on that.
The world's upside down if Eric Vigil is still single. So the point here is, how did you get all your programming of self-doubt and all this stuff? Your parents used to whip it into you, and then eventually you took over and you're like, it's okay, I'll do the whipping to myself. Yeah, don't talk to strangers. Got it. You're just like, okay, that's scary. Don't do it. Okay, got it. That's your ego speaking to you, right? Well, where did your parents get it from? The system programmed it. What is the system? It's the media. And the system isn't any group of people. It's just like your programs. You're like, why the fuck is that program there? I don't even know. Right? It's just an automated point that has a life of its own. It's not supporting anybody. Even the slave master doesn't like his life because he's fucking having problems with slaves all the time. Right? So it's not the slave master. It's not the slave. Nobody likes it. It's just a system that we've all accepted. We've created a monster, right? So that is what creates us as children. And then we grow up and we have this thing called consciousness, which is just like designed to abuse us. And then you like justify it because you're like, man, I'm just so glad I get to like go feel good in the moments that you can. So my point with all of that is that outside system of don't change the system and miseducate everybody, all of that is inside of you. So as you're using TechnoTutor, unconsciously, subconsciously, and maybe a little bit of conscious awareness, TechnoTutor is a symbol of change. A symbol meaning it's the externalized, it's like when somebody talks to me sometimes, right? They'll be like, yeah, man, like, I don't know what it is, but I just felt like the need to call you. It's like, yeah, because I symbolize something to that person. Like that person's going to help me change. So if you want the word change, you're going to go talk to me or Mitch or this group, right? You guys see what I'm saying? If we want some fitness and fun, then you're going to go to your soccer group. The different symbols inside of you that are externalized. TechnoTutor is a symbol of change. Your ego doesn't like that. It's going to put up resistance. Because the number one point of the ego is don't change. Keep things the same. Just be a battery. TechnoTutor is breaking that apart because if you're educated, you don't participate in that. You guys see what I'm saying? So automatically there's going to be a resistance to TechnoTutor as you change your mindset from, I shouldn't just use TechnoTutor for 30 minutes a day. I should use it to improve my life and program myself for the things that I want and work through a point like we were just talking about. You're going to start seeing it differently of like, I want to go use that shit because I'm facing something in my life that I want to improve. I want to go use that shit and just not get off of it until I finish it. Okay. So going to Zandra's question, anytime you are reacting to somebody else, it's because you have not programmed yourself to respond effectively. And there is something in that person that you are judgmental of. And it's always something that, if I say it right to you right now, let me say, not Xandra, all of you, if I'm saying, hey, the reason you're reacting to that person is because it's actually something about yourself you're judging, it might be very hard to see that. But once you go and investigate it, you're going to find that there's some reason that you're afraid and you're judging something inside of yourself. I'll give you an example, okay? You know that you have a short temper with children. And you react to kids, all that stuff. And you know it's not best. And you're afraid that you're going to fucking be a bad mom and all this shit, right? And then you go out into the world, right? And you see a mom being like, stop doing that, and like pulling their kid. And you're like, dude, that's a fucking, damn, she's a bitch. If you judge it, it's because you don't understand it. And if you don't understand it, it probably exists inside of you because you wouldn't even know what the fuck it looks like. You guys see what I'm saying?
Almost like if you see someone do something that you do as well, it's like easier for you to judge what they're doing.
Right. And what will happen
kind
is
of in that sense.
spot on, but you won't even look at the fact that you do it yourself. You're just going to be
Right.
like, oh yeah, there's so many people who are taking the vaccine and wearing masks. They're so stupid. I don't do that shit. You would have done the exact same goddamn thing if you didn't have this group. You would have. You're like, we're not special. Just know it's the best indicator. Anything that you judge in somebody else, you probably do the same symbol of dumb shit. But because you're judging it, that means you're separating yourself from it. And if you're separating yourself from something, you're not going to see it in yourself.
I got a question on that.
Good.
So we're just using the example of the lady who beating up a child. So if I'm looking at it like, dang, that's messed up, but I understand why she do that due to this type of programming. That's and just move forward. That's not technically judging.
Say that again.
So let's say I see a woman that's abusing a child and I'm like, dang, that's messed up. She abusing a child. But I understand why she does that because probably somewhere in her line that this happened to her. Is that still considered judging?
And again, it's always going to be self-honesty. This is the principle of self-honesty. The how is never going to tell you if it's bad or good. Because judging just means you draw a conclusion. That's it. You guys see what I'm saying? Judging just means that, well, I judge this delicious, yummy. Like, I judge this as a good laptop because it runs. It's like, whatever, it's drawing a conclusion. The point is 99% of the time, the judgment that comes up is a result of, you just have to look at it if it's energetic, right? If there's an energy that runs through you, it's a feeling or anything like that. It's a point of judgment that you're separating yourself from. If you're like, if you know, and you look at it and you're just like, the thing that you're actually experiencing is a lack of responsibility. If you see somebody abusing a child and you're just like, fuck, I know why it's happening because they didn't have the education. What you're experiencing there is, you should have went in and said something, but that's like I don't know where you have to be within yourself to just go up to strangers and be like, don't treat your kid like that. I don't know I don't do that. But my point is that feeling is like feeling like you should do something and you're not doing it. But really, if you just understood, hey, the way I make a difference is I share this process with other people and you're doing it on an active basis, you wouldn't feel bad. You would not feel bad on that happening. You're just gonna be like, I'm fucking here to change that shit. Every single time you see it, you'd be like, I'm changing. So going back to the individual point, the best thing I'll tell you right now, I remember this was about 1.5 years ago, like 14 months ago or something like that. And Maylat and me were just boyfriend and girlfriend so long ago. And I had all this blame to Maylat. I was like, she's not taking this process seriously. She's short-tempered and impatient and blah, 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 blah. And I wrote out this whole thing of Maylat this, Maylat that. I'm sure I still have it in my writing, right? And Ku agrees. Fuck you, dude. Don't talk about my wife like that. Call my wife ill-tempered and shit. I'm joking. I know that's not what he was talking about. But the point is, I wrote out everything. She just is, XYZ, and she's not taking it seriously. And it feels like, she's not listening to enough audios, and like she's not even focused on like the bigger picture and all that stuff. Then I just erased her name and I put my name instead of she. I put he or I, and I was like, oh fuck, dude, it's 100% me. Like, I'm not stepping up and being like, hey, this is what I see you should be doing. I'm just expecting her to get it one day. If it's my boss, I'm like, I'm not telling him, hey, don't do that. It's like weird when you do that. Like, well, I don't want to do that because it's going to be very uncomfortable and create conflict. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Conflict is what creates change. So my point is 99% of the time, you're reacting to something in somebody because you don't want to take responsibility for it. If it's in your relationship, it's because you're not communicating effectively about why that person should do what you're suggesting. Like, oh my God, I feel like, I've been trying to talk to my partner about, stepping out of his comfort zone and building his business. And I just don't get it why he's not motivated. You're like, well, why are you motivated? Well, because I want to have a family soon. And like, if we don't figure this shit out, we're going to get stuck forever, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, well, does he know that? Well, he should know that. Wait a second. Whoa, hold on. You didn't tell him over and over again. about that point, and you didn't support him to go reach out to other people and talk to other people who are doing that business, to face his fears every single day, you're not doing that? Because that's what my wife did for me. That's what my wife did for me. And I know that's what Jess does for Mitch. Mitch will be like, no. And she'd be like, come on, Mitch. She'd be like, you can do it. Like, think about all the people. And she's just going fucking ham. She closes like a motherfucker, right? Muge's like a savage like that too. She'd be like, Kian, just think about it, right? With her cute little Turkish accent, right? She's like, Kian, just think about it. Like, if we were to just do that, and she'll fucking, or like, damn, what the fuck, man? What the hell? That, he always makes this joke about her being my Turkish princess, my Turkish bride. It's so funny because she can hit it dead on. She has this trait of not being afraid to express herself and face conflict. Something I really respect about Muge. She'll go to a massage, and next thing you know, that person who gave her the massage is like coming to the clubhouse. You're like, what the fuck? How did that happen? How's the girl who cut your hair? It is recorded as well. How did the girl who cut your hair come into the clubhouse now? You know what I'm saying? Like, you'd be like, what the hell is going on? You know? And it's been cool watching Maylat's process of being like, oh, damn, oh, I see that point. She's like, I want to integrate that. Because she's no longer judging it. She's not like, you could turn it into a bad thing. I used to turn everything into a bad thing. Like my brother, right? He has like a natural, like rich mentality. And he's walking throughout the mall being like, dude, like, look at all this shit, man. Like, we could have this. And in my mind, I'm like, dude, like, we're in public, man. That's the system inside of me trying to control my brother. Rather than being like, oh, fuck whatever's coming up for me. That's what a billionaire thinks. He doesn't care that we're in public. You guys see what I'm saying? I'm judging him for not being considerate of us being in public. Not realizing that that's what a fucking billionaire would do. They wouldn't give a fuck about whoever's around. They'd be like, bro, we own these people. All these motherfuckers are going to work for us. Don't you get it? Right? I'm judging it. I'm separating myself from it. Not even realize that that's the thing that I need to let go of, because guess what? My fear is people are going to get mad at me, and social anxiety and social shame. And I can't speak up because people are going to get upset. Meanwhile, he's over here being like, they don't give a fuck. Look. And people are just walking by him like that and like moving on. Who cares? But I'm judging it. So I have to face myself. It's not, dude, Kian, he doesn't even get it. Like, it's like he's not socially aware. No, he's just not enslaved. You see what I'm saying? So it comes back to some fear about us in some place that we're not taking responsibility. So the best thing you can do is write out all your judgments to that person. Just write it out. Don't put it into Technotutor. Write it out. Right? You can put in, it's not an issue if you put it into Technotutor, but write it out so you can see it. It's out of your mind and bouncing around like a storm, and that it's in a structure. And then you start looking at, why am I reacting to that? Like, what can I just do to change myself to take responsibility for that? Well, he's too touchy-feely. I'll just give you an example. I'm not saying this here, but this person's too touchy-feely. Okay, let me communicate. Instead of being like, this person keeps doing it, I'm just gonna like go along with it. Be like, whoa, hold up, bro. Don't do that anymore. I'll tell you guys something. I'll tell you guys a quick story until we go to the next one. Very short. Okay, I promise. As I grew my self-esteem, as I grew my self-worth, I got beaten a lot as a kid, right? And as my self-worth grew, I just accepted less and less bullshit. It wasn't like I had to focus on, how do I accept less and less bullshit? It's grow your self-esteem, go do stuff and be valuable, right? And work through your fears. That's where you'll grow your self-esteem. And my mom, I think we were like not cooking something, but I was over at her house, and this was like a year ago or something like that. And we were warming something up in the pan. And I think I was doing something. I don't know if I was doing something or doing something wrong. I don't know, whatever it was. But she was like, and kind of like, you're not doing it, like let me do it kind of thing. And she hit me like that. It was a big deal. To her, it was like, no, like not like that, right? But as soon as she hit me, I said, hey, don't do that. Just explain. It was like right away, like unconscious reaction of like, hey, don't hit me. Like, explain yourself. I said, stop. Like, just explain what you want. She's like, don't put the salt there and whatever, right? My point is, that was an unconscious phenomenon of like, I'm going to stand up for myself. I didn't have to think about it. But the whole time when I'm a kid, I'm reacting to my mom beats me and all this shit. And I'm just like taking it. Right. Even when I was old enough to fucking stand up, I'm just taking that shit. Right. It's like, no, stand up, do something about it. Because here's the, you're not going to hit your mom, are you? Where's the equality? Dude, if your mom's punching you in the mouth, punch her back in the mouth. Have I ever done that? No. But I'm saying that's the point you want to get to within yourself. And everybody who's reacting to that, you're getting abused by your parents right now. If your parents are allowed to hit you and you're not allowed to hit them, explain to me where's the equality in that. There's something that you're reacting to, that you're accepting abusive relationship. I told Maylat that. I remember telling her, I'm like, if you ever hit me, I'll hit you back. Never happened. But it was just going through this point of like, this is real equality, right? Like, don't think that you're just going to get away with shit. You know, it was really cool. I remember us talking, we got our rings, right? She was so excited for her ring, right? She got the ring. I'm like, by the way, this ring does not mean that you get a free pass now. You can do whatever the fuck you want because you got the ring on your finger. What this is a symbol of is I'm going to hold you to a way higher standard than before. And you're going to hold me to a way higher standard than before. She was like, she's like, fuck, she's like, you're right. I'm like, right. I was just thinking about that earlier. And they were like, yeah, cool. Look at that, whatever. You know, but it was just like a moment to be like, look, there's a lot of subconscious things at play, right? So we want to make sure that we bring that stuff up. Does that answer the question, Sandra? I'm answering like always 5 questions at once.
Yeah, more than it should.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
cool.
so like if it's some basic steps, should I just like
write it out loud first?
Plug it? Oh, okay.
Write it out first, so it's out of your mind onto paper, but I would just do it on computer, line by line, and then ask yourself the question, how can I take responsibility for it? Because you're going to have all these fears of like, I don't get fired or blah, blah, blah. There's all these fears.
That's the first fear I have.
Right. So then you have to look at your fear of, wait, how long have you been working at this place?
Like 3 years.
3 years. Okay. What about before you were working at this place? What were you doing? Were you dead?
Well, that's the thing. Like I was back in Mexico where I live and whatever. So I see this job as a level up, you know, because now I'm in the US and I have, you know, like stuff like that. So that's why I'm like, okay, so I don't want to go back to Mexico, you know, and it goes like a whole.
Is it like if you like lose your job, you would lose sponsorship or something like that?
Yeah, because it's like a working visa. So like if I lose my job, I just go back to Mexico.
So focus on that fear. Because here's the question. This is like the ultimate point of who you are as life. What happens if you got sent back to Mexico? Would you kill yourself?
No.
That's the point to focus on. What's the fear?
Wow. Yeah. I never wow.
Because within ourselves, we're looking at, if I lose this job, that's it. Game over, man.
Yeah.
Right. I had to process this point really effectively when we were like going through like massive business troubles. I'm like, fuck, dude, what if we fucking lose everything? And then Cam was walking me through, what happens, man? What happens if we lose everything? I'm like, no, dude. He's like, no, you need to go look at that. And I resisted it for like days. And it came up again. And I'm just like shitting my pants, like in anxiety every day. And he's like, did you look at like what happens if we lose it all? I was like, no. And I had to go write about it and look at what happens if we actually lose it all. What would I do? Like actually walk that through and you'll make peace with it and you'll be less fearful. So what I'm suggesting is always follow the fear. And the way you figure out what fear to follow is just write out what are you reacting to? How could you take more responsibility for that? And then you'll see all your reactions to, well, I don't want to because X, Y, Z. Cool. And then you can look at programming yourself with Technotutor to get the result.
Wow.
Cool. Kyle? Kyle, you have your hand raised. Guys, we're going fucking, bro, guys, literally, I'll be honest with you guys. I'm just going to keep going until everybody passes out. So if you want to go, just feel free to go. This is hilarious.
My question was with what to do more so when you're trying to program finances or money. So like, is it just like I put in words like credit, debt, credit cards, assets, liabilities, etc.? Is that it? And then just put that in, like, and then just get in the business and let it work itself out? Or I don't really know how to go about programming finances.
Great question. So it's a really good question because it answers a couple of points. So there's going to be one of those I give a little bit of perspective, but the point is, after you do the vocabulary alone is not enough. The vocabulary enables you to go do whatever it is you need to do in order to figure your shit out. So the analogy I always give is, imagine you had 50 bricks all over the ground and your goal was to build a cube of bricks, right? But all the bricks all over the ground, they were all decrepit and blackened and destroyed. Like they were crumbly and fucked up, okay? But then you came to Asif and you're like, yo, bro, you got like a brick purifier? I'm like, yo, like Coke? And you're like, no, just for like legitimate bricks, like just like bricks. I'm like, okay, yeah, I got that too. I got a brick purifier. So I gave you a brick purifier. You went home and you had all the bricks all over the ground and you took one brick and you put it through the brick purifier. And what came out the other side is a perfect, pristine brick, like perfection. And you put it back on the ground. You're like, perfect, it works. Asif didn't drip me, that little scammer bagger, right? And then you went and you put through the brick through the thing and it purified it and it was perfect. And you put it and you went through and you purified all of the bricks and they were finally all perfect. Did you accomplish your goal?
Hell no, it was to build a house.
Exactly. The purpose of your goal was to put the brick of cubes together. You guys remember that? The goal was to build a cube of bricks. So it's one thing to purify the bricks. It's another thing to put them together. You can't put the bricks together until you purify the bricks. But just purifying the bricks alone is not enough. You will not get the result if you don't integrate the physical vocabulary. No matter how many courses you watch, you are not going to download the specific point that makes it all work. That's why you're not doing it naturally in the first place. So you need to put in the vocabulary, but then you go listen to the course. Then you go ask somebody, how do I manage my finances? You ask somebody before, yo, what do I do to manage my finances? And then they'll tell you. You're like, okay, got it. And then you're gonna try to do it and you're gonna kind of like quit and you're gonna face a bunch of resistance and all this stuff versus go do the vocabulary and then they'll explain it to you. And okay, you're gonna put your assets here, you're gonna put your liabilities here, you're gonna put your income here, you're gonna put your expenses here. You're like, what the fuck are you saying? It's gonna cause big conflict versus you already have all the vocabulary integrated. Then you have to figure out how to manage your finances. You see what I'm saying? So the vocabulary is the prerequisite. Then you have to go study it. Watch a YouTube video. How do I budget? How do I look at my finances? Talk to somebody, right? If it's a specific thing that you're trying to save up for, just focus on getting the thing that you want. But also just look at the most basic thing to manage your finances is how much money is coming in and how much is your expenses, your lifestyle expenses, right? Groceries, electricity, phone bill, just look at all that stuff, right? But what I would suggest as a general rule of thumb, how do I learn sales? How do I learn to be more patient? How do I learn to pick up girls? How do I learn to XYZ? Go put all the vocabulary into Technotutor and go watch YouTube and then put more vocabulary into Technotutor and then go do whatever the fuck you need to do. Do. Action. Right. And then you'll hit a block and then you go to your Technotutor and you go back to the thing. Right. So it's just cycles of put in the vocabulary, go learn something. Evan, you have your hand raised? Is that from before or is that now? Mr. Fisher.
I think that's from before.
Okay, cool. Matthias. Matthias. Mathias. Can you tell me how to pronounce your name, please?
In English, there's like so many different ways.
How do you say it?
I alternate by the way the other person says it. So Matthias. I like Matthias because it's how I say it in French.
Okay, Matthias?
Yeah.
Say it again?
Matthias.
Got it. Okay, go ahead. What's your question, Matthias?
Yeah. This is kind of a question for me and my mother, but we have 2 little kids in our house, so sometimes it can be difficult to do our TT or to do it consistently. Sometimes she told me that in 2 hours she was only able to do 4 words. You know?
What's going on over there? Okay, all right,
yeah. When you got a newborn and a 2-year-old, it can be kind of difficult.
Oh, right. Like
I do my best to help, but like I'm not always in the house and stuff.
Right. No, I thought you meant like she used Technotutor for 2 hours and got through 4, but you meant in 2 hours of time, she had to go look at you watch the baby, do Technotutor, watch the baby, do something, do Technotutor. You're trying to kind of manage it? Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Is there a better way to do things, or is that enough?
In terms of like being able to like kind of get some focused attention in?
Yeah.
Yeah, really good question, because everybody's in different situations, right? I know single moms who have 4 kids, right? And they're like, where do I find time to do techno tutor, right? Well, the balance is, hey, if there's a partnership, it's asking your husband or wife to be like, hey, can you watch the kids for about 20 minutes? Is that cool? Oh, no, I don't want to. Then that, if there's a problem there, then there's no principles, right? The first thing is in a, a marriage or a relationship to be on the same page of like, hey, this is really important, using technotutor, writing, things like that. And then being like, hey, can you give me 20 to 40 minutes? Yeah, can you just look after the kids for an hour? It's like, yeah, for sure. Okay, then you have a system where every morning, the husband or the wife is responsible for the kids. So just a general point would be the ideal situation is look at what's best and then work backwards from there. Is, wife is with the kids all the time, right? But I know that if wife didn't get no sleep, let me go make sure she gets some sleep. So I'm going to take kids for 2 hours, however long it takes until she can sleep a little bit. And then when she wakes up, I'll stay with the kids so she can do a little bit of techno tutor for 20 minutes or so. And then pass the kids to her and I'll go do my stuff, because then I have the rest of the day. Some kind of system that works for both people where they can just get a little bit of time, right? Maybe it just be a little bit of time where it's like, shit, man, I really just need to do my techno tutor because I want to work with my patients with the kids for something that came up. 10 to 20 minutes is a lot of time to support yourself when you have no time, right? So in your situation, Matthias, you're in an abnormal position because of the level of responsibility you're taking at a young age. Does that make sense? Right? How old are you?
16.
16, right? So it's either going to be between you and your mother coming up with some kind of arrangement where if you're taking responsibility of taking care of the kids, where she can step away for a bit. If you're in a position to do that, right? I'm not saying, I don't know the situation, right? But if you can do that, being able to step in and support while she steps away for a short amount of time, not where she gets to go, 2 hours, la-di-da, and, just do her own thing for a while. It's more so she's focused in on doing as much as she can. She's not on Facebook or nothing like that, right? Imagine you walked in there and you're watching the kids pulling your hair out, and because there's a lot going on, for example, and she's on Facebook, right? The point of agreement is that you guys are both in agreement that, hey, you're going to go away for 20 to 40 minutes. I don't mind taking care of the kids as long as you're doing XYZ. If you can set up an arrangement like that, cool, right? If not, I know in your particular situation, there's a certain point of, trying to get the partner on board, right? That's kind of a necessity in terms of having time, because it's not easy. Because, she's a business expert. She's a mom. There's a lot going on to manage, where it's going to be dealing with the consequences of what we've accepted from the past, which is the current situation, and then just trying to see what makes sense. Hey, Matthias, can you take care of the kids for 10, 15 minutes so I can just go blast a little bit of techno tutor, just whip through some stuff? You're like, cool, gotcha. Some kind of basic arrangement with that. But other than that, it's what's the structural point? The structural thing you're trying to solve is bring the husband, the partner into the mix, doing whatever you can to be like, yo, like these guys, I don't know what it is, but find out what it is that he wants. And then you're going to have to learn to manipulate him to be like, oh, that's so funny that you're talking about doing stocks and all this stuff, because all these guys in this group, that's what they're doing. Or that's so funny that you're talking about cars, all this stuff. I got this friend who loves cars. You would hit it off with him, and just finding some way to connect him with somebody in the group that he would resonate with, where you're really just trying to pull him in. That's some next level shit, right? But there's the solution and there's dealing with the consequences right now. The consequences right now is see if you can set up an agreement. And then the solution, the actual solution is we got to bring his ass in here. So I know that Natalia is becoming a distributor soon. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Awesome. So we're going to support her with that. Awesome. Great to have you here, man. Really awesome to have you here. Ali, what's going on, man? Look at that, 16. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, that's tough, bro. Keep up the good work.
Yeah,
guys.
keep it up.
But yeah, it's not a question. It's something that came up when you were speaking about your relationship with your wife. How
So like an hour and a half ago.
yeah, how you were talking about how you were just assuming like that you knew what she should be doing. And I've learned like assuming in relationships, well, even with your brother, your mother, anybody,
yeah.
Multiple arguments like in my life that I've noticed like after the fact when it got settled, I was like after we talked it over or whatever, I'm like, it was just because we were assuming that we knew what we both wanted. So I really learned to communicate what I'm thinking, communicate what I think this person should be doing, what I think they should be doing, instead of just assuming they know what I want them to do.
Yes. I'm glad that we're revisiting this point, because it's probably the only thing that you ever have to face in relationships is you have a fuckload of backchat and you're just not saying it. It's like literally the number one thing. I don't care if it's your boss, coworker, lover, fuck buddy, like best friend, whatever. Like you just have a bunch of backchat and you're not saying it. And you just blame them for not getting it. Like, why don't you just like ask me how I feel so I can tell you? It's like, why don't you just bring it up? Because you're going to cause problems anyways by being like, oh, why isn't she getting this? And why isn't he getting this? And like, oh, he's being so stupid right now. You're just being evil and spiteful. Right? I'm talking to myself from before when I thought I was like superior because I'm like, they're just so stupid. They don't get it. You're like a fucking evil elite who was like, oh, the average person is so stupid. I just have to control them and punish them. And then like we judge the elite. Like we're doing that every time we hold backchat in our mind and don't express that to people, right? Evan, did you put your hand up again? Like I'm trying to see here what's going on.
I didn't put my hand up.
You did not? You don't have a question?
No, I did not.
Okay,
No.
that's hilarious. Any other questions for anybody?
Okay, quick question about what you were saying that
Let's go.
to take responsibility and whatever. What if like it's actually like your fault? Like for example, you maybe he's just the way he is, but you're taking it super personal, but you cannot tell him, oh, like this makes me feel like this, because that's my fault, like all that, everything that I'm feeling, it's not even your fault. Like I cannot even tell you, hey, don't do this and this and this, because that's me just getting everything personal,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great point. The point there is always taking it back to self and starting with self and asking yourself, the thing that I'm reacting to, like, is it really important? There's a word serious. I love that word because it got me. Because it says concerned with work as opposed to play, right? It's the traditional sense, but it also says concerned with important matters as opposed to trivialities. And a triviality is something small or negligible or irrelevant, in other words. So it's like, if you're serious about your life, you're concerned with the things that are actually important rather than, I don't like the way he left his dish on the table. It's like, oh, whatever, pick it up and talk to him about it. Like, or I don't like the way that XYZ. It's like, why are you getting emotional about it? Is it really that big a deal? And always starting with yourself. The point that we were making on the self-perfected hangout was, you always want to start with yourself, take 100% responsibility, and then work your way outwards. Because if you find that, no, it's actually kind of fucking weird that he keeps trying to touch my ass or something like weird, right? Because yes, every reaction you have is your responsibility, right? But if me and Drake are hanging out and I punch him in the face and he's like, dude, what the fuck? And I was like, what, you reacting, bro? Because if you're reacting, that's your responsibility.
I'll punch you back, Nick.
Exactly. That's responsibility.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? If it was actually like that person's fault, right? Okay, that's important to note, right? But that should always 100% of the time be the goddamn last thing that you ever look at is it actually that person's fault? you should 100%. This is always the thing I start with, is the reason why Christine is spiteful towards me is my fault. The reason why, Hossein doesn't understand and I'm getting frustrated for some reason, it's actually my fault. The reason why Maylat is spit in my face, it's my fault. The reason why somebody came out of nowhere and fucking broke the fucking glass of my car is my fault. Why? Because I'm always going to take it to the extent where, what could I do to prevent that? Let me just start parking in the garage. Was it my fault that person came and broke my windshield? I'm going to start with it because maybe I left my shit, my bag, my fucking laptop in the seat. I don't know. That's why you always want to start with me first, because that will prevent it in the future if you did do anything at all, right? Maybe you're talking to somebody really stupid, like really actually stupid. And they're just too stupid to understand. My first thing as a salesperson, as someone who really understands communication, is always like, I wasn't good enough. I was not good enough to get through that person. It's my fault. The only reason if I'm frustrated, it's not because that person is dumb. It's because I was too stupid to understand their vocabulary and communicate to them. So my point is always taking it from you first. That should be always the first thing that you solve all of that. If you solve all of that, this is what somebody was saying on the self-perfected hangout. You might hit a wall because there is the point where it is somebody else's problem. Like somebody broke your windshield just because they're pissed off. You got to deal with it. Why is it pissing me off so much? Oh, it's because I'm afraid of losing money and I don't want to replace the windshield. Why is it pissing me off so much? Oh, it's because I have some program about cleanliness and I hate it when there's a coffee ring around the bottom of my cup. Like, who fucking cares? Just clean it and move on with your life. So that's why you're always starting with yourself and working your way out. Anything else? JJ, let's go.
Let's go. Oh. Yeah, man. So I just finished training with Avery today, and he made us write down the list of the 80 things we desire and then the 20 things that we fear, and how the number one fear is what's holding us back from the 20 or from the 80. And I noticed that the point in me is, as a rapper, and when I first started getting on the charts with like a Rod Wave, a Jacquees, when I first started getting on the charts on the radio, I had this point within me where it's like, famous rapper gets shot because he speaks out against the system. So how did you get over that? Because I put assassinate into TT and did some investigating on it. Like, man, they shot Nipsey Hussle because he was going to do a Dr. Sebi documentary to talk about alkalization and mucus in the body. And with TT, like, we're speaking out against the system. And just by talking to Avery was telling me about the word idol, rewording it for me. Like, an idol isn't like a false idol. It's a perfect expression of a concept. Mm-hmm. And he would say, you have to be the center of attention. Like, we need you to be famous. So I had to investigate that point of, man, if I become famous, like, they shot Tupac, they shot Jam Master Jay, they shot Big L, like, they shoot all my favorite rappers. So unconsciously, I'm like, man, if I make, like, when I make it big, bro, like, I don't want to get assassinated. Like, all of that fear just like came up, and it just came up like more intense than ever.
Okay, great. Guys, this is like the late night shit where we start going in deep. All right. There's 3 points there. Okay. Just to correct the word, just in case, idol equals perfect embodiment of a concept, embodiment instead of expression. But that's really good that you're acknowledging that point of we're here to stand up and stand out. So there's 3 layers to that. One of them is death, one of them is group, and one of them is how to make actual change. Okay. I'm going to put a pin in that for a moment. I'm going to jump to Asia. Okay. So we have group, death, and change. Okay. Asia, what's up? Asia.
Oh, hi. No, I just wanted to make a comment about the point you were talking about, like taking responsibility and always going to, if this, just give an example of someone did this to me or I'm reacting to this and it's like okay, that's my fault. But so yeah, to add on to that, I just wanted to make a comment because it was powerful. Like being able to put words to why it's my fault has been like so empowering. I couldn't do that before. It's like, oh, you know, you like, because you learn in training, like gym training, like not to, no offense to gym training, but I'm just saying, you learn, it's like, okay, something is your fault. And so everything that happens to you, you create it, it's your responsibility. So for an example is like, Jess made this cool example of like, oh, you know, like I stubbed my toe. And it's like, okay, why did I stub my toe? And I know that example was used in gym training. And I'm like, you know what, that's cool, because it's like, she was giving an example how she was looking at it after she stubbed her toe, and I'm like questioning, why did she do that? And I'm like, man, that's so crazy, because before, if I was like, okay, I stubbed my toe, it's like, oh, you know, the universe is gonna like bring something into my life where like, this is a good, you know, like, I don't know why I stubbed my toe, but this is a really good thing. But it was like more superficial. It wasn't genuine. I still felt like, I still don't know why the fuck it happened. Like, I can't put words to it, but I just know it's like, you know what? I created it. It's my fault. And just something is going to come off the radar screen. And then like, it's just going to be like good as to why I stubbed my toe. But again, it was like superficial, but being able to be like, oh, okay, I stubbed my toe. And it's like, oh, why did I stub my toe? Yeah, because I wasn't being aware of my body, like when, you know, how I was walking and where, you know, my foot placement and all that. And it's just like being able to put words to why it's my fault. It's just really empowering. So that's all I want to say.
No, I'm glad you brought that up, because this is a point of, you know, Owen said it on this podcast earlier, toxic positivity, where people don't understand. It's like, it's not, oh, this big disaster happened, pop the champagne, something good's going to come out of it. It's not just like some kind of fucking law of nature. The point of it is you fucking failed. The beauty that can come from it is if you learn from the failure. You guys see what I'm saying? It's not just like, oh, I stubbed my toe. I just have to start thinking. The first thought has to be something good's going to come out of it. It's when your first thought is, I'm reacting right now. Oh, awesome. I have something to look at. Matthias, good to have you, man. Take care, Matthias. Have a good night.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you for your questions, man. Take care. They're all waving at you. So the and JJ, I'm going to give you Mitch's process with that anyway. So I got you with that. So the point there is, it's not just, oh, something bad happened, something good's going to come out of this. That's not how you're supposed to train yourself. The way you want to train yourself is, something bad happened. Where did I create this? And if I take full responsibility for it, I'm going to have a better life, because this problem was actually programmed into me. This thing that I'm experiencing, that's like, I crashed my car, or like I stubbed my toe, or I got in a fight, that flaw came natural to you because it was programmed inside of you. That flaw was pre-programmed. Does that make sense? Like when you make a mistake, that is programmed inside of you already. You're just now seeing it in reality because you put yourself in a new position. So it activated new programs. And then you realize, oh, you suck at talking to people. It's not like, oh my God, I never realized I was so bad at talking. It's already programmed in you. So the way you be grateful is like, oh, great. I just learned a new way that I can improve my life. Who knows what's going to happen after I change this limitation? Who knows what I'm going to happen once I develop the awareness to stop banging my knee on tables, slamming my hips on tables, you know, and kicking doors and shit, right? Who knows what's going to happen once I get to that level of awareness? It's not, oh, I hate myself, therefore something good's going to happen. Stupid, right? And the reason me and Asia are bringing this up, because we've been to many, many, many gin events, and people say all kinds of crazy shit because they're not processing reality. They're still thinking things work magically. Oh, because I fucking banged my leg on this table, what, the table's going to give you something good? Doesn't make any sense. It's like, oh, I banged myself on the table because of a lack of awareness. Damn. lack of awareness. I wonder where else that's affecting me. And what Asia said is the reason you stub your toe, by the way, or bang your knee or whatever, is because you're in your mind. And when you're in your mind, you're thinking, and that's not best because you're not here. You're not moving in reality. JJ, I still got you on the docket. Kyle, what do you got? Mr.
I'm on
Crockett.
one, when you said bang your leg on the table, it made me think of Super Mario, like you get coins off the table. But
what? You get coins off the table in Super Mario?
No, you know how the little box he bang his head against the
Oh,
box
yeah,
and then
yeah,
coins
yeah.
come out.
Boing.
Yeah, like so that programmer, I hit my knee or something good come out of it. That's crazy. But no, I raised my hand because I'm on the same point with JJ with the assassination. I know last week on a Discord we went into that and I re-listened to that again. But yeah, I'm back doing with JJ on that one.
Okay, perfect. That's great. So we're gonna jump to that then.
All right. Well, add that something. To be honest, I'm not even like famous or anything, but I still think about like, wait, hold on, what if I get assassinated or like something like that? Like when we like go into politics and stuff like that. So I don't know. It just came up. I was
I'm glad. Who else has that? I'm gonna make it big and then I'm gonna get killed or taken out or some shit. Asia's got it. Okay. All right, good. Awesome. Yeah, it's a good one.
It's like I don't know if y'all heard of that song Cuban Links, but I'm gonna die in these Cuban links. Have y'all heard that? That's what it feels like, bro.
And
Jay-Z had a song that said most kings get his head cut off. So that's where I'm at on that.
bro.
So let me ask you guys. All of this history, does it exist right now in this moment?
In my body, it does.
In your body, right?
Yeah.
So if it only existed in your body, then you could just change it. Right. Now there's no more dimensions of it, but like, what if that is a program that people are programmed with, that people promote? It's like imagine you thought you were going to win the lottery. You're like, yeah, dude, I'm 100% going to win the lottery. Well, why do you think you're going to win the lottery? Because there's people in the news that win the lottery all the time. Or maybe they put those stories in the news so that you think you're going to win the lottery. So you keep fucking trying to win the lottery, right? On the flip side, or maybe they put that shit in the news and program rappers with it, all that. Like, man, imagine if everything a rapper said came true, right? Like, what kind of fucking world we live in, right? But, just look at the first thing is the fear, right? And it's actually kind of like four things, but death and fear will come hand in hand, then the group, then the change. So the first thing to consider is, okay, well, first let's chip away a little bit at the point of this is something that is propagated to make you afraid of ever stepping up and standing out. Oh, if you stick your head up, it's going to get shot off, right? Don't stick your head up, right? Keep your head down. Just keep your head down and focus on what you got. You're just a cog in the wheel and all this bullshit. So the first point, Kyle, I asked you to unmute. I didn't mean to. I just want to lower your hand. Okay, I lowered your hand. So the first point, okay, 1, you have to make peace with death. This is why I said this is the late night part where you got to we're going deeper. Just like we were talking about with Zandra, like, are you afraid of going back to Mexico? Would you kill yourself if you go back there? Right? Well, what happens if you get to the top and then it's very obvious to you because you can see patterns that you just have to go all the way and then you're going to get your head blown off. And then because of that, all the people are going to vote against CIA and all that stuff and then actually create a world that's best. Would you do it? I'm asking, are you willing to die for the cause of I'm here to be life and just be life from start to finish, regardless of the consequences? It's a fucking crazy way to think about it. But it's am I going to be life regardless of the consequences? Well, because if I die, then I won't be able to have the effect. You're right. Right. And that's why there's some other reasons. So we're going to circle back to the death point. Okay. And there'll be death and fear symbolically. Okay. There's groups. So what a group is, where you make a change. Oh, sorry. Wait, let's do I get mixed up here. There's death, there's group, and there's where you make a real change. So one of the things I had to come to terms with is, for me personally, okay, is that me being an actor, like, I'm not going to make the change I want, because if I have the platform and the reach that I want to have, I can only get there if I am doing what the elite tell me to do, because it's the elite's platform. Like, if I'm being allowed to speak to the entire world system through movies and TV shows and things like that, that means I've already proven that I'm willing to propagate the world system. You guys see what I'm saying with that? Who here is not following? If you're just sleeping, that's totally fine. But I mean, who here is like trying to like understand and doesn't understand? Because I'll explain it. But if everybody's good, then I'll keep going. You got 3 seconds. Okay, good. So in other words, the only reason you're going to be in that position is because you've already identified yourself as, yes, I'm a system agent. And then the system's like, okay, perfect. You can do our bidding. Okay, great. All right, we'll give you everything, Justin Bieber. We'll give you everything, Leonardo DiCaprio. Just say global warming is the worst thing that can never happen to the humankind. He's like, okay. And all he's talking about now is fucking global warming. Okay, so that's the first thing is I realized, oh shit, that's not how I'm going to make a change. That's how I attract people, right? Or sorry, no, that's not how I'm going to make a change. For you guys, what I would suggest is you work in the shadows. For who was it, like Evan and Kyle, the way or JJ was saying this, like, with TechnoTutor, we're opposing the system, so we're gonna get fucked up. Well, publicly, right? Like when we have advertisements for TechnoTutor where we're so high up on the radar where people are watching, the TechnoTutor advertisements are just gonna be like, kids frustrated, and because they're doing Kumon, and then the mom's like, don't worry, I got you, we got TechnoTutor. And the kid's doing it, and like, fucking TechnoTutor's sick. And that's going to be the whole commercial. When we're at the level where we're marketing to the masses, we're not going to be like, hey, fuck the system. We need to change this shit. It's going to be marketed as, here's something to support your child to get smarter. Because on the way up, we don't have to abolish the school system. Because look at all the people here who went through school, and they're going to be fucking savages. Mitchell went to 4 years of university. And look at where he's at. We don't need people to not go to school in order to make the change that we need to make on a mass scale. On a micro 1% scale, well, those are all you that we don't share publicly about. Hey, you should homeschool your kid. That's how to make sure they're not fucking retarded. That's all private. You guys see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is we're not going to pop up on the radar of, dude, these guys are trying to fuck with the system. We're doing it in a secret society way. Just like how the average person doesn't know what secret societies talk about, the secret societies don't know what the fuck we talk about. Right? And what do they believe? People can't change, so we got nothing to worry about. That's literally what Napoleon Hill went to the Chamber of Commerce and told everybody. They're like, hey, by the way, I started sharing these techniques with everybody. And everybody was, you guys know the story? This is your wish is your command, right? See you later, Kevin. Your wish is your command. He goes and he's like, guys, I started sharing the secrets to everybody, and everybody was pissed off. They're like, no, don't do it. We don't want competition. And then he was like, oh, don't worry. I already tried to share it with everybody. It's no problem. So what he's saying is, I found the secrets to success. And they were like, oh shit, like don't share it with people. He's like, don't worry. I've already been doing like seminars and like trying to teach so many fucking people the secrets, but nobody can change. So don't worry. And they were like, oh, thank God. It is genetic programming. So everyone's fucked anyways. So my point is, by the time the elite realize that we're a threat, it's going to be too late. Why? Because the way you make a change without getting fucking sniped, the only way to do it, where you don't get killed, is where you're not a leader. Am I saying don't be a leader? No, right now, go for it.
Mind fuck. Hold up.
Go ahead. I want you to be I want you to voice the confusion.
Okay. So you're saying don't be a leader, but then you're telling us to go, well, don't be a leader. And I'm just gonna say this, let's say in the case of being a star and sorry, JJ. You telling JJ don't be a leader. However, JJ is going to be a fucking rapper who's going to be, and the type of success he's going to be in the front line. So how did he not be a leader? And then I'm saying this because I know somewhere around this, I'm going to be somewhere around him. I just feel that. So I got that same energy type stuff. You look like Nipsey Hussle.
What was that, Evan?
So do you mean don't be a leader or don't mean like don't be the leader?
Right, and this is what I'm going to specify. That was just a stimulating point. Is basic concept, by the way, guys, is stimulate then educate. It's just like automated at this point when I say some controversial shit. People are like, what the fuck? I was just about to explain it, right? But it's better to voice out on the back chat. It's good. JJ, you want to say something?
Yeah, is it like, so it's almost as if like we're doing this in a guerrilla warfare kind of style, where it's like we're assuming formlessness and we're gonna defeat the huge army of the system by doing it with guerrilla tactics and like just being formless.
Because by the time the system's like, yo, we gotta kill that motherfucker, send the assassins. The assassins are like, yo, I'm on that team. What are you saying? Right? It's like with Jin. It's hilarious, man. Like, it's actually really funny because, Jin, like, they kicked us out, right? And I still have people coming to me from Jin being like, yo, you got kicked out? Like, what do you do? Like, how'd you get kicked out? I'm like, well, kind of like, let's get on a call. I'll tell you there. Right? And so my point is, it's like be the change you want to see. Just be in the system. Don't be of the system, be in the system. Is you're working inside out, where by the time it gets to the top, the king is like, men, get them. And then the men are like, no, dude, they're like, right. Why? Okay, so this is like the real fucking detail of it. So what I was saying before was, don't be a leader. And I was like, right away, what I said was, right now, while it doesn't matter, you're here to be an idol. And when I say doesn't matter is we're not a threat. Don't worry about it. Go ham, right? And I know this is like a future point, right? And everywhere where you're super public, right? You're super public and you're front facing and you're a fucking superstar. You're just dropping seeds, seeing who picks up on it. And then there's going to be a forum where people are like, yo, you hear that one verse, that one bar that JJ said about XYZ? Those people get it. Then you go into that forum and be like, hey, what's up? People are like, yo, JJ's here. What the fuck? He's in this fucking forum. This is crazy, man. Jay, you're like, yeah, I'm doing a live stream into the forum. I respect you guys. You guys can ask whatever questions you want, right? And then from there, you invite them into some private shit. And then you tell them the truth. You don't tell them the truth in mass market so you can get yourself killed, right? Like, the solution is not to promote everybody. Hey, like, I'll give you an example, like with the alkalinity guy, right? It's like, yo, put out the fucking perfect documentary on alkalinity. No one's going to adopt it because 80% of the population is retarded. You see what I'm saying? Like 20% of the people who are already fucking doing it, they already found out the truth about alkalinity. Everybody else is going to be like, wow, this was a powerful documentary. I'm not going to change anything. They're going to go back to their life. That's not where change happens. You see what I'm saying? So in a group setting or in a mass market setting, all you're doing is stimulating. And then it's when you're one-on-one. If you go pick up a girl at a club or a girl's picking up a guy at a club, right? And you get attracted to somebody, you don't go fuck them at the club. You stimulate at a club and you grind up on each other and all that weird shit. And then you take them home where nobody else is. And then you fuck them. Right? Isn't it? That's how business works too.
Can I add to like to JJ and Kyle real quick? Like what you're saying, Asif, like just imagine to JJ and Kyle that you are, because especially with you, JJ, you're a distributor. So just think along the way, you're going to be supporting like other people and bring them up to your level or even beyond that. So you won't be the leader, you'll be a leader, but you'll be also creating other leaders. So it's just like taking you out wouldn't really matter because it's like cut off one head, but you still have all these other heads. And it's like, there's not really, it's not really like clear who's the one that is gonna like collapse the whole thing. And then at that point, it wouldn't matter because one person wouldn't matter anymore.
I want to show you guys
So I
something,
just wanna
right?
add that on.
I want to show you guys something. Asia, thank you for that. Look, because they don't have the context that JJ, you were on that last call, the Discord call, right? Where we were talking about this stuff, right?
Yeah, I was.
Right. So Asa doesn't even have that context that I already said that to you guys. But you notice how she has the exact same point integrated inside of her? That's the proof that we're creating self-leaders. I didn't tell her to say that. She doesn't know that I already said the exact vocabulary to you. Cut off the head and all that shit. And she gets that for herself. So my point is, when there's 50 of us, hundreds of us, thousands of us, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of us, all that stuff, when you have 50 fucking rappers, 100 fucking rappers, thousands of fucking rappers, and we have the self-perfected network, the self-perfected labels, the self-perfected distribution platforms to get everybody's music out there. It's like, we ain't going to take you down. And in fact, we're not going to be hosted on Amazon Web Service. So they're like, hey, shut them down. They can't. We own our own shit. Right? They can't call the loans. I'm fucking lending you the money to be successful. You see what I'm saying? I'm not going to call your loans. Do your thing. Be free. Right? And then what they're going to see is not, oh, JJ's being controversial. They're going to see hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people being controversial. You can't kill them all. And then go through it. Wait, maybe they can kill us all. And go through all your fears. And plan for that shit. What Drake was saying, hey, reached out to Mitch. Mitch's fear was, they're going to kill my family. I'm going to get rich. I'm like, Mitch, don't worry about them killing you. He's like, yeah, that's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried about them killing my family. Right? And the fear that he had to process, it was the same thing applies. First of all, is when you're a group rising up together. And this is the point. This is why Martin Luther King, you take him out, is over. Kevin Trudeau, you take him out, is over. Malcolm X, take him out, is over. Gandhi, take him out, is over. Nelson Mandela, take him out, is over. He got through with this shit. Abraham, take him out, is over. JFK, snipe him, it's over. Hitler, kill him, it's over. No more problems. You guys see what I'm saying? Learn from that shit. We gotta fucking learn from that. Jesus, kill them. The disciples scatter. They're all pussies. Change that shit. Don't do the same thing. We're here to do what's never been done before. So it's like when Bruce and Kristen were coming in and they were like on the verge of divorce. This is an important story because I think you'll get the concept from it. When they're coming in, they're on the verge of divorce and they're becoming distributors. Kristen stayed for 5 years. She saved for 5 years to become a distributor. And some of y'all kind of do it. All right, fuck that shit. No excuses. She saved for 5 years to become a distributor. And she's become a distributor. She's putting her name on the paperwork, right? And as she's putting her name on the paperwork, Cameron's like, or she's like, hey, don't put Bruce's name on the paperwork. She's like, I'm not going to put Bruce's name on the paperwork. Cameron's like, why are you not putting your husband's name on the paperwork? You guys are doing this together. She's like, no, we're going to get a divorce. We already went to marriage counseling, all that stuff. We're going to get a divorce. So I don't want to have to fight over the business. You guys see what I'm saying? I don't want to have to fight over the business after we get a divorce. Cameron was like, no, you're not fucking getting a divorce. You're becoming a distributor. And you're going to have Technotutor in our support. Like, you guys are staying together. And Kristen's like, no, you don't understand. Things are horrible. Some of my children hate Bruce. Like, we already went to 8 months of marriage counseling. Sorry, like, it's too late. It's beyond repair. And Karen's like, oh, like, you haven't used Technotutor yet. That was the system. What you're telling me is an abusive, retarded fucking system that's designed to create slaves, couldn't help you get out of slavery. Yeah, that's not the point. That's not the point of a marriage counselor. You see what I'm saying? Cameron was like, I fucking know. Put his name on the fucking thing. Because I know that once you're in here, problem solved. You've never been part of this shit where Technotutor was involved and principals were involved. You see what I'm saying? What I'm suggesting is every single thing that happened in the past is irrelevant. Because now we have the fucking secrets. And the system does not work the same way it used to. Every single thing that happened in the past is irrelevant. yeah, but bro, don't you know the last fucking education company that tried to change the world with the technology that reprogrammed? Oh, wait, that's never happened before. Never happened before. It's never happened before. Because there's always some fucking leader. So the first thing is, the way you actually make a change is with a group. And the way you do that is through politics and business. Entertainment is for stimulation, so you can attract them into the right things, right? Where your music is just like nice, uplifting music that is like, you drop a little bit here and there, but really you just get a fuckload of people watching you and listening to you. And then when you're like, yo, I was hanging out with my self-perfected homies at this thing, you're just doing an interview. You're like, yeah, I was just with my self-perfected homies, blah, blah, blah. Then they're like, what the fuck? Hey, did you just mention self-perfected? Yeah, self-perfected. You gotta check it out. That's all you gotta do, man. Then we're gonna have people we're gonna be finding the people, picking them out and bringing them up into what we're doing. You see what I'm saying? You don't say the assassination-worthy shit publicly.
Bro, it's different now. I was just talking to Thomas about this yesterday, about the music. Like before I got TT and before I was introduced to Self-Perfected and the tools, the only reason I was making music, I realized, was out of ego, just out of purely self-interest, just ego, just to be famous, just to be. But now I see it as a vehicle to attract people to TT and to actually change the system. Like that's the actual purpose. Right. And even Avery today is like, that's your purpose. He's like, what's number 80? I was like, greatest of all time, top 100 hot Billboard songs. So you want to be famous? Yeah. He's like, that's your purpose.
Yeah.
So now, like that gave me even more certainty. It's like, yeah, now I know that my music is here to change the system by getting people to join TT and to use the tool. Whereas before it was just purely out of ego, just to live that lifestyle of the rich and famous and just, you know, like be famous. Megan Good is single now. Oh man, like on that kind of tip.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. And that's exactly it. The key point there is, you know that you have to educate in order to change, right? But what you also know is your songs aren't there to educate. It's exactly what you said. My songs are there to attract the people. And then you bring them in to what we're doing. So you're just not public about the shit that we're like gonna fucking change everything. And by the time they figure it out, it's too late, right? So the other thing to process is, don't be afraid of dying. That's the main point.
Can I tell you something about that?
What was that?
Like, can I like elaborate on that
Yeah.
point of death?
Yeah.
So my great grandfather was a World War II veteran, and he was like a prisoner of war, like Bataan death march survivor, like a death march. And I grew up with my great grandparents till I was 8. So I heard all those stories about the war and like gunshots and death march and how cruel it is. And over my life, like I put myself in situations in the past where I could have been dead years ago. So now I see it from the perspective of, yeah, I just have to do more self-forgiveness because I could have gotten myself killed. So that point within me now of, when I make it big, will I get assassinated? It comes from that fear of death. It comes from that fear of a brutal death, like war, for instance, where when I think about when you're in the public eye, like the death will be like gruesome and it'll be out
To
there.
make a point, like.
Yeah, like a dishonor, so to speak.
Right, yeah. Like they're gonna make an example out of you. Like, don't try this shit again. Yeah.
Yes.
Good. Go with this assumption. Okay. Just assume this. I'm not saying it's true, but just assume this, that the only reason you're afraid of death is because you are not satisfied with the way you're living your life right now. Where if you were going 100%, you'd be like, fucking try to kill me. I dare you. Let's go. I'm going to go all the way. Fuck it. If I die, I die. But I know what I'm doing is best 100%. Then you won't be afraid of dying anymore. So, and so the death point is one thing to look at, because these are great points that you're bringing up. And here's the other point, just to understand existential level, okay? The way fear works, the way vocabulary, words, all of that works, the way thoughts create themselves, all that. The future doesn't exist yet, yeah? Does it? No, right? That experience doesn't exist. Like Kyle said, I said, does the past exist? He says, only in my body. Guess what? That's where your projections of the future come from. Always, 100% of the time, it only comes from the history inside of you, the information that's inside of you. And you are the only reason that's going to happen. Like, you're the one who's going to create that fear. So that being said, the solution is always to solve the fear. It's weird because the reason it's going to happen is because of the fear, and you have to solve the fear in order for it to not happen, because fears will always create themselves. But the reason you're afraid is because you're thinking it's going to happen. But it's like you have to solve the fear in order for it to not happen, but you're afraid because you're thinking it's going to happen. It's like this triangle of like, it's like a feedback loop. You're like, how do I solve the fear? I'm trying to solve the fear. Like, dude, there's at the end of the day, man, there's no fucking solution. You just have to create the reasons inside of you about why it's not going to happen. Like, I don't know. For some people, they stayed up too late. Louisa, if you're still awake, put something in the chat. Oh shit! Fuck! No, take it. Go on camera. If you're still awake, put your damn cameras on. People, go on camera. What was
the
that?
Quiet Storm with Asif. The Quiet Storm. Y'all know what's up. The Quiet Storm with the late
Look,
night.
people are coming out of the fucking woodworks. Let's go. Last
Yo,
shit.
Asif, this is fucking
This is where the
ridiculous.
real training begins.
Exact Thomas, bro. Thomas Kim is still here, bro. Louisa, let's go. Bruce is like in his truck, like, oh my god. Shit. Okay. The reason I was checking Louisa is because she just started this shit a week ago. Are you joking me?
I'm
Just
here
dancing.
like mind fucking blown, to be honest, but I love it. I love it. I'm all for it.
Okay.
Asif, do you have the timer on?
Timer?
Like, you know how you can put the time of when your call started on
No.
Zoom?
Do you know how long you've been going?
4 hours and 24 minutes.
20, mine says 28 minutes because I was like one of the first people on the self-perfected call.
This shit gives me energy, huh? People will say, I want a life where I never feel like I'm working. I used to think that, right? 8 years. I want a life where I never feel like I'm working. Like work is a joy, a pleasure. Yo, this is the shit that actually unites everybody on this call. And if it's not yet, it's coming. That's why you're here. It's money. The only thing that makes us unique is you can have real purpose and make real money with this. This is the truth. That's why JJ's here. This is why he's talking about his fucking fear about rising up and dying and shit. Because he actually sees that he can make a real fucking change with a business and his talent. You guys see what I'm saying? Everybody is here, indirectly or directly, because of a business that has real purpose behind it. It's a weird thing to process because we all resist money and we think money's bad and all this stuff. It's never about the how. It's never about the what things look like. It's always about the why. Isn't it? We hear that all the time, right? It's about the why. What I'm suggesting is the why of TechnoTutor is to change the system, and you have to change things through a business. That's it. There's no other way to do it because nobody's going to listen to you if you don't have money, right? Unless you got those purple color shades like JJ. Maybe they'll just listen to you for any reason. Okay, so we're about to go into the crazy part of it. So who here remembers the last thing I was saying about death and fear? Okay, recap me, JJ.
The death the fear of death comes from not going 100, not leaving any stone unturned, essentially. Like you're not happy with where you're at in life right now, so you fear death because you're not going at 100.
Okay. So I'm going to share with you guys. Oh, who's going off camera? Evan, did you turn off your camera? Louise, I see you turn off your camera. Stop hiding. Come back. I'm not sharing it. If Kyle, yeah, I think you're working or something.
I'm at work.
Yeah, that's fine, man. That's okay. Miguel, there's no way you're awake. You're sleeping, Miguel. There's no way. Age is in her car. Vianney, what do you? Yeah, it's like for the people. Louisa, do you live in like Germany or some shit? Where do you live?
No, I'm in Rhode Island.
Yeah, you got no excuses, man. What's going on? Are you? Oh, you're like doing stuff. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. I'm on my computer. That's why I didn't want you guys.
Okay, that's fine. Robert's working. Vianney's in Germany, so that's okay. Michaela's just lurking. That's okay. And Kristen's a mama, so that's okay. All right. So everybody who's here on camera can be here. Okay. So I know Ali had his hand up. I know Xandra had their hand up. And I'm not going to forget about this point that I want to communicate because it's what I shared with all the distributors at the event. But Ali, you had your hand up. Did you want to share something?
Yeah, two things. So when you're speaking about fear, when I was putting fear in my techno tutor, I noticed it said the anticipation of something bad gonna happen. So I'm like,
yeah,
that means I'm fearful of I'm already anticipating it. So
exactly.
That's why I kind of, yeah.
Right.
And
it's
then
like
another thing too that I wanted to bring up too was how you say the masses like can't comprehend things. Because I used to post on my Instagram like a couple months ago, like about the elite child sex trafficking thing. And people would DM me like, bro, you believe anything, bro. What are you talking? I'm like, I'm trying to raise awareness, and like people are so I just stopped doing it.
Right. See, this is what happens when you try to speak out about things publicly.
Yeah.
It's like, I know you don't realize this, but what you're asking them to do is change their entire world vision. You're asking them to change their entire fucking model of the world if you want them to like consider what you're saying. Because what do they think? Oh, I'm just here to focus on my own happiness and there's no problems in the world. You're like, no, children get raped and sold. They're like, bro, you fucking believe anything. You're so stupid. Bro, everybody fucking knows the Catholic Church rapes kids. Did anybody not know that? Put it in the chat if you like this is the first time you're hearing like Catholic Church rapes children. Anybody, please, because we will enlighten you right now. Everybody fucking knows this. And all of a sudden it's some kind of crazy secret that there's an Epstein Island where they bring kids to so the elite can fuck them. Xandra, like, look, Xandra, you could Google this shit. Sexual abuse, Catholic Church. And it's a whole fucking system of abuse. It's just like a fucking treadmill of raping children, of priests. See, this is the part where we're staying up a little bit too late here, right? I went to a Catholic church and they would be sus sometimes, Jesus says. Jesus says school. Yeah, and dude, in school, they sexually abuse children all the time. But no, like you are never going to hear about this shit. But in the Catholic Church, everybody fucking knows about that stuff. Look at that. We have 22 people on the call. 21 out of 22, or let's say there's some people not listening and they didn't hear it. Like benefit of the doubt, 18 out of 22 people know what I'm talking about. But people don't give a fuck. People really don't give a fuck. They think all they have to do is, oh, there's all these children found out of the school. In Canada, they brought the flag down to half mast to show their solidarity because there was a bunch of children who were found dead under a school. What the fuck does that change? Nothing. Everybody thinks, but because I did this and because I put a black square on my Instagram, all that shit, it's like, let them know, dude. Like, I'm fucking with you. And they're like, can I just go continue to like participate in an abusive money system that enslaves like billions and billions of black people if I just put the black square on my Instagram? Drake's like, yeah, for sure. It's like, okay, Black Lives Matter if it's first world, but not if it's third world. Right. Acknowledgement isn't enough. And here's another thing that I was sharing with somebody who got techno tutor a bit ago. He's like, yeah, I'm going to raise awareness. This is another point. if you had an unstable relationship, you were with an unstable partner, right? Like let's say it was a guy who like at the littlest thing they flip the lid and they're ready to like murder people, and then you like cool them down, and then you cheated on him, and you're like, oh, you know what? I want to raise awareness. I'm just going to tell him. Is that the best thing to do? Knowing that you're going to trigger like a fucking savage program where that person is going to murder you and murder other people. Is awareness just awesome? Like, oh yeah, awareness is what's important. Or is it more so about the consideration of how people are going to be able to process information? You guys see what I'm saying? Like if you tell somebody something that they are not ready to hear, are you doing them good? Really? Or are you actually just pushing them further away? Because I know, like, this is for those of you who are distributors who hear that all the time of like, you know, I'm raising awareness, I'm doing a good thing. What the hell does that do? Well, all that's going to do is get somebody to donate to some, and then they
Hey, your mic's cutting out.
Oh shit, buddy. Oh God, buddy.
It's
Oh
back,
no,
it's
buddy.
back, it's
Oh
back.
God. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Trey. He's hot with it. Trying to make sure. Is it good still? It's good. Okay. My point is, all they're going to do is donate to some charity and feel better and not change anything. So you probably made it worse. This is a really challenging point, I know, but awareness does not solve shit unless you're saying the only way to solve it is by XYZ. Reach out to me. The only way to solve it. This is a product of a system of abuse. We need to change the system. I'm looking for you every time. Or maybe like you post a bunch of things and then you say, like, it's clear what you stand for, of like, see, this is just going to keep happening, and donating to a charity ain't going to do shit. Reach out. You know what I mean? Like when you're standing for the point of, oh, everything in the system of abuse, the science is the, I made this post. I don't know if you guys saw it, but I made this post. It was like a screenshot of the Google banner, and the Google banner was like all the letters like jumping like this, and they have band-aids on their arm because they got vaccinated. And if you put your mouse over it, the thing that comes up beside your mouse is like, get vaccinated, wear mask, save lives. And I just kind of like wrote this post that was just like stupid. It was like, but I thought it was pretty funny. And I thought it was pretty genius actually. But Drake, you give me a nod of approval or? Okay, cool. And I'll tell you why. It's because I wrote something like, you know, if Google said it, it must be true, right? And I was like, oh, but you're not supposed to trust the first thing that comes up on Google, right? But the way they made the banner was very scientific, right? Computer science. And I'm supposed to trust the science, right? But the scientific method would be to question everything, right? But the people who made the banner are marketers, and marketers are capitalistic in nature because they're doing it to market a product, which is a vaccine for profit. And capitalism is evil, and Google is a corporation. Therefore, I shouldn't listen to it, right? And I was just showing how stupid all the fucking logic is. It doesn't make any sense. Because guess what? Trust the science and capitalism is evil are opposing each other, because science doesn't exist in some kind of fucking vacuum. Isn't it? You guys see what I'm saying? Science exists in a capitalist system. We're the only reason, if you're a scientist, guess how you get funded? By some kind of fucking foundation that's run by some fucking billionaire that's connected to their companies. You guys see what I'm saying? It exists in a capitalistic system. Think about the conflict of interest of a scientist trying to find the cure for cancer who's just started their career, and they're like, 29 or whatever, and they're trying to find a cure for cancer. And they're getting paid like $300K a year. And they found the cure for cancer day one. And like, oh, we don't need you anymore. And we'll give you $1 million for this cure and a prize. Go find another job though. You're like, fuck. The $1 million will be good for like 3 years of my salary. So I was making 320K, but now I'm fucked. It's inherently a conflict of interest. Like if we're begging for survival and money and we work for a charity, we're hoping that the charity doesn't find a solution subconsciously, because then we lose our job. You guys see what I'm saying? We're not thinking that logically, but it's a I'll give you an example, right? If you're paying hourly for a psychologist, what is the psychologist's incentive to change your fucking life and make you self-sufficient and self-responsible? Because which one's worth more, your conscious mind or your subconscious mind? Easy, right? Your conscious mind is 0.5%, your subconscious is 24.5%, and your unconscious is 75%. So your subconscious plus your unconscious is 99.5%. So all that's happening is consciously you're like, oh, but my psychologist is like a really genuine, caring person, and they might fucking be. Your psychologist might be like, no, I actually sincerely care about my patients. 100%. Your conscious mind is a beautiful thing. You can say whatever the hell you want, and you can believe it and feel it too. Subconsciously, your subconscious is run on two things. Everything you're thinking about, it comes back to two things. What are they? This is a real question. Drake, don't answer. Drake, don't answer. But what are the two things that everyone's subconscious is operating on? What are the two things that all decision making comes back to?
I don't even know the answer, damn it.
You can just take guesses, people. Like, it's not an issue.
Action.
Let's say just your past programming.
Okay, cool.
Money.
What is that, Thomas? What is that?
Money.
Money, exactly. That's one of them. And what's the second one?
Sex.
Exactly, Thomas. My boy's coming in hot. How long you been part of this shit? Since like September or some shit, right?
Yeah, September.
This guy is studious as hell. You brought Austin to the club, right? You brought Austin to the meeting.
Yeah. He's about to get techno tutor soon too.
That's great. He asked a really good question on the meeting. Great work, man. Keep it up. I love it, Thomas, man. Gangsta. Sex and money. Or a politer way to say that is relationships and money. To buy the nice car. Is it so he can park it in his fucking garage and feel good about it? Or is he trying to drive that all over the place so he can get pussy? And why is a woman attracted? Like, just be honest with yourself. I'm attracted to a dude who has a nice car. Just be honest with it. It's not shallow. It's not any of that. It's called being self-honest. Because guess what? If they have a nice car, does that mean they're an asshole? Doesn't mean shit. If you're judging somebody because they have a nice car, that's also evil. You see what I'm saying? But why would you be attracted to a guy that has a nice car? Because he has money. Any reactions for anybody? Anybody reacting at all? Now's a great time to bring it up. Any reactions? Come on.
I have I'm gonna say something about social media. So like Instagram, for example, or even Twitter. Like I haven't been on Twitter in like a year or two, but you'll go on Twitter or freaking Instagram and see like straight booty pics. Like as soon as you go on Instagram, so it's already trying to make you live in your like lower chakra type of thing. Same thing with Twitter. Like you go on Twitter and freaking porn videos like on Twitter, like off rip. Like it's just programming you to be controlled by sex.
100%. The Chinese made TikTok, right? And if you log into TikTok as a 13-year-old boy in America, it's all booty shaking, cute little girls dancing, and drugs. If you log in as a 13-year-old boy in China, they literally call it the Chinese equivalent of uplift, like a positive energy, because it's just people working hard and like helping each other and doing acts of kindness. Isn't that fucked? They're like programming Western children to be fucked. Right? And here's a fun one. You guys want to get like a little mind blow? Yes? No? Are you guys still awake? Who's sleeping?
More mind blown than I already am. Go ahead.
Oh shit. Okay. What's the are any reactions from you, Louisa? I'm gonna just come back to you because I know you're the news.
No, I mean the thing with sex and money makes sense to me because it's just, I don't know, the energy around those two topics is just so relatable to everyone. And I think that especially with money, it's like you going back to the thing about having a nice car is like you see a nice car, you think riches, you think opulence, which connects to like optimal everything, you know.
Exactly. There's
Yeah.
a practicality to it. Thank you for
Yeah.
saying that. Yeah, absolutely. That just means, like, what if it was as simple as this? You're going to have the best food and you're definitely going to have shelter and they're going to be able to pay for the electricity and gas bills. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't have to judge that we're attracted to that.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Right? Thank you for that. What's the acronym for IG? Or Louisa, since you're already unmuted, what's the acronym for IG? Oh, fuck, I'm saying it. Yeah, I was saying, what's the acronym for Instagram?
It says
IG.
Mhm.
Instant gratification.
Mm.
It's like what right there.
Yeah.
That's the symbol of it, right? You guys see that? Isn't that like Instagram in a fucking nutshell? Is just like instant gratification, like just odd, like dopamine, right? Jesus, what's up?
No, I was just gonna say that I noticed like a pattern with Instagram and TT, like every time I'm on Instagram and then I do TT, like it becomes super hard to do TT. Like I get like what do you call it when you can't read because like the letters move?
Dyslexic.
It's almost like I become dyslexic and it's like fucking hard. But then if I do it in a day where I haven't like seen Instagram at all, it's like super like way easier. And I just noticed that pattern and I was like, wow. Like
that's good. That's really good.
Yeah.
The reason why is because like your mind is becoming really fucking psychoactive when you're scrolling through Instagram. So now you have this whole storm that you have to like bypass as you're like trying to like type the keys in. And you like where the little word flashes and you're like, oh fuck, HIS.
Yeah, and then you're like, oh, I want to go back. You go
exactly.
back.
And you're playing yourself. Like you're more likely to cheat and like get the instant gratification point is really what it is. Right? You don't want to feel bad. That's a cool share. So we're gonna go back to the psychologist and then we're gonna go back to the thing that I shared with the distributors. The psychologists, they've convinced themselves in the conscious mind, yeah, I actually genuinely care. But your subconscious is driven by sex and money. And why sex? Because it's responsible for the propagation of the human race. Why money? Because it's the same thing. They're both out of survival. You're programmed for survival. So you're programmed to somebody makes a lot of money so they could take care of your survival. And the unconscious, what is the unconscious? For those of you who may not know, it's everything that's physical about you. It's your heartbeat. Like, which is, this is what I ask people sometimes, they're like, yeah, I think the conscious is important, right? Like there's a guy on the call earlier. He's like, the secret is like, you use your conscious mind, right? And that's how you get into your subconscious, which, yeah, like, if you direct your conscious mind to go eat food, that will solve the unconscious craving of I'm hungry. You guys see what I'm saying? You use your conscious to do something that will solve the unconscious. If you go to Technotutor, you say, okay, I'm going to go do Technotutor with your conscious mind. You program your unconscious, right? Which is your neurology. But I say when somebody's like, well, is it true? Unconscious or the subconscious is more successful?
Hey.
Oh shit, buddy.
Yeah.
Is it?
Nope, can't hear you. No.
Hello.
A little bit. No, you fucked it.
Hello.
Your mic is like, no.
Hello.
Your mic is tapping out. It's like,
Mike, come back.
You've been going.
Come on, your technology, dude.
Oh, there you go.
Hello.
Sort of. It's just.
Hello. The elite, they know. Hello.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, we're good.
That's the one. Don't touch that
Yeah,
shit.
that's
Okay.
it.
Bang. Right there.
Ashley, can we be self-honest about you getting a new mic?
Hey, as a payment, everybody just come together. If everybody here pitched in $2, everybody here pitched in $5, I can get a pretty dope mic.
I'm
just
with
or if somebody could just order it from my Amazon and do the research and find me the best, like I'm not looking for fucking the nicest mic or anything. Like I'm not spending $500, $1,000 a mic. I just want a good quality mic. This one came with a manufacturer defect and I had a year warranty. And I was just too fucking, like, it just was not important to me that I solved that shit. Like I messaged them. They're like, can you send back an audio clip of 30 seconds? I'm like, you don't understand. The mic is not working. Like, how am I supposed to send a fucking audio clip of the mic?
Okay. I'll take that responsibility.
Oh shit. Here we go. Help me out greatly.
All right. Cherry on.
I'll give you my credit card. You just order it. Like, just do it for me, you know? I'm just playing. So you guys can hear me, right? It's good. Okay. So the point is your unconscious is your physical body. I ask people, you know, somebody's like, yeah, I think your conscious mind is more responsible. I'm like, okay, cool. Well, you know, your unconscious is like your heartbeat, and like kind of like if you're, you know, if your heartbeat stopped, like, would you be able to focus on making more money? He's like, well, no, obviously not. I'm like, yeah, like that's the unconscious. Like your unconscious is your hormone release and your anabolic and metabolic processes. And right now you're hearing me and you're not thinking about the words. They're hitting your eardrum. The sound is, your speaker is compressing and expanding airwaves and it's hitting your eardrum and it's vibrating. And that's being converted to auditory, like electrical impulses for your brain, for the auditory complex. And all of this, dude, as I'm explaining how shit works, you're not thinking about any of that. And it's being processed. And right now, if I said some crazy shit, if I said like, if I just started swearing, and I swear enough, but you know, if I just started saying the N-word over and over again, you guys would be like, you get shocked a little bit, right? Because it's being processed unconsciously, where it's running throughout your neurology. And I know you're all programmed the same way as me because you're just a robot. So if I just started saying that, you guys would be like, what the hell's going, like, what the hell is the point of this? Right? So that's unconscious programming. A great example of unconscious programming. Who here drives? Everybody drove? Like, okay, anybody? Okay, all right, cool. So you ever driving home really late at night and you're like, you really want to make it home? Consciously, your mind is like, you really want to make it home. But your unconscious says, no, it's bedtime. And you're like this. You guys know what I'm talking about? Were you doing this shit? And you're like swerving inside and out of lanes, right?
I'm doing it right now.
Exactly, right? You're probably doing it right now. You're like, I really want to listen to this, but your body says no. Melatonin, hormone release, right? That is way more powerful, your unconscious, okay? So just to give the context, we're bringing it back to the psychologist. The psychologist says, I really care about my patients and I really want to solve their problems, but they're getting paid per hour. And if they solve the patient's problem, they stop getting paid, which means subconsciously, we're doing everything for money and sex. And if it's a man, they can't eat themselves and they won't be able to provide for their partners, so they'll stop getting sex. If it's a woman, same kind of thing, right? You won't be able to provide for yourself. And if you die, you can't have sex either, right? And then the other thing is, why would your unconscious be, you know, like fighting to make money? Is because, well, guess what? If you can't eat, your heart is going to stop. You know what I'm talking about? Like, so you got the 99.5% that says we're in an abusive system and you need to make money in order to survive. So I don't give a fuck if you care, if you don't care, you just got to keep these people coming back for money. You guys ever notice that, you know, TechnoTutor kind of has like a fixed price and not a subscription? You can finance the fixed price, but it's specifically not a subscription. Like, imagine that. Imagine where it's like, hey, I'm a psychologist. Depending on your problem, let's say it's agoraphobia, like let's say arachnophobia, you're afraid of spiders, okay? Just pay me $800 and I'll make it so that you're not afraid of spiders anymore. Results based. Pay me $6,000 and I'll make it so you're not afraid of women anymore, right? There's two reasons why they don't do that. One, the biggest reason, because they don't fucking know how to help you. They don't know how to help you. That is not their job. There's a difference between depression and a depressive person, right? And functionally depressive. You guys ever hear that? I am a functional depressive. I'm a functioning schizophrenic, right? You know how they measure that? All it really is can you work? Because if you can work and still be depressed, you're functional. You can still operate in society. You guys ever hear any of this stuff? Right? So if you can operate in society, you're a functional anxious person or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? So my point in bringing that up, Eric, I'm just going to mute you, but if you want to say anything, you just tickle and stuff. You didn't even know you're unmuted. It's okay. You're so cute. It's okay. Look at him. He's like, what's happening? Yeah, I see you didn't even know. Okay, he's trying to say stuff. Now you're muted. So I muted you. We're not going to hear you anymore. Look at him. Still didn't even know what's happening.
Was I talking to myself?
No, you weren't. You're just like your shirt's like rubbing on the mic or whatever, you know? It's like,
oh, I got it. Sorry
you guys hear that? It's like the ocean wave. So my point is everything in the system is designed to be abusive because we live in a system of abuse, which says money over everything. That's not Drake being a savage. That's like how everybody thinks. Right? Or for those of you who are reading The Heaven's Journey to Life, you will come to understand that money is equal to energy inside. So profit externally equals good feelings inside. You got all these people who are savages and like putting money over everything. And you're like, those guys are evil people. I prefer love over everything. You're just as evil. You're not going to make any difference in the world. You don't care. You're just trying to feel good. All right. Don't tell that to the gym people. Right? But the funny thing is, everybody here who, you know, quote unquote, talk shit about Jin. We don't actually talk shit about Jin. We talk shit about the people who think they're making a difference. And we all came from there. That's why I don't judge. That's why it's so easy to sell Jin people, because I don't judge them. I understand where they're at, because that's where I was at. I was like, yes, the reason children are starving is so that I can experience contrast and know what I want. I am so grateful to you, starving children. Okay, where was I about focusing on only the things that I care about again? After I read that from Abraham and like contrast, I was like, perfect. I don't have to feel guilty anymore because I just want to feel good. You see the problem? Don't make it about just feeling good. Profit internally. Don't make it about just making money. Profit externally. Evan, did you wanted to say something?
Oh yeah, I was gonna start bringing up the point because I was like questioning my family a little bit on those points about like feeling good and everything, and it like really turned into an entire mess. Actually, I didn't kind of mean to do that. I don't know, it just kind of turned into that.
What do you mean by that? It turned into a mess.
I was asking questions and they were kind of like getting super emotional about it. Like, no. This is like, it's all about feeling good and all about the energy. I'm like, okay. Oh,
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It's like when you question somebody on feeling good, they get spiteful and really defensive and weird because they're not certain.
Like the solution is love and everything. I was like, oh, okay.
Right. Right. So that's like you're tapping on, you're poking, you know, which is good, Evan. That's awesome, man. Like I really respect that because I know that the squad's been in Jin forever.
Yeah.
You know? So I actually really respect that. It's really cool. But just know that's a great indicator when you're just like stable as fuck and you're like, well, like, why are you guys getting upset? And then you start reacting because you're like, dude, like what's going on? Like I just want to have a conversation. You can't have a conversation. You're trying to ask them to like let go of their entire fucking belief system that they held on for years. And a lot of the time, the reason people grab onto that so tightly is because when they found the information, they were in a bad place. Right. Sometimes people were going through very bad challenges. And when they heard that, it really supported them. Right. So it's going to be hard to let go of that because you're like, what are you talking about? It helped me through this. Right. So it's not good or bad or anything. Because a lot of people that come to Technotutor come from bad places, right?
That's like what that just made me think of is like, imagine if you were like going through turbulent waters, right? And then you grab onto a branch and it supports you to like get out of those turbulent waters, but then you never let go of that branch. And everywhere you go, you drag that branch around with you. And everyone's like, what, you know, you can just let that go, and you're like, no, I can
help me out of the turbulent water.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's a really cool analogy. Like you don't need that anymore. You're far beyond that. Like they just start tapping. Like, see, I used to do the tapping for years. Right? Evan, you did that, right?
I never did any tapping. No.
Oh damn, he was too smart for it. No. but here's the thing. There is a context, right? For energy clearing. If you're like gonna fucking kill yourself, then yeah, do some energy clearing. But never do energy clearing. Because if you feel better without finding the solution to your problem, you're harming yourself. Does that make sense? If you were cutting with a knife and you cut your finger, you're like, what happened? I need to feel better, right? You're like, I'm so glad I feel better. And then okay, it's not a problem anymore. Okay, on with my day, right? You're going to cut yourself again. Don't just feel better ever. And it sounds horrible. Unless you're in like a game time situation where you're like in public and you're trying to like make friends and shit and you're going like getting anxiety and shit, go and breathe and shit and just like suppress it until you can get through. Okay. Because you're in the situation where you need to perform. But 90% of the time you're just at home and you're feeling bad, or you're just in your car, you're feeling bad. Don't just feel better. Support yourself. Speak self-forgiveness out loud, for example. You're just having thoughts. You're like, I can't fucking believe that person cut me off in the middle. I forgive myself that I've accepted and allowed myself to tell myself, I can't fucking believe that this person cut me off in the middle of the road. And then it'll just change the way you're thinking about it. You'll just be like, okay, well, why did that person cut me off? Why am I so angry about it? Like, I'm sure I've cut off people mistakenly. Why am I assuming this person did it maliciously? Like they're trying to fucking hold me back in my day. I realized the real reason I'm pissed off is because I'm going to be late. And that's all my fault because I could have just left earlier, and I have a whole pattern of that. And I just want to blame it on somebody. It's like, just start with the self-forgiveness and you'll get to the point. Jesus?
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of Neville Goddard and stuff like that? Just like
Yep.
his teachings and stuff like that.
Yep.
Like, what do you think about that? Because
What do you think?
Wait.
This is what Jesus always says. He always says,
gotta
what do you
give
think about that?
Wait, what?
You always just say, what do you think about that?
Well, I gotta give some context.
Uh-huh.
Because I know like feeling bad is not the answer. I mean, feeling good is not the answer. But what am I trying to say here? Now, what if you do it to find patterns that you don't want? Now, Neville Goddard talks about like living in the assumption, right, or whatever. What if you live in the assumption and you can't because there's certain patterns that don't let you? So you use that to recognize which ones are the patterns, and then you use TechnoTutor to get rid of them so that you can keep living in the assumption. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, like
you use it as a tool to find, I can't feel this way because I don't believe it. Okay, let me use TechnoTutor for that.
Right. So I'm really glad you're asking this, because people either there's other people on this call that have this, or you guys are going to run into people that have this, because our mind is based off polarity: positive, negative, for, against, left, right, liberal, Democrat, or sorry, liberal, conservative, Democrat, Republican. It's all like polarity, right? But did I say don't feel good? Or did I say don't just try to feel good? Right? What I mean by that is, don't just try to get the feeling. Focus. The fact of the matter is, yes, you should always be measuring your feelings. Because when you feel bad, that means something is happening inside of you that you're not taking responsibility for. So I'm not saying, hey, feel bad all day. I'm saying, yes, 100% focus on feeling good. But if I just say that, everybody starts thinking, oh, I just have to feel good all day. Like, it just puts people in the pattern of, I'm just going to go do shit that makes me happy. That's not what I'm saying. Don't just focus on the feeling. What I'm suggesting is, if you're not feeling good, here are the tools to feel fucking super fucking happy. Like all the time. I think I swear more the later it goes. Hussein, you have your hand raised?
Yes, honestly, I wasn't sure to talk about this or not, but because and little I'm maybe ashamed to talk about it, but so you talk about psychiatrists. So because I have a long experience with psychology, and I saw some progress in myself and being able to get technically there, being able to move from Iran to Canada and all the pressure. And the reason I'm still talking is I'm afraid that I don't have anyone to talk to, you know, or I'm afraid that I'm gonna be, I don't know, I need to be full-time because I didn't sell, you know, I didn't sell maybe Technotutor, and I couldn't run my business, and I needed to be full-time, and then to handle all those pressure because I don't like my job. So I don't like to work for someone, but I have to do it. And then I need to talk with someone to be able to handle that stress.
Yes.
So I'm afraid to leave that. I'm afraid to come out. And also I know my therapy in that level, he can find someone else. He don't need necessarily me because he can find someone else to do therapy. And just let you know, my therapy is in Iran. So the money is not, the cost is not like being here. I'm talking with someone in Iran. So it's gonna be, still I need to pay, but it's less, not like here to cost a lot, like in Canada and United States. So I'm kind of challenging, and sometimes I'm thinking, oh, maybe I'm not fully in Technotutor when I'm talking with my therapy. I'm doubting, okay, if I feel better is because of Technotutor or because of my therapy. I'm kind of doubting there too. So I'm still not certain to just cut it, you know?
Right, exactly. I'm really glad you brought this up, because this is the point, right? I don't know if you guys remember this, but when I was talking about the therapist, I said, why don't they charge you for the 6,000 thing, you know, for the result? I said, because they don't know how to do that. They're just programmed from an abusive system to keep you in survival mode. Their responsibility is to make you a functional XYZ so you can keep going to work. And that becomes the cycle. You guys are seeing it. Like this is why I really appreciate you sharing, Hossein, because you're not the only one who's going through this. I have people reach, like you said, you don't want to share about it publicly, right? There's a good crew to share it in, and I appreciate that, because I do have other people that reach out directly to talk about that exact situation, right? So for the other people in this group who are going, the few other people, whatever people who are going in this group who are going through that, this will support them. So realize that all of us are always caught in a cycle of abuse. And here's the classic one. My parents abused me, so why the fuck should I have to face this myself? It's just your responsibility. You don't have to take it. You don't have to take the responsibility. You're just not going to be happy. That's all. And it's a really hard thing to come to terms with. It's like if you have a partner and you and your partner are fighting, both of you are wrong and both of you are right in some point. It's no one person right? My point is, you don't have to take the responsibility. You're just not going to be happy if you don't. It's easier not to if you're going to participate in the energy of what if. The fear of, well, what if I, say I'm wrong and forgive my partner? Then they're going to walk all over me in the future and be like, haha, I told you so, whatever the fuck it is. Whatever the fear is, right? You got to look at that. And then in this particular occurrence, it's like, okay, well, what if I try to just support myself and I fucking crash and burn and I can't support myself and I go into a depression, right? So the purpose of a therapist is to support us to get to survival, right? And just like I said with energy, I said there is a role for it. If you're like feeling like I'm down and out and I can't do anything, like you're non-functional, you got to clear some energy. If you can't even bring yourself to just go sit in front of Technotutor and all you can do is just laying in bed and tapping and shit, okay, right? I'm literally saying there's a time and place for it, right? What I'm saying is do everything you can to not have to do that, because what it creates is a cycle of dependency, right? In the context of, for example, therapy. And and Hossein, it's like a, and here's the thing, I know you're going to get out of it because you have the support of the group, and it might take some time, but I know you're going to get out of it because I've seen you in the past push through fears. You're just going to have to accumulate your confidence in your ability to be an authority. What does the word authority mean? The word authority means, JJ's coming in for it. He's coming. You want to share, man? Were you coming to share or no? Okay. The word authority means freedom from doubt, belief in yourself and your abilities. So until you realize that it is up to me to educate myself. So, you remember the tree of evil, right, Jose?
Yes. I can't say it. I think I can say it now.
No problem. No. Oh, you can say it. You want to?
I can say it. Yeah. If you want to, I can. I can try.
Let's go from the top. So for those of you who don't know, this is like the most beautiful systematic approach to being your own therapist, to being your own shrink. If you have these tools and you have to, here's the thing with technotutor and writing, don't just assume that you're going to be good at it because you've been using it for 10 days. Like, it's actually something you have to practice. It's something you have to get good at. If you were already good at it, you would have been solving your problems like this, right? It's something that you want to get comfortable with and get good at. So be patient with yourself. But Hussein, please go down. So start from the top and go down the tree of evil.
Yeah. Evil, anger, blame, doubt, fear, inequality, lack of education.
Close, like super close. Who else wants to give it a shot? Dude, that was really good. Who else wants to give it a shot?
Do you think I could try?
No. I was gonna say yeah, but no. Who else wants to try? Eric or Thomas? Which one?
I'll do it.
Okay, Thomas is gonna do it, and Eric, you tell me if Thomas gets it right. How about that? Eric, you feeling like you know it or no?
Not necessarily throughout the whole thing, no.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, Thomas, go for it. So you're gonna go top down, okay?
Yeah. So
and
evil,
Hussein, I want you to see if you see the differences between what you said and what he said.
evil, anger, blame, fear, doubt, inequality, lack of education.
Hussein, do you know what he said differently than what you said? Or if he said anything?
I felt he said the same thing.
Okay, good. And Eric, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like it is, yeah.
What the fuck was that? What do you mean that sounds like it is? What? Or like, you mean that sounds correct?
That sounds correct, yeah.
Okay. I thought you said like, oh, that sounds like what it sounds like. That's what I thought you were saying. Like, yes, that sounds like it was something. But you said that sounds like what it is. I get you.
Right.
So Hussein, the only difference is switching the fear and the doubt. So you said blame, doubt, fear, but it's blame, fear, doubt. Okay, so for those of you who are like, what is this shit? Somebody explain this. So where does evil come from? When somebody decides to physically harm somebody through rape or cutting somebody or shooting somebody or doing an evil act or shooting up a school, where does that come from? It comes from, look, Thomas is holding it up. It comes from intense emotion, such as anger. Somebody's angry at life. They're angry at the people in school who bullied them. They're angry at their partner and all that stuff. You guys follow me so far? You guys agree with that?
Yeah, resentment mostly.
Exactly. And Ellie, where's Chantal? She just left. This is exactly something that Avery Williams, one of the co-founders of Technotutor, went through with Chantal. He said anger equals resentment. Because what Avery was asking Chantal, like, how do you feel about your family? She's like, it's fine, like, blah, blah, blah. He's like, no, like, what? You have to be honest. Put the blame where it belongs. How do you feel about your family? And she was like, well, I guess like resentment. And he was like, resentment equals anger. And she was like, damn. And then she went to her techno tutor and she put all the synonyms. She's like, man, I never thought that, resentment and anger are the same thing. Damn, that's really interesting. And then she put all of the synonyms of anger, like 55 words. And she processed that over some time. And her whole body started hurting. And talk about physical integration. Her whole body, head to toe, started hurting. All the memory later on, a little bit later, all the memories started coming up. She started crying, and for like hours. I thought it was for like 30, 40 minutes. She was like, no, for 3-4 hours. I'm like, what the fuck? What? Because all of that information is physically integrated inside of you. And getting all the synonyms of anger really gave the full context for her body to start becoming aware, self-aware. So evil comes from anger. Anger, if I'm angry at Asia, I'm angry at the world, I'm angry at, how could you be angry at the world? Where does that come from? If I'm angry at Louisa, what am I doing?
Blaming.
Yeah, all three. There you go. Everybody, yeah. Blaming. Exactly. Right. If you're angry at the school kids, if you're angry at the government, so I'm going to go burn their buildings down. This is blame. Does that make sense? When we give our power away to other things, blame, we're angry at them because we're saying, hey, you're responsible for this. So why are you making my life hard? Right? We're blaming. Where does the blame come from? It comes from fear. What if? What if I can't make friends? What if my partner cheats on me? What if I die? What if I can't make money? All these different things. Therefore, I have to get mad at my coworker because they're making me look bad. They're not making you look bad. See, mad at my coworker because they're making me look bad from blame. Well, why does that matter? Because what if I get fired? Fear. What's wrong with you get fired? Fear comes from doubt. I don't know if I'll be able to get another job. Doubt. Doubt comes from inequality. Do you think nobody can get another job? No. I'm sure there's people out there that can get jobs. Not me, though, because I am less than. What is an inequality? Remember math? You have, 2 + 2 = 4, right? Or 2x = 4, therefore x = 2, right? An inequality is greater than symbol, less than symbol, right? Simple. Greater than or less than, right? That's why if you're judging somebody in your mind of like, oh, look at that person, she thinks she's so fucking pretty, eh? You're creating an inequality. I'm better than, because you have doubt in yourself, because sometimes you don't feel so pretty. And that's leading to fear. People aren't going to be attracted to me. So then you blame that person and you're angry about it. Just because all these fucking Instagram models and all this stuff, and they're all stupid and all of that, and they think that the way to make money is you got to parade yourself around and blah blah and all that stuff. It's all coming from blame, which is coming from doubt, which is coming from fear, which is coming from doubt, which is coming from inequality. Somebody else is better than me, and we'll try to. And this is the interesting about judgment, right? It's why you should. Oh, judgment is like ultra valuable tool, because anytime you're judging, you're actually seeing somebody as better than you, right? Maybe some of you distributors, you come on the call and you're like, oh, classic, this person's closing the sale again. Like, oh, every single time. Yeah, talk. It's like, you're just reacting because you're not getting the result you want. You know what I'm saying? So all of that, why aren't you getting the results you want? Lack of education, right? Why are you perceiving somebody as better than you? It's because you just don't know what they know. It's simple, right? So that's what the tree of evil is. The way evil is created comes from a lack of education. This is why Technotutor is at the foundation of changing this from an evil system to reversing that. If you spell evil backwards, what does it spell? Live, right? So the way we do that is how do you reverse lack of education? You educate. And isn't education stimulating when it's done properly? Like, I don't know how the fuck you guys are still awake. That's crazy, man. Like, if I was in your position, I would be sleeping. Like, I'm blown away.
As if just to let you know, your content is getting better and better. Even though it's getting later and later, your content is getting more and more in depth. I love it.
That's cool. That's awesome. Thank you. So in this particular case, there's a point of doubt that you're going to be able to support yourself, Hussein. And so you've given the authority to somebody else. So that's the inequality, which is coming from you think they know more than you do. So there's a lot of different dynamics to it. The first point to look at would be start with like, what are they doing to you that you like? And then start supporting yourself with that. Hey, this is something that everybody has to come to terms with. But like, yeah, when you get into a relationship, yes, you have somebody to talk to, right? But I'm saying before that, okay, this is not just like, oh, fine, I have to get into a relationship. I get it. You know, that's not the point. When I was by myself and at the end of the day, I knew that anybody I talked to about certain problems, they're just going to give me their perspective. It's not going to solve my shit because I'm the one who got fucking beaten as a kid and blah, blah, blah. And just no one's going to understand. I just have to be my, yeah, sure.
Sorry. So specifically for my therapy, it's like he's listening to me. So, and sometimes he's saying a specific words that really have an effect on me. Maybe the last thing he's told me was like, okay, because I was so afraid I can't handle my bills or that kind of stuff. And he said, okay. And I was saying that I may need to be full-time. And he said, okay, so maybe you can be full-time until your business can get resolved. And I was like, wow, that was, it's like I needed to hear from him, you know, to be really effective on me.
Mm-hmm. Cool. And like what I'm suggesting is the skill that you have to develop is writing all your thoughts down and then reading it. Because that will be the way where you learn to do that for yourself. Because what is he doing? He's listening to you speak. And then he's like, oh, here's the flaw in your thinking. So when you write it all out, it comes out of your mind. When you're just speaking, right? It's the first time you're getting it out of your mind. What I'm suggesting, the place to start is you write it all down. And then when you're reading it, it's no longer in your mind. It's like it's somebody else. You're just reading the words. Reading is logical. Listening is emotional. This is why for all of you who are distributors or in some kind of sales capacity, don't try to sell anybody through text. If anybody is I think most of you have your own business. Don't try to sell anything through text. Not a good idea. Reading is logical. Listening is emotional. You listen to an audiobook, you're like getting the tonality and all that stuff. The tonality is what makes it emotional. You read the book, you're just like, oh yes, very well then. And you feel all intellectual and you want to wear glasses and shit. And you want to like rub your chin because you're like, oh yes, this book is very stimulating. Yes. Thomas is laughing. You want to put your hair up and you know, you're like, yes, of course. I need to put in my man bun. Do you do man buns, Thomas? Nah. You just let that shit flow. You always look like Jesus. That's what you look like, Thomas. You're not even gonna answer me. He's like, Thomas knows I'm fucking around. He's not even gonna entertain it. So the point is, there's gonna be a point where you have to look at like, what is it that you're getting from that person? You're responsible for supporting yourself to do that. That's the main thing. And in terms of the cycle of, I mean, there's some audios that you can listen to, like Focus Creates Success from Kevin. He talks about you have to be working a full-time job, and then in 3 to 5 years of building your business, you can replace that income. Right? And I'm sure if you listen to that, you'd be like, oh, yeah, that makes so much sense. Right? That guy just served as the audio for you. He said the thing. You know what I mean? Do you see what I'm saying? Like he just said the thing that you're like, oh, the flaw in my thinking. And what I'm suggesting is what you want to get good at is writing it out, and then you'll be more logical about it. And you're going to see where it says A plus B equals C. Or sorry, you like A leads to B and B leads to C. Therefore, I don't want to do A. And then somebody else will be like, well, what results are you trying to get? E? Like, okay, well, how do you get E? You'll be like, by doing D. They'll be like, okay, why don't you just do D? You're like, shit, man. Thank you. It's just like you have to be able to just see it. right? You just have to be able to see what you're saying. Then you'll get stuck and then you'll be like, well, now what? And you just go to your techno tutor. And once you commit to that point and don't accept any back doors, that's when things are going to start shifting. Yeah. But a really good point is, yes, that is a very, very, very common cycle, especially for people that don't have this tool. There's people that had that relationship before and they're coming into this and they're work, get a lot of stress, go to a psychotherapist or a psychiatrist or a psychologist, and they get supported enough so they can get back to work the next day. Or they do it every week so they can get back to work for the next week. Some people do it through alcohol. Some people just do it by talking with their friends. Some people do it by just clubbing really hard. You know what I'm saying? Where we want to get to the bottom of why can't we think like that, like the therapist thinks. That's what we want to get to. Because I was horrible at it. That's what I was saying earlier. While I had techno tutor, I was still doing this. I was paying thousands of dollars to somebody to heal my shit. Because I didn't trust myself. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. But between DIP Light and constantly pushing myself to support myself, that's the secret. Sticking with it long enough to be like, oh shit, it actually works. I'm going to keep doing it. Right? Because we don't have a level of objectivity. Because like you said, there was a point that you mentioned of, this is what I was going through all the time, is like, yeah, I changed, but I probably would have changed anyways. I don't think it was techno tutor. Oh, wow, I got this cool result, but was it really techno tutor? I know I did that directly, but it's like, I don't want to believe it, because at the time I was like, then I have to work with them and I have to give up my own self-interest. I just want to do my own thing. So I don't really want this thing to work, because that would imply I have to like take it on as a real purpose. You know, you see, I was having this like conflict within me. That might not be the case for everybody, but what is the case for everybody is we want to feel like we're the ones changing and we're choosing it ourselves and all that stuff. Who here has had it where you've told somebody something and then later on you hear them saying, oh, and I realized, and it was the thing that you told them, but they're saying it as if they just came to their own realization. Right? Put your hand up if you had that. And guess what? All of you have done that to somebody else, and so have I. It's just this thing within us that we're just like, oh, I came up with an idea. Because, 99.5% of the time, you're not even conscious of the thing that you're processing, of why it clicked. So then the conscious thing comes into your mind. You're like, oh, it came from me. Right. Okay. So bringing it back to the psychologist and all of that stuff, there's an inherent conflict of interest, which is the difference with techno tutor. There's no conflict of interest. That's why it costs such a high initial price, so that the person who's sharing it with you, that's going to support you through your shit, is actually valued. Well, why not just sell it for $100 for every? We did that before. It went horribly. Nobody used it. And nobody wanted to support. The techno tutor has a really beautiful, colorful history of a bunch of people being like, this tool is fucking amazing. Let's try to take it from the company. Why? Because they're like, well, let's just put it online because we don't want to have to talk to people and support them, because I don't want to face my fear of selling. And I don't want to face my fear of having to deal with people's emotions when they're like, hey, I just wanted some help with like using techno tutor to overcome my fears. They're like, I don't want to help people with that shit. And then Cameron and Avery were like, yeah, I know you have to develop yourself to face that, because we're here to really support people to change. People are like, no, I'm just doing this to make money. Like, I'm not here to help people change. Like, what the fuck? This is a cool tool and all. I just want to make money with it. They're like, no, we're not fucking doing that. Because you're too stupid to realize that if you do that, you're not going to make any money. Because I want you guys to think about this, right? If you could just put it online and everybody get access to it, why would they need distributors? Why wouldn't this company just do that? You see what I'm saying? Why wouldn't the co-founders just do that and just eliminate all the distributors? That's how stupid we are sometimes. We're like, oh shit, oh yeah, true. Okay, yeah. No, I want to make money. Right? Keep me in the mix. The point is, the reason why it's designed specifically with no subscription and a high price is so that people can focus on supporting other people full time. You can't make a difference part time. You want to support yourself part time for it's eventually full time. If you didn't make any money in it, then it's just a charity. And what is your subconscious driven on? Sex. And so you're not going to do anything. If you didn't pay for it, you're not going to do anything. And if you're not getting paid for something, you're like, yeah, I know this is really important and all, but I need to work my job and I need to go see, like, for example, a therapist to make sure that I'm stable enough to work my job, because if I don't do that, I'm fucked. So I don't really have time to focus on the whole make a difference thing. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't work if it's not a business. That's why I was making the point of we're all here because.
Oh, like that.
What was that, Kyle? Kyle? You're on. I don't know if you know you're muted or not. Okay. All right. It's not. So here's the thing that I share with distributors that we'll probably wrap on. I don't really know with you guys. We'll see. But here's the reality of facing death, facing fear, because fear is just something that exists within you. It's just an anticipation of the future that doesn't even exist yet. So it's just information inside of you. This is what it means to be the ultimate authority. I don't even think you're going to be able to process this until you're a distributor. At some point in the hierarchy of information distribution, so the people at the bottom were all wearing masks. And they're like, why are you wearing a mask? Well, because you need to. Blah, blah. Oh, yeah, but where did you hear that from? Well, all the scientists on CNN and Fox News are saying it, and Facebook, and these, right? Well, who are these blah, 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 blah? Well, they're coming from the science department, right? It's coming from all these research articles. Well, these research articles are being funded by the WHO, who's being funded by Bill Gates. And, and you just keep tracing the dissemination of information line. And there's a certain point where the funding to these certain things, like, for example, right? If Pepsi funds a research experiment to prove that Pepsi is better tasting than Coca-Cola, and you're the scientist, and I'm Pepsi, and I say, hey, Sandra, Eric, and Louisa, we picked the best scientists for the job. You guys have now made it through the process. I know it's a rigorous interview process, but welcome. And you guys are like, oh my God, I'm so fucking happy that I made it through this. All right, awesome. So what we're here to do is we're here to do an investigation, a study. And we're PepsiCo, so we're here to prove it once and for all. Pepsi is the number one. But anyways, you guys are the scientists. So, we're a corporation. We're here to make profit. I'm sure you guys know. But of course, we're going to pay you guys because you guys are the scientists. What do we know? But we know that Pepsi is better tasting than Coke. So we just want you guys to do the research to show that. Each of you will get $300,000 each. And you'll also have unlimited access to whatever resources you need. You can pay the experimenters $500 each for 3 hours of work. And the job should only take you 2 months. So it's a lot of money. And yeah, you guys go do your thing. And you guys go do it. And it's like 65% of people are like, Coke is better. And there's the liaison between the science department. So you guys, and then there's the science manager liaison with Pepsi. And then you're like, okay, we're here to report the findings. Or let's say it was 79% prefer Coke, not Pepsi. They're like, yeah, it's not what we're paying you for. It's not what we were paying you for. Wait, you thought that we were going to pay you $900,000 and put a $1.3 million into this to not make money, you know that we're one of the greatest corporations in the world, right? Like, eliminate 40% of those people out of the study and just say you took a study of 200 people instead of 500 people, and let it be the 200 people that just so happen to be the people who like Coca-Cola. 90 to 1. 10%. 9 to 1 is what I meant to say. You're like, well, I'm just here to do my job. Isn't that the number one statement? I'm just doing my job. There is literal documentation of people from the CDC closing the door behind them and throwing out, like having a burning, basically, of documentation saying that vaccines are dangerous. Not the coronavirus stuff. This is about autism and the right, Drake knows what I'm talking about. Jay knows what I'm talking about. This is a movie, Vaxxed. The movie was a documentation of somebody being like, look, I'm not supposed to talk to you about this, but the person works at CDC and they're like, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but if you can request any research you want, but the research that you want is not publicly, like, you don't even know the name of it. The guy's like, what? Yeah, just ask for C41948. So he requests this documentation, which isn't even listed anywhere. And he starts seeing, oh shit, like there's a problem here. And the guy's telling him the story. It's beautifully documented. It's a documentary called Vaxxed. I actually bought that shit. I didn't even pirate it. I wanted to support. But the point is, it's just so obvious. It was like later the fucking the CEO or whatever, the head of like CDC got hired for some drug company after she left. And Drake was explaining this at the last Clubhouse we had. It's like, oh, it just so happens that, you know, when did you say your contract was up for being with that company? Oh, in 1.5 years. That's so funny because we have a position of head of XYZ that pays a salary of $890,000 that's coming open, available in 1.5 years. So yeah, anyways, put that aside. That's just like a coincidence. Yeah, I was just wondering, like, can you just, you know, just exclude that information? And there's a position at that company waiting for you when you retire, or when that contract's done. That's double what you're making now. And what is that person's subconscious and unconscious saying? Right? Whether they're like, oh, you know, moral dilemma, all this bullshit, they already, the way your brain works is you draw the conclusion and then you do, oh yeah, pros and cons. I need to make sure I'm making the right decision. And it just so happens that whatever decision that you already made, you're going to subconsciously, unconsciously adjust the pros and cons so that you end up with the decision that you want.
That's the quantum mind.
Drake just brought up the fucking next level, dude. But anyways, very simply put, the quantum mind is just moving way faster than you can even process. The purpose of techno-tutors is to get you to process information at a quantum speed so you can see that happening. And you're like, oh, fuck, I'm lying to myself. Damn it. I got to be honest with myself and not just abuse the situation. So bringing it back step by step. At some point, somebody has decided this is the information that's going to go into society. So you guys remember when I was walking it through, oh, we're all wearing masks because this Facebook is saying it and CNN is saying it, and they're all saying it because the scientists are saying it, and scientists are saying it because funded by the company's saying it because there's somebody, a group of people who are like deciding these are the fucking facts. And we're going to manipulate everything to make that be the fact. What I'm suggesting is this whole time, we're trying to differentiate between fact and fiction, all this shit. Not realizing the only thing you have to differentiate between is, am I participating in fear or ego? Or am I participating in life or what is best? That's the only question you ever have. The purpose of principles is to make your decision-making super fucking simple. The problem is we don't want to live by principles. We don't want to do what's best, because everything inside of us is telling us, if I do what's best, my life's going to suck. Like if I have to tell my partner that they're right now, that's going to suck. Like that's what's running through us all the time. there's a blog called Are We Life or Are We Ego? I'll put it in the chat. And my point with that is, at the end of the day, okay, if you've been sleeping up until now, but you heard a little bit of this part, now's the part to be awake a little bit, just a little bit. I'm gonna send you guys 2 links.
This shit fire. And that sauce.
You know, it's so funny. It's like going over to Asif's place. If everyone else is talking and Asif's not the one sharing information, he would be out cold right now. Just out like a light.
You know, I sleep pretty early, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Like Cameron and Drake will be talking, I'll just be like, and Cameron will be like, what do you think of that, man? I'll be like, huh? I'm sleeping, man. Like, what are you talking about? I'm not watching this documentary, even though it looks interesting as fuck. I'm sleeping. So yeah, the title of those 2 blogs is just Are We Life or Are We Ego? And the first one gives all the theory, and the second one gives the practical points of what to look for in your daily. And it's pretty basic. It's like all the expressions of life. Life is expression. So if you're choosing to express, that's life. If you're choosing to suppress, that's ego. Life unites. If you're trying to support people to come together, that's life. If you're trying to separate people and you're doing it in your mind and you're like, oh, fuck that person. And like, oh, you know what, and you're like, you know what, I don't want to be surrounded with those kinds of people. All that stuff, that's all ego. The decision becomes simple. Are we life or are we ego? And guess what? The way it works, in truth, this is going right back to JJ's question of like, yo, like, and that's not JJ's question, but the thing that he brought up that we all have in our mind, right? Of like, well, what if? Whatever fear you have, and in this scenario, it was, what if I rise to the top and I get killed? You're creating that. The way it works is if you choose ego or fear and you don't solve that, it will create itself. Because who you are is actually a creator, and whatever information exists inside of you is going to project itself into reality, and it will manifest. That's literally how it works. At the end of the day, all the elite are doing is they realized, oh, we're the fucking gods. We're going to decide what we want and just make that fact. And now literally everybody thinks there's a deadly virus that's going to kill them, that they can't differentiate from the flu. But nobody was afraid of the flu like that. They went from, imagine just being a vaccine company and being like, hey, how can we increase profits? Well, what would be a way that we can get everybody from taking the flu, like a vaccine once a year to, I don't know, fucking every quarter? Oh, I know, let's create a fucking new virus. And let's release a new upgrade, like, like how iPhones do it, like every year. Let's just do it like every 3 months. And we'll go alpha, and then we'll go gamma, and then we'll go Omicron. Exactly. So then we could release boosters. In that same movie, when I was talking about the CDC, they make like 3 million off of every per year. It's either 3 million or like $30 million every time they get a vaccine onto the schedule of vaccinations, like scheduled vaccinations as you grow up. Dude, they're just trying to make money. You can't judge that. The only thing you can judge is, fuck, I've accepted myself to be retarded and everybody around me to be retarded. And I'm just blaming everybody else. Why are you blaming? Because you're afraid. Like, fuck, all these idiots are going to impact my life. Yeah. Nor was a doubt. But you can't influence them? Right. Because you're not willing to take the responsibility of the elite inequality. Of being like, I'm a fucking creator of information. and the way I should see myself. And this is the lack of this is like the ultimate point of education. That's like 5 minutes to learn, a lifetime to master. Is like, I was gonna say it in a really crude way, but you just have to be schizophrenic and just tell yourself whatever the fuck you need to tell yourself to create a world that's best. It's like the actual truth. This is like literally the end of the road is like what it means to be a creator is anything that you accept as a belief or whatever you accept inside of yourself, it's going to happen. So if you accepted the fear of, yo, I'm going to rise up and they're going to take me out, you're going to unconsciously create the situation by the way you interact with the system. And you're like, bro, if I'm going to fucking go out, I'm going to go swinging. And you're going to take the first swing and they're going to kill you. You know what I mean? Like you're going to end up creating that situation. Kyle's tripping. I'm telling you.
Kyle, we planning for your bachelor party, dog.
Bet. On this point right here. So I don't know if it's because you're sharing some, you know.
Don't tell Pepsi I was talking about them, okay?
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, don't want no problems there. So sudden death. Anyway, so I don't know if it's just because now I'm just looking for some information to automatically agree with the bias right now. So I don't understand I gotta work through it with TechnoTutor. But it's just like
self-awareness.
But just like as you're saying, like it was in them and they created it. So it just makes me think about, okay, I can go to those rap songs that Nipsey Hussle one talked about this. I can go to talks that Malcolm X talked about this. I can say, so it's like you can go and find this point because they reiterate it out loud. And the thing I can say, I can recall when he was like, we got to find what's different. The thing I can say we do have different is we got TT.
But what's the result of TT?
Being able to process it and get that stuff out.
Right. Fundamentally, it's education.
Oh yeah, okay.
So what is
yeah? That part.
What's the
Yeah,
fruits? If the root is education, what's the fruit? Thomas, you got the paper?
Is this the root, the evil and life and evil tree?
Yeah.
Tree of life.
Look, it's very simple. Just show the green side. Yeah.
Wait.
If education is the root, it's okay. JJ's got it. Show the root of education. That's the only difference we have. So what's the fruits? Go up to the top. You're gonna live. Don't be worried about it. Like, but I can't explain that. Like, you have to see that for yourself.
That should make sense to me, but all right, for sure.
But like, what's the starting point of a rapper?
Sex, money, and drugs. Money, pain.
To me, it's like super fucking obvious, but you just have to start looking at the points for yourself. Like, I'm going to look for the differences. It's not just TT. There's a million fucking things between you and Jay-Z. You joking me? You should associate more with Cameron Cope, the white like tutor, than a rapper. Because the thing that makes you genetically the same is the fact that you guys are both focused on principles. That has a more genetic effect than you being a rapper. That's just a minor expression point. But what do we all fixate on the expression? Stay consistent with the principles and flexible in the expression. The expression is irrelevant. That's why you're like, damn, Avery told me that's my fucking shit. Exactly. The expression part, express it however you want. The way my wife is going to express herself is different from how Drake's wife is going to express herself. It's different from how Mitchell's wife is going to express herself, et cetera, et cetera. It's different how Owen's soon-to-be wife is going to express herself. It's different how Kyle's wife is going to express. It's different how we're all going to express ourselves differently. I don't talk like Mitch. My brother doesn't talk like me. I still love it when Mitch talks. That much, right? So the point is, why? We get fixated on, wow, I wish I could speak like that person. Look, the way I speak has like this much of a difference. The real reason why you're here is because I'm talking about cool shit. You see, it's about the why. The rapping is just an expression. The difference between JJ and Jay-Z is, what's the difference between a homeless man and fucking Donald Trump, everything. You know what I mean? Like, that's the way I see it. It's like, it's not even, you're not even in the same anything, right? They didn't process anything of this world to this day. Bill Gates didn't. This is, I don't know if you guys ever hear Mitchell say this, but he's like, and I can sit in the room with Bill Gates and just tell him like it is. He's actually fucking serious. There was times when I would say that, and I'm like, it's actually not true. I actually wouldn't be able to do that. But I'm fucking clear. The guy does not know what the fuck he's doing. I know that for a fact. I know that. That's why he's getting all wrinkly, because he's afraid. I'm kidding. Ali, you have your hand up. Well, Drake says, well, he thinks he's, yeah, it's true. Go ahead.
I would say, like, instead of focusing on the icons and legends who got executed, you can focus on the first person that came to my mind was Muhammad Ali. Like, he was an icon. He was very controversial, and he didn't get executed. He changed a lot, and like that's like my idol for real. Like, I have like books on him that I read on him a lot. He was very controversial, and he was very like known to the public, and he rose up to the top and was known, but he never got executed. So like, there's like multiple people that you can look at, especially like, I guess, like Black people that you can look at that didn't get executed that were controversial. Those are like the main, like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, yeah. But like, there's tons of other people who rose up in politics and rose up to make a change that weren't killed.
JJ, okay, I summon you, JJ.
Yes.
I want you to create reasons as to why that is irrelevant.
Well, man, first, like, I mean, like Cassius Clay, right? I had him going in the 8th. I was Gatorade and taking the 8th, as you can see, but the man stopped it just to keep from making me look so great. Like, it's just like, when I think of like a rapper who like made it, right? We can even go back to Jay-Z. Like, I grew up listening to The Blueprint. Like, I was 6 years old listening to The Blueprint. So I like, it's like a science of it. But like, people like Cassius Clay, right? He had his boxing license stripped in his prime. Because when he came back as Muhammad Ali, different body type. Like, Cassius Clay was it was like his prime, like super fast. Granted, yes, he did beat, you know, I mean, even his first fight back, he lost to Joe Foreman in the fight of the century, right? But like, that kind of adversity, like getting his boxing license stripped, like when I think of getting to that level and getting to become an icon and to become an idol, a perfect embodiment of a concept, it's when I think of it as that you're gonna reach a certain resistance, and it's all about like breaking through. It's just different though, because with boxing, they're not gonna kill like a Cassius Clay, Muhammad Ali, because it's like a different industry. Whereas in the music,
why not?
Well, I mean, they did kill Kobe, right? They blood sacrificed Kobe. So in a sense, like, it's just more prevalent in the music game. Like the rap game, crack game ain't that different. It's the same thing.
Drake,
so
Drake. Now give a reason why both of those are wrong. Let's start with the Muhammad Ali. So Ali was making the point of, look at Muhammad Ali. He rose all the way up. They didn't kill him. Well, Drake, now make that irrelevant and make the fear real. Like, dude, I'm still gonna fucking rise up and die. And here's why what you said is like irrelevant. You see what I'm saying?
No. Tell me again.
Okay. You said this. Oh shit, dude. You said like, you see the exercise point?
Yeah, I know.
Right.
Yeah.
So the point was, so JJ saying, like, you know, the original point was, what if I rise up and they kill me? Because a lot of people rise up and they get killed. And then Ali said, well, look at Muhammad Ali. He rose up. He didn't get killed.
Yeah.
And then what's Drake going to say?
So both of those are irrelevant and I'm going to get killed?
Or not both of them, just the Ali point.
Okay. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. So,
my boy, I woke him out of the slumber for this shit, man.
You did. It's way past Drake's bedtime.
Way past everybody's bedtime.
All right. So, Muhammad Ali, it doesn't really matter that he stuck around, because look, he hasn't really changed anything, for one. Two, after he was done boxing, he was basically retarded. You know, he had Parkinson's, he couldn't control his own body. He was fucked, you know? And so like And plus, boxing is the shittiest fucking, like, the way that just Black people in general have been treated in boxing throughout history has been, bar none, just like, oh, you make it all the way and you're still a fucking slave. You're still a piece of shit. You're still nobody. And so it didn't really matter. You know, they're not going to kill somebody in boxing, right? I mean, you're getting your head bashed in anyway, right? You're getting treated like a slave anyway. They don't have to kill you there, right? But getting all the way to this level, getting all the way to where we have to go to actually change things, because what's a boxer actually going to change? They're not changing shit, right? Life still goes on. It's still the same, right? To get to the level that we're going to have to change, they're definitely going to off us by the time we get there.
So there you go, right? So they're gonna fucking kill us. Okay, now Drake.
I got you.
So Drake is now going to explain why he's wrong, why he's actually not going to get killed, and he should have no fear about rising up.
Who gives a shit, right? Like what Asif was saying earlier, if you're afraid of getting killed, you're not going all the way. You're not even life. Like, what are you actually afraid of? What you're actually fucking afraid of is that some part of you is not going to exist anymore. That part doesn't exist anyway. It's not real anyway. That's not life. Look, when Jesus was being like, everyone was coming to kill Jesus, he said, you can't kill me unless I lay down my life for you to take, right? Like, and what he's saying with that is, look, I'm here representing life. I'm here as like what life would do, right? That's what we're here to represent, to do what life would do, right? And so that can't be killed because life goes on. You chop down a tree, guess what? More trees come up. You know what somebody was telling me the other day? It was, you haven't met my friend Joey yet, but
You think he's gonna come?
No, but we went to eat with Joey, and he was saying there was somebody having this conversation on Joe Rogan or something like that, and they were making this point that a lot of the plants in the Amazon were an invasive species. It looked as though the Amazon was planted by man, by humans, long ago, right? And it was just such an interesting concept because I was like, yo, that's fucking insane. Imagine like fucking destroying the planet, right? And then like, oh, just like a few people going and then planting here and there and everything, like you're rebuilding the planet, right? Imagine if the case was the fucking planet got wiped before, like we've been through this before, right? And then somebody's like, we need to start planting shit again so that we can have oxygen and breathe and all this shit, right? Oh, fuck, I got lost. Hang on.
Also, like life would just persist anyway.
Oh, there it is.
There you go.
That's why it's good to have a wife, right? A wife on the same team. Woo! Yeah. So, but no, life just persists.
Yeah.
Right. You continue going on. And so that's what we're here to represent. It doesn't matter whether I get assassinated or not. Who gives a shit? Right. Because I'm here to fulfill a mission. I didn't come here to be afraid of death. I didn't come here to sleep my life away. I didn't come here to not fucking express everything that I possibly can. And so if I'm going to let a fear of being assassinated stop me, I'm not living anyway.
There you go. So thank you, Drake. So that's the difference of you're either going to choose. This is the only fucking choice you have. Are you going to be ego and participate in fear? Are you going to be life and participate in growth? Life gives life. I'll show you guys. I don't know if you guys have opened up the article thing about are we life or are we ego? But I'll just put this in the chat. Ego searches to make everything the same as it. Life allows all expression. Simple. Ego is keeping everything the same. Life is change. Right? When your ego is saying, don't do technotutor, and you accept that, that's you choosing to be ego. Right? Ego takes, life gives. So we're living in reverse because everyone's participating in ego and they're like, what's in it for me? Take. Because if I give, I might not get. Life, it just gives. If you had a forest and you cut down every tree, all the brothers and sisters of a single tree, and you left that single tree, would it stop giving oxygen? Or is it just programmed to give? You see what I'm saying? It's just life. It just gives. Ego is there to protect. Life is there to grow. Ego is trying to maintain what it has. You guys ever hear KT talking about that? People get successful and then they go into fear, the protection mode, ego. They come out of life and growth, right? Ego is deception and lies. Truth, life is truth and honesty. Simple. When you're lying to yourself, it's just ego. So you have to just choose to not lie to yourself. Because here's the truth. You can actually lie to yourself and lie to everybody and get away with it. You can. You 100% could do that. It's just a choice. There's going to be consequence. Here's the thing though. When I say like, you just have to choose, there's consequences to if you choose information within you that's not best. You see what I'm saying? Like if you're ego, you're going to create more ego, which is everybody in self-interest only. So by the way, for those of you who don't know, ego equals self-interest only. Life equals that which is best for all. Ego sees
techno tutor.
Ego sees all as separate, sees all as either inferior or superior, right? So ego is evil or living in reverse. So I'll just run this through real quick. Life means to give. Love means to give. The reverse of that is evil, which is living in reverse. So what's the opposite of giving? Taking, right? It's very simple. So everywhere where you're thinking, what's in it for me? You're in your relationship, but you're just thinking about how you feel the whole time. You're not considering the other person and what they need support with and what they need to walk through. You're just like, yeah, but you don't understand how I'm feeling. That's just ego. Like, yeah, but I just want that person to understand how I'm feeling. Yeah, it's just ego. Right? And so in the context of ego sees all as separate, sees all as either inferior or superior, isn't that inequality? Right? You separate yourself from something and then there's inequality, and that's what creates evil. Life sees all as one, as a whole, sees all as equal. You guys following? Right? You guys know I'm just looking at the chat, right? Because I posted in the chat, the Zoom chat.
Asif,
Yeah?
this is Wendy. Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
So the number one word that I'm working on is secure. And it's an insecurity in relationships that I'm dealing with. And I constantly weighing on my thoughts of my insecurity, of the insecurity of a lot of things, of losing the relationship or of low self-esteem, I guess.
Right.
So the point when you make like, when you see somebody and you think that your partner may be attracted to the other person more than they are attracted to you, right? Mm-hmm. And in that sense, I also realized, when you mentioned that ego is to live, ego is to separate. Mm-hmm. It's to separate.
Right.
Is the reverse of living. And then living is actually to give, right? Instead of only thinking about your own feelings, you also want the other partner to grow, right? So I also understand that it's important to give the space for your partner to grow, to communicate with other people, to have the space for creativity, right? Like instead of separate them from like other people.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So in this sense, I've been like thinking a lot lately. I'm thinking like, so trust is such an important thing that if we do not give that trust and space for the partner to go out and socialize, that means you don't have trust in the partner. That means if you give the trust and they abuse the trust, then that is not the right person for you, regardless.
Right. And the reason why we wouldn't do that is because we're afraid of losing the relationship.
Right.
But it's like, why would you want that? You see what I'm saying? Like, you should want that to happen. If it's true, you want that person to go fuck it up so you can move on with your life.
Right.
It's
Good
really about
point.
solving the fear,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, very good point.
So
Thank
that's
you.
for sure. Like that's why it always comes down to, are you an ego lack? Like, I can't find another partner. Or is it like, you know what? Even if I lost them, just like I found this partner, I'll find another one. Because there was a point where you didn't have that partner.
True.
Isn't it? Right?
Yeah.
So how did you create that one? You're like, well, I met him here and blah, blah. It's like, yeah, that's how the next one you meet is exactly how it's going to happen. Right. I could not predict that is going to be some person from my soccer team that I end up marrying and having children with. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, it's going to happen from Jin. It's going to happen from TechnoTutor. It's going to happen from a dating app. It's the how or expression of how you guys come together is irrelevant. It's about solving the fear.
Right. However, there's also another point where, like, even if people make
somebody is coming into the Zoom room right now.
Oh my God.
This is hilarious. Anyways, yeah, keep it going. Yeah, go ahead.
Even if people make commitment to each other, opposite sex also attracts, right? So, like, even after they make a commitment, it's possible that both partners can still be attracted to other people even after commitment. So what is your thought on this?
It's a really good question. I don't know if I should stop the recording now or what. Because I can tell you the truth. We'll
yeah, of course we're telling the truth.
Okay, I'll tell you a story of when Katie and Cameron were here. And there was a situation in a restaurant when Max was just hanging out with some other family because the kid's fearless, right? He's just like hanging out with some other family. And the waitress had come around and she was giving these little cookies, like little cracker bag, like Teddy Grahams. You guys know Teddy Grahams? I love Teddy Grahams. A little honey, just little cookies. It's not a big deal. But she was giving it to the people around the table, like all the kids, like, oh, here you go, and here you go. And she turned to Max, and Max was like that. And she's like, oh, do you want one? And then it was kind of like, he just like was like this, and he left. She's like, oh, I'm like, oh, don't worry. He's with us. It's okay. And she's like, oh, okay. And she's went on. And Max was like he was processing something, and Cameron could see it. So he's like, hey, what's up? Like, is there something you didn't understand there? And he just started crying. He just burst out in tears. And, Cameron just holding him. He said, it's okay. It's okay. It's fine. And then afterwards, we were just talking about it. And what he was going through was like, she thought I was a kid from that table. So she wanted to give me the crackers, the cookies. But I wasn't. And she didn't understand that. I'm like, okay, but why is that an issue? Like, it's not a big deal. She would have given you the cookies anyways. Yeah, but she wasn't supposed to give it to me. And it was just like all these things that he was processing. It was just a super like negligible point. But think about it. Like, we talked about that for like 20 minutes, and we brought it up like on like 4 separate occasions with him, like twice at the restaurant and then twice on the drive home. I was like, hey, Max, is there still some? There was Katie and Cameron sitting up front. I was sitting in the back with Max and Seneca, and with Melat, my wife. And I was like, hey, Max, like, is there anything still bothering you about? He's like, yeah, I just don't understand what. And he's still stuck in there. Imagine that. Just that little moment. Imagine how many things happen to a child where a parent is just like, oh, it's okay. It's okay. Like, don't know what you want the crackers here. Take the crackers. Like, and now that's a memory inside that child. The issue wasn't, I'm not going to get crackers. There's this weird, really little subtle point. And what Katie was explaining to him, she said, okay, we'll just say, I forgive myself. It came to a certain point where he where there was just this point. The logic all made sense, but it wasn't about that. It was just some point within him. So Katie started saying, I forgive myself. Just repeat after me. I forgive myself that I have accepted and allowed myself to react with the waitress. And he just started processing that, right? And he says it and he breathes. And Katie was just talking to him about, hey, like in the future, it's just because you didn't communicate. And they were talking about that. Instead of reacting, you just need to communicate. When you react, you're not taking responsibility and communicating. So what are some, you just have to express yourself. Like don't suppress it in the future, right? That will solve it in the future. And he was like, well, how would I do that? And she was saying, what Katie was saying is there's 100 ways that you could express yourself. Like, Max, give me some examples of how you could express yourself. And he was just sitting there. And Katie was like you could have been like, do you think I'm part of this family? Because I'm not part of this family, right? That's one thing you could have said. And she's like, what's something else you could have said? And then he was like, well, I could have just said, well, can I have crackers too? Because I'm not part of this family. Right, exactly. Or what if you just like ran up to the waitress and grabbed the cracker and said, haha, I'm not part of this family, haha, and you're goofy about it. Or what if you were just like, wah, I am part of this family, huh? There's so many ways that you could have expressed yourself. In the future, just choose expression, period. Okay? In the future, just choose expression. It doesn't have to be perfect. I remember before when I didn't have the courage to share something with Maylat, I would just start, what I would start doing is like, I know I just have to express. So if I'm thinking, we're laying in bed, right? And someone's bothering me and I'm thinking, I'll just be like, Maylat, something's bothering me. And it's just, I need to overcome the barrier of making a sound with my fucking mouth, just to like get the ball rolling so I can express something. Okay. So that's general context. If you're having back chat about, I'm worried that my man is attracted to another woman, for example, okay, I'll keep this on the recording. I'm just saying, what if this is not, I'm not suggesting this specifically. I'm also not saying not to do it. It's just to give the creativity of expression. It's like, hey, I see you looking at that girl. What do you like about her? And obviously your partner's going to be like, oh, nothing. You know what I mean? Like, it's okay. You don't have to hide it. Like, what is it that you like? You're like, oh, like it was nothing. Like I wasn't even looking, you know? And then eventually you'll get to the point where it's like, no, come on, tell me. Like, what do you like about her? She's like, it would be like, I don't want to say it. And you're like, no, it's okay. Don't suppress, express. This is why it has to be principled. They have to be on this fucking call. Like they have to be realizing all these points. Like don't suppress, because it's going to manifest as eventually there's going to be a point because you suppressed it where you're going to fucking fuck your relationship because of that. If you take more responsibility in the world, if you don't take any responsibility, probably don't have to deal with it. So, you know, don't suppress it, express it. Like, go ahead. Like you have my word. This is in our principal agreement that we agreed on together. I'm not going to react. Okay. You have my word. No matter what how about this? I might react, but no matter what right now, like, I'm not going to get mad at you for it. Even if I react, I'm going to know it's because I'm just reacting. And then your partner's like, okay, I'm into Latinas. And you're like, you're into like Latinas? Like what? And then he's like, yeah, like I'm into like Latino women. You're like, where the fuck is that coming from? And you're like confused and like, wow, you have no idea what the hell. And you're like, okay, wait. Okay, let me just breathe and like let it go and like you just process it. And he's like, see, you're reacting and all this stuff. You're like, you're freaking out. You're like, no, I'm good. Okay. You're like, let me just give a moment. You're like, he's like, see, no, I fucking shouldn't have told you. Now you're gonna freak out. You're like, no, seriously, just give me a moment. Let me just breathe through it. Okay. See, already so far, how just expressing will be like a lot more fun. You'll make a lot more grounds. You just keep pushing that point of expression. Okay, well, let me ask, like, what is it that you like about Latinas? Like, is it like, you know, like you like the big boobies or you like the booty or like the skin or what is it? You know, it's like, yeah, I think it's like the big, and he's like, and he's like, I've never thought about this before. No one's ever asked me this before. Have you guys ever had conversations with people and you're asking them some good questions and like, oh, no one's ever asked me that before. Anybody ever have that before? Put your hand up if you ever had that, right? That's because you were willing to go deeper than other people. Do that with your relationship, because the starting point of a relationship should be, you're the one person that I'm going to share all of my secret mind with. That shit that I keep so bottled up deep, deep, deep down inside, that I think that if I were to tell everybody, everybody would fucking run from me and be like, you're fucking crazy and weird. When we get married, this is the point of marriage. It's like, we're agreeing that no matter what, even if I told you that I want to murder everybody sometimes, and I want to like kill a child or whatever, I want to kick a puppy and all that, you're going to support me through it no matter what. That's our agreement, no matter what. That was the first time in my life when I heard Cameron kind of describing, like, to share the purpose. I was like, this was like 5-6 years ago, when I was just like, I just want to fuck around and like not get married or anything like that. I was like, like, why'd you get married, Karen? You know, it's an outdated institution and all this shit, right? Not all of the programs, right? And he just made this point of, well, and he shared that secret mind stuff. And that was the first time I started considering marriage. What Drake posting here? Day 13, failed relationships. That's a good one. And then there's another one that's called Do You Love Breakups, which is really good about relationship. So let's keep going in this example where you say, well, what is it that you like about them? Latinas, but Latin women. And he says, well, it's this. No one's ever asked me that before, right? Carl says, have you covered the meaning of life yet? No, you joined at the perfect time. That's happening at 12:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And they start thinking about it, and they're like, it's not the skin, because I know other women who have a similar skin color, and it's not that, and it's not big boobs and big booty. Like, a lot of people have that. So what is it? And you're like, you're starting to poke. I'm like, what? You don't know? You're like, yeah, like I actually never thought about this before, because I've been fucking suppressing it all my life. Right. For example. Right. And then, because whatever it is, whatever the point is, this is what we're talking about, blame with the parents and all that stuff. Because you don't think that �プ𝚗𝚏's schizophrenic brother was suppressing that all of his life? You see what I'm saying? This is why expression is the solution. Because we can get out the information inside of us that's creating reality. That's why this is the solution to changing the world. Because if everybody can have real conversations like this, where the fuck would we be? Right? Like, Wendy, have we ever met in real life? Have we ever talked to one-on-one? You know what I'm saying? But we can have a real conversation because we can trust each other.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing, right? Right. It's a cool thing. So imagine this. So then he says, you know, I never, you know, I'm thinking, stop it. I don't know. You're like, no, I want you to really think about it. They're like, what is it? Like, what is it that you're imagining that you're going to get from this person? Because you walked your own process and now you're supporting somebody else to walk their process. Like, what are you imagining? And they're like, they comes up in their mind. They're like, oh, I don't want to say it. And you're like, we're already this far. Like, let's just keep going. And you're having fun because you've supported yourself to not be afraid of losing the relationship. It's literally one of the principles. It's one of the principles. Relationship as agreements. Or sorry, making love real. If you go to the Destiny website, or if you just go to self-perfected.com, self-perfected.com, and you go to the, you know, free resources, and then it says our principles, and you go down to making the principle of making love real. It's being willing to give and support without the fear of losing the relationship that you have. Oh my God, what if I talk about all this stuff with my partner and it changes the relationship we have? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid of change, right? So it comes into their mind and you're like, come on, we've already gotten this far. Like what, you're not going to fucking tell me? I could see it in your fucking face. It's in your head right now. Get it out of your head, you know? And they're like, I just feel like, and then they fucking trip again. They're like, no, I can't say it. You're like, just say it. And you start shaking them. Like, look at me, just say it. Like, okay, I just feel like having sex with a Latin woman would be really fun because they'd be like really energetic and excited about it. And then you're going to get all offended. You're like, What? You don't think I'm energetic? Blah. You're like, see, this is why I didn't want to tell you, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, fuck, wait, okay, sorry. And you'll bring it back. And you'll be like, wait, okay, let's just give me a minute and slow down and don't move forward if you're reacting. Just stop and slow down and breathe. Okay. And then he's like, shit, like, are you upset? And you're like, damn, he's never asked me that before in my life. Wow, he really fucking cares. Yeah, because this is the first time you're actually caring about that person and helping them pull the shit out of themselves, which they don't know how to do for themselves, especially men, but also like man to woman, woman to man. This all correlates to the vice versa, right? And you're like, okay, interesting. And you draw this conclusion of, oh, the thing that would make my partner happy is if I fucked him and I pretended like I was like super enthusiastic about it. And that would probably keep his dick hard because he's always soft. We start fucking and then he goes soft. This is probably the problem that I haven't been willing to even consider. How can I give to my partner better? I've just been afraid. And then you whisper into his ear and it's like, I'll show you enthusiastic tonight. And then you go to the bathroom. And then you totally just change the nature of your entire relationship. Because you expressed. You chose life over ego. If you round it to the nearest whole number, 0% of people know what the fuck I'm talking about. And I don't know why we stayed up this late to get this deep, but this is like the it's not just becoming a distributor. This is like the AD type shit. This is like the fucking come to Florida and stay in my house and then I'll support you like all the way. All right. This is why we have people from Canada coming to Florida to get this specific support.
This is why people are on at 1 a.m. because they know that this is the level. Like, fuck, if I don't stay on this call, like, this is so valuable. I don't know, like, in order to hear this information, like this one-on-one type shit with Asif, I need to fucking stay on this call.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm at work. My phone died. I made sure they charged back up so I can get back on the call while I'm at work. I'm at break, about to charge my phone some more. It's lit.
Man, this is your bachelor party, man.
Asif,
All right,
it's funny. It was like a year ago. I remember like I was going through some shit after I got TT, and like I talked to you after a self-perfected call till like 3 a.m. So this is so cool. Like literally a year later, now it's like you can just do this like with 24 people.
Wow, that's fucked. What? When I saw you were live on Facebook, I thought it was an error. It's okay. It's only on my public page. No, I'm joking. It's just in the like the support group. So it's very simple, but it's not easy because we've been programmed with so much lack that we can't even consider a future. Like you can't even imagine a future where everybody was provided for. You don't even know what the fuck would like. You're like, well, I don't know. Everybody would be lazy. It's like, really? Is that what would happen? Like nobody would do anything? Well, how does it feel if you were with your family and you were just like laying on the couch on your phone and your whole family was cleaning the entire house? How would you feel?
Guilty.
Probably like guilty. Who else also thought the word guilty? Right? Who else thought something else? What else? What else would you do? Yeah, what would you feel?
Lazy,
right? Hussein?
I'd get up, start cleaning up.
Right? Hussein, what were you saying?
I don't know if it's a feeling, but a word came to my mind was fucked up. Feel fucked up.
You feel fucked up, right? My point is, every one of us would be like, where can I help? What do you want me to do? But we can't even process that because we don't know how to process information. We're just like, yeah, if everybody was provided for, nobody would do anything. Because what we're assuming is that the human being can't change. What we're assuming is, yes, everybody is only motivated by money and sex, survival. That if you take care of their survival, they wouldn't do anything. Really? You're saying that if I gave you $30,000 a month, $30,000 a day, you'll be like, oh, finally I'm provided for. I'm not going to move my house. I'm not going to build anything. I'm not going to give back. I'm just going to sit right here like this. My survival's taken care of, so I'm not going to do anything anymore. Or would it clear some fucking space in your mind and body and soul to be like, what else can I do in this world other than just work? See what I'm saying? So the point is, we've been designed for like one output. And what I'm talking about is Katie telling Max, there's 1,000 different outputs you could have had in that situation. Choose any one of them. And hey, if you actually applied this thing that I'm talking about with your partner, this diving into the sexual fantasy point, is it going to look exactly how I said? No, the expression is irrelevant. It's about the principle. Are you choosing life or are you choosing ego? What are you afraid of? Don't choose it. Face your fears. And if your partner is like, man, you got me thinking about Latin women and the only reason I was with you was for the sex, so I'm going to go fuck Latin women instead. Man, thank God you did this sooner and figured this shit out sooner. Like, Jesus Christ, right? But 99% of the time, is that going to happen? No. Unless you have horrible fucking judgment and you have ultra low self-esteem, you wouldn't even get to that point in conversation. So it's actually irrelevant. The reality is every single one of us is dying for our partner to talk to us about that. Every single one of us is dying to be in a relationship where you can fulfill all of your sexual fantasies. That's actually the point. So you can go out and face the world. It's usually men that will have a lot of crazy sexual fantasies, but even for women too, because that is what will keep you from having to fucking look at Latin women all the time. If you could just get the thing that you don't even realize you're desiring from your partner. We have the opportunity to create the greatest relationships in the entire world. We do. If in every moment, because here's the thing, you can go this whole call and be like, oh my God, all I have to do is choose between life or ego. And then a situation arises and you're like, I'm going to fucking stay mad because fuck that person. This is just information. It's just to enlighten the point in your mind. Now it's about living it. That's it. For a lot of people, if you're in a relationship, it might take you years. It might take you the rest of your life. You never do it to actually have that conversation, right? For some of you, you might be like, yeah, I'm talking to my partner as soon as possible. The next time I see him do that, next time I see her do that. You see your partner, she's like scrolling on her phone. She stops at the dude with his shirt off and she just like keeps scrolling. She's like, huh? Me? No, I wasn't looking at that. You're like, don't worry about it. What were you looking at? So I was nothing. Like I actually wasn't even looking at anything. Like I was just scrolling. You're like, oh, why are you being so fucking weird? You're like, I'm not. Like, relax. Because that person is afraid of you finding out that they have fucking sexual fantasies and like are attracted to other guys and like all this shit. And you want to have, me and my partner talk about everything except for that. Like the fucking symbolic reason about why you're together is to start a family and have sex, right? It's a functionality of sex. I know sometimes we forget that, right? But there's a lot of crazy suppression. And for those of you who don't know the difference between repression and suppression, when Kyle was bringing that up, suppression is when it comes up inside of you and you say, put it back down, right? That's probably more common of what you're more aware of. But repression is when you've put it down so far, you're like, no, I don't have any sexual fantasies. No, not me. I'm out. No. That like nothing's even coming up because you have like totally excluded it. You're like, that's not me. But the truth is it's in there. You're just repressing it. Right. So I'll give you an example. It's like somebody, you know, their mom died, their family died, their house burned down. They're like, me, I'm happy. No, life couldn't be better. It's like they're not even it's not even popping up into their head, and they're just like suppressing it. That's when they're like, and they're like trying to not go into it. And then you say, hey, how are things going? And then they burst out in tears because they were suppressing it. Right. Repression is when you're like, huh, me? No, top of the world. Couldn't be better. That's the power of a human being. You can literally put information so far down inside of you where you don't even think it's real. We still have people coming in the Zoom room. It's like unconscious. I'm talking and I'm like admitting Mayor into the room. Like, how do you even know to like check if this room is still going, Mayor? How did you know to check? Were you talking to Carl? No, Jesus. That makes sense now. Like literal Jesus, not Jesus. All right. Did you tell him Jesus? That's hilarious. So all of that in context is you are creating everything in your life. And how about let's look at this. All of this shit that I know is literally only from walking the process of using TechnoTutor and writing and listening to the Destiny audios in the context of building the TechnoTutor distributorship and building our other businesses. Why? I'll explain each point. Here's why. TechnoTutor, so I can process all this shit and not be afraid to even say it to you. Like, imagine I process all of this, but I'm like, I'm not gonna say it to you guys. That's TechnoTutor. Supports your expression. Supposed to become self-aware. So you can even get deeper in your process to even pull out why the fuck are you attracted to XYZ and like all that stuff. I'm saying it's a necessity for everybody. Right? Because me and my wife talk about all that stuff. That particular point wasn't my point. But I'm just saying, like, we went into all the sex stuff and all that. She's pregnant now. No, I'm joking. It's no secret that couples have sex. It shouldn't be something that is like weird to talk about. It should be like, hey, Jesus, you poo like I poo, right? Like you poo out of your asshole like me. Hey, all the women on this call, you guys shit out of your assholes too, right? Like, why are we keeping, is this a secret? You're like, no, I don't want them to imagine me pooping out of my butthole. It's like, who fucking cares? You're worried about what's in somebody else's mind. You're never going to be happy. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what's holding you back in your business. If you're afraid of like, oh, dude, I don't want people thinking me shit. The queen poos. The queen of England, you know, like little fucking old lady and shit. She pulled down her little, you know, pantyhose and diapers and shit. And she shits and she's like, oh. Like sometimes she has to like squeeze that out. She's not special. She's not. Oh, Drake and Christine have sex. Well, it's not a secret. Drake was always flexing about it. But Wendy and her partner have sex. Who told you? You say it all the time. Well, when you're here. Bruce and Kristen have sex. Like me and my partner have sex. We all have sex with our partners. And if you don't have a partner, you've had sex with other partners and all that stuff, whatever. Like, who cares? When everybody suppresses it, then it becomes this thing. It's like, perfect example. You're gay. And now it's the focal point of your life. And your entire personality is built around the fact that you're gay. And you're into all your friends. You can only hang out with other gay guys. And like, you now talk like this. And oh my God, like for some reason, your voice changes and the way you speak changes because you're gay. Like, does that make any sense? Like, why does it become a focal point because you're gay? And all of a sudden your sexuality is the most important thing about you. You guys see what I'm saying? Like, do you care that I'm straight? How often are you like, oh, hey, Ali, I don't know if you know, but Asif's straight. You're like, okay. Like, what the fuck does that even matter? You see what I'm saying? But in society, it's like, oh, like I'm gay, I'm bisexual, I'm trans, I'm a boy, I'm a girl. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Like, are you gonna stand for principle or not? Like, are you gonna walk this process and share it with other people or not? Binary. How about that? Yes or no? Not boy or girl. I don't care. We had a transgender person on this call like 6 months ago. When they came in there sharing the story, I'm like, well, dope, cool. Everybody can walk process. I don't care. Who cares? Do you care? If you care, just walk through it. Right? So that's what happens when you repress and suppress sexuality. I saw the abuse that my oldest brother went through, and he's a homosexual, right? And I saw the abuse through pictures and videos and all that stuff that he went through by growing up with only women and having the only woman in his life. My mom beat the shit out of him and all this stuff. And you can watch YouTube videos. Just type in M to F, F to M, like retransition or some shit like that. And you will listen to people talk about, hey, I transitioned from female to male. And then I realized the only reason I did it is because I got raped by my father. And I figured if I'm a man, like if I wasn't a woman and if I was a man, I wouldn't get raped again. And when I realized that, I was like, oh my God, I'm not actually happy in this body. And I transitioned back. It's always called by abuse. All these taboos. Who here was raised with religion in their life to some degree? Just put your hand in front of the camera so I can see. A little bit. Okay. Automatically, everybody, boom. All of you automatically have to suppress sex. Period. Automatically. Because instead of religion being like, hey, there's a lot of consequences to sex, and like the kind of functionality of sex is to like have a baby. So like try to commit to somebody and then have sex, because you could have a baby and then there's like a lot of responsibility involved. They're just like, no, people are too stupid. Like, only have sex when you're married and don't have sex otherwise. And you're like, what's sex? They're like, don't even talk about it. You're like, oh, okay. I'm just gonna get exposed to it everywhere I go, all the time, forever. And you're gonna watch movies with sex in it and expect me not to ask questions about it. Okay. You don't actually think any of that because that's logical, right? As a child, you're just like, Jesus Christ. It's like, okay. And you're just like, I'm just going to Google it, right? It's like, yeah. Imagine, the average age of children today who are watching porn is 8 years old. 8 years old. Drake, do I have that right? I like to cross-reference for Drake because usually
they're kids.
Right.
Which means that's the average age, right? For kids watching porn. So that means that
it's like 8.
Yeah. See, the Christine didn't.
She said 8, right? Yeah.
just came back. But like, yeah, that means that there's kids younger than that who are watching.
Yeah. See.
Porn. Because think about this. That's the average fucking age.
So for average, there's some kids above 8 and who start watching up when they're older, and there's some kids who start watching when they're younger.
Yeah.
Like 6. That child is never going to be able to have a supportive relationship with a partner because of what that parent has accepted within themselves and then allowed in their child. That's why it is our responsibility to do the best we can to put ourselves in a position to build a family. Because if you don't have children, that's the future. If you don't have children where you're like, yeah, I'm going to make sure I support my child with sex. Max and Seneca understand what sex is. They understand what a penis is. They understand what a vagina is. They understand that it's also unacceptable to put your penis in your sister's vagina because that's unacceptable in society. Like there's certain rules that we go by. So just don't do that. Cool. It's like, it's just not acceptable. Cool. And here's the thing. It's like, that's not something that it's like when Max and Seneca, like they're playing video games or something like that, right? And then they just get off and stop playing and they go outside. They're not like, can I play more video games? Please, 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 please. They're not fixated on it because they didn't get abused by just having shit taken away from them all the time. Like, you know what Katie doesn't tell Max? Hey, stop touching your penis. Stop it. Take your hand out of your pants. I watched other parents do that. But all the guys in here, you guys just put your hands down your pants sometimes. You just do yourself. All the women in here do it too. You just put your hands in your pants and you're just chilling. Like you're not doing anything. You're just, your hands are in your pants, whatever. It's like a comforting spot. I don't fucking know. Just warm. I don't know. It's just, who cares? Like, why does it matter? But it's because we're all really raised religiously. We're going to project a fear. We're like, no, because if I let my kid do that, and that means he's masturbating. And if he's masturbating, then that means he's going to become a sexual predator. And like all this random fucking bullshit. Because that person's not educated about how a child learns. That's literally it. It's so simple. And that's literally literally. The reason I'm saying literally is because I just wanted to understand it's not anything other than this. That's why we have all of this instability in the world. That's why every woman is being programmed to be like, oh, raising children, that's the stupidest thing you can do. Fuck, you're like worthless if you're a housewife. Even though to replace, if like, let's just run with the point of the value that you have to the marketplace if you're a housewife. Fun experiment. One day I'll do a fucking infographic on this shit. But just look at the logic. Oh, you're a housewife? You're not very valuable. You should go to work and work for 60. Well, probably you guys are mostly in the US, probably like 40 to 60K a year, right? Maybe 80 to 100,000, let's just say. Okay, let's just take a moment and look at all the duties and responsibilities of a housewife. That if you were to pay somebody to do it, how much it would cost. Okay, let's start with a cleaner every day. We have a cleaner and they come like once every 2 weeks, cost like $250. So imagine it was being maintained every day. Okay. I was talking about traditional roles. If it's just housewife doing her thing, right? Okay. So let's just say $15. Let's say $20 every 2 days. So that's 15 days. I'm fucking lowballing it as shit. Right? But let's just say you had some crazy slave worker who's just like, oh, I'll show up there for $15 and do it every 2 days. Okay. Well, sure, whatever. Like, let's value it at nothing, basically. So you have 15 days times 2 is $300. In reality, right now, I'm getting it done once every 2 weeks and it's $600. But let's just say, okay, let's say $500. Okay. And okay, what else is what a housewife's responsibility be? Well, they cook.
Chef.
Exactly. They cook morning. And Christine, what is it like to cook for Drake?
Why you laugh like that?
No, cooking, like because my background's in nutrition and like food
Flex.
has been very important in my life and growing up and everything. So I totally get it when people are like, I don't like to cook. And most of the time, I mean, it just comes back down to a lack of education, but like cooking is a process. It's a 3-step process minimum, which is prepping, cooking, cleaning. And then if you want to plan, that's another step. So like there's a lot that's involved with cooking. So I mean, like I really enjoy it. There are moments though that it's like, fuck, like to enjoy, like you literally enjoy a meal for like what, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and the amount of like prep and cooking time, and then to clean up, like that's a lot. So yeah, but it's enjoyable. And then when you see like that it satisfies and fulfills other people, especially like your husband or your family, like it's very rewarding.
He's asking in the context of like as someone who would get paid to do that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like the three is
Yeah.
think
A
of
lot
like,
of time
it's
and
basically
effort.
like a private chef.
Yeah.
That's why I said that.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
you're having someone literally curate meals for you.
Yeah.
But as a housewife, it's different versus like just doing it for like a client.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And why? Why do you say that?
Well, because like a housewife, it's like you're giving, or a homemaker, that you're providing for your, like literally your own family, right? Versus like a private chef is like, okay, I'm doing a service for someone that I don't really care for, but I'm doing it for an exchange of value, basically, for money.
How much do you think you'd get paid if I paid you for each meal individually?
That's like, and then for grocery shopping, that's like $1,000 a week for this whole service.
Yeah, for sure. Like
breakfast, lunch, dinners, snacks, grocery shopping.
Yeah, literally, just to make sure the fucking fridge is, and you know, like in between meals, there's some snacks and drinks and shit, right, and all that stuff. I go downstairs, this fruit, I don't know where the fucking fruit came from. It got dropped off at the door because Maylat ordered it one day, and like it's there. I'm like, this is awesome, right? But real quick, like Maylat, when we started dating and all that stuff, it was like she hated cooking. She was like, I'm never gonna be a good cook, and like blah blah blah. And as she just realized her survival pressures were going to be alleviated one day, and she was able to just like start releasing the masculinity and step into the femininity, all of a sudden she fucking loves baking. I'm like, what the hell is what? Like, you were a bro before. You were like a bro. Now she's like, yeah, I just wanted to bake something. I'm like, okay, no problem. I like baking. And if you don't want to, no problem. But literally, just from her releasing all these points, now she's fucking dancing and grooving in the kitchen. And does she like it every day? No. Just like today, we had this really cool podcast with Owen and Chantal, right? And it's so funny because after Christine said something, I'm like, Chantal, how much time does it take you to meal prep for the weekend? Right? But anyways, we had this awesome podcast with Owen and Chantal earlier today. Then afterwards, she's like, I'm really hungry. And I know that we talked about dinner tonight, but can we like just order food? I'm like, yeah. She's like, okay, cool, awesome. What do you want? You know, she just ordered it. And I didn't have to think about that. Even that alone, just ordering food for me is like so helpful, right? Chantal, how much time would you say it takes you to just prepare food for? Yeah, just preparing food.
I don't really know about time, I guess. I would say like maybe 4 hours a day.
That's legit, right? And then including the time of like thinking about it and planning it out or whatever. But bitch just said, this is say 4 hours, right?
Yeah, I think, I don't know. Part of it too is just because I grew up doing it. It's like unconsciously already kind of programmed in me a little bit.
Yeah,
So
exactly. Like you're really efficient with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you should see the little pictures she posts is like beautiful. like all the ladies, you guys keep posting the pictures, man. That stimulated this butter chicken challenge that started coming out of nowhere. This butter chicken challenge. I don't know if you guys been seeing those pictures, but because of that, I've been dreaming for Mayla to not dreaming about it, but I remember I asked her, like, hey, one thing I want you to learn how to make is butter chicken. My favorite is actually my favorite food, and because of the group, power of the group, you know, Melissa Valley starts posting about butter chicken. And then from there, it's like, I tagged Maylat in it and other people started tagging their wives in it and all this stuff. And all of a sudden you got all these people making butter chicken, and Maylat made this butter chicken and it was delicious. And I was like, oh my God, I'm so happy that this is in my life now because of the group. But anyways, point is about $1,000 a week. That's including time, labor, planning, and the highest quality of food. Because I know that all the ladies here feed their partners really well. So we're at about 4,500, and we didn't even include the most expensive one of all. Who here knows how much it costs to pay a prostitute for sex? Give me some ballparks in the chat.
One time I met a pimp in Vegas.
That is a crazy fucking story, but yes, please tell me.
Anyway, so he said to get one of his woman to your hotel room, it costs $125. And I was like, man, that's so cheap. It seems, like $125. He's like, no, you don't understand. All $125 goes to me. Then when she gets to your room, she negotiates with you her rate so that what she gets paid. So you literally just get paid $125 just for her to show up. And then whatever services you think you're gonna get, that's her negotiating with you. So you're at least out like, I don't know, $250, let's say.
All right. So here's the thing. For those of you who are just kind of like starting this process, all this stuff, what I can guarantee you is the sex that you're going to have with your partner after some time of both of you walking this process and being on the same page and actually having the same purpose is beyond any sex that you've ever had before, for sure, no doubt. What I'm saying is cost-wise, fucking irreplaceable, like for sure. Like get the hottest man, woman that you could possibly imagine, who listens to you and cares for you and all this stuff before you guys fuck and then fuck and whatever. It's uncomparable to two people being united by principles and purpose and being like, and having the, for example, they're fucking around in the chat. And the man providing for the woman as well, like that dynamic as well. All of these points accumulate. And most specifically, the money part is one thing, but I'm talking about each person walking their process and being able to have conversations like the one we went through earlier, and building a business and having a purpose. And if I already said having a purpose the first time, I meant having principles as well. So which one I haven't said yet. It's like probably 1 billion times better than the best sex that you can have if it's just based off of, looks. And this is the best prostitute I can find. I had friends that did escorting. That shit was crazy. It was like, after high school, like I went into this, and then I was like, hey, how's this person doing? To some of my old high school friends, they're like, oh, you don't know? And they're like, I'm like, no, what? They show me their Instagram. They have like fake lips, and like they're in like all these different places because they're escorts. You guys know what escort is, right? Maybe I don't even know what an escort is, but it's like she like spends time with the guy and all that stuff and then fucks him, like high class prostitutes basically. I'm like, Jesus Christ, she doesn't even look good anymore. She used to be pretty before. Why'd you do that shit to her lips? Like, what is going on? Like, anyways, but my point is, let's just say, okay, that you got the average prostitute, which is like $300 to $500, and you had sex like 3 times a week. We'll go low ball. So 300 times 3 times a week is like 900 times 4. 3,600, right? So 3,600 plus 4,500 is 8,100. Okay. Probably more than anybody's making who's talking shit, right? But we haven't even got into like the actual value of a woman being to push you in your business. How much do people pay for business coaches? Right? The thing that pushes me most in my business is Maylat being there and just being happy and being like, wow, I will give my fucking everything to support that. Or she's like, hey, I asked if, can I buy this? I'm like, yes. And I'll continue to create the conditions where you can always just be like, hey, you don't have to worry about that anymore. I'm not saying like, go buy literally fucking everything. We're not there yet. Right. But I'm just saying like for this level of where we're at, I remember I shared the story with a couple of you guys, but I remember when we came to Florida, we had to buy all new stuff. And on a knife set and pots and pans, we spent $2,800. And I was like, what? She's like, you're mad. I'm like, no, I'm just like, I didn't even know that was possible. Like we didn't even spend it yet, right? But they were just like looking at the store because we were just like looking around and all that stuff. I'm like, I didn't even know you can pay like $2,000 for pots and pans. She's like, yeah, there's way more expensive ones. I'm like, damn, I gotta level up for a bunch of reasons I didn't even know. You know? And always making this joke of like how Maylat's like a fashionista. She has like this high taste or whatever. But the point is, I didn't see her step into her femininity until money pressure was alleviated. And the value that she provides back to me is so far. We went over like 3 services right there. One day I'm going to make a fucking infographic and be like, when women say that housework is like valueless or whatever, you know, or you know, you'd have a bigger impact in the workplace or whatever. But it's you know, it's so funny. I'm my own woman. I don't need no man. And then they just go like work for some dude. Like they go just work for some corporation that's like some guy created it. It's like, really? Or did you just get manipulated to now there's fucking double the amount of money that can be spent in society to go towards the elite? Because before we only had 50% of the population working, men. Right? And then we convinced that women are less than men because they're not working. And now we have 100% of money available to just buy shit. And guess who are the ones who buy all the stuff? You guys know? Which gender? Is women. Because women want to be happy. Girls just want to have fun. Guys are okay with just fucking sitting in a room all fucking day, just playing video games and doing nothing all the time. And their girlfriend will be like, hey, do you want to go somewhere? Like, oh, not tonight, babe. Like it, right? But the fucking entire purpose, like the whole reason a man's alive is just for women. So here's the thing. Women can kind of do everything a man can do, like physically, literally. Like I want you guys to imagine this. It's just a little soccer analogy. If there was a goalkeeper, right? And goalkeepers need really specific training to be good with their hands, right? And the goalkeeper was like, yo, I want to be striker. Because everybody wants to be striker. Everybody wants to score all the goals, right? And the goalkeeper's like, yeah, let me be striker. And the international elite level soccer team in the Olympics was like, bro, you can't be striker because, like, I get it. You could be cool at striker, but nobody else knows goalkeeping. You're like, yeah, Messi, like Ronaldo, you go in goal. He's like, what do you mean I go in goal? I'm really good at striking. Like, no, I want to be striker. Okay, put Ronaldo in net and put goalkeeper in the striker position. And now that team is going to lose everything because the goalkeeper didn't fucking realize, yo, I understand that you think that being striker is going to make you happy, but the thing that will actually make you happy is if your team won. You guys see what I'm saying? Hey, men, I know you think that women are evil, therefore you should just be single. And hey, women, I know you think men are evil, so you should be single. But actually, all that is stupid. And it's because people just don't have the tools to change. Yes or no? So my point is, hey, man has one essence, one function. It's work. Can't breastfeed. Women have 2 purposes. They can give birth to a family and also work. When the women choose fuck the family point, I'm just going to take over the work point. And then all the men are just like, oh shit, we have to appease women because that's why I'm doing it. And maybe I'll get to have sex with this lady if I promote her or whatever the hell. Right? Then the men have no purpose because now all the women are working and they have taken. Here's the truth. Men are more likely to buy from women than men for very obvious reasons. And it's a fact. They started hiring women and sales went up. And now they think it's because of relationship selling and all this shit. It's not. It's because if a woman puts on a skirt and a low cut shirt, she wins, period. Doesn't fucking matter what she says. And that's why for a woman, it's like, oh yeah, just go out and talk to them. Look, I'll just go talk to somebody and look, now I have a lead. Okay, your turn now. Yeah, you don't even understand why that person gave you a lead. You think it's because you're a sick communicator. It's just because every man wants to spend time with you. It is. So when they came into the workplace, it's like, wait, what is this? What the fuck is this? Things should be my way, because women are used to attracting everything in their lives. For a woman, everything comes to them unless they had to become masculine based off their upbringing, being in survival mode, all that stuff. And that's what repels men. For anybody in a relationship, they're trying to motivate their man, be like, yo, come on. Like, why aren't you doing it? A man does not want to be manned up by a woman. Your responsibility is to support your partner, to be like, go talk to the guys if you're facing a problem. If you're seeing a person, your partner, your male partner is limiting themselves, don't try to fucking, hey, come on, like, stop being a pussy. Like, that's not your role. Your role is to be like, hey, maybe you should reach out to one of the guys. Let the guys push them and break them and fucking beat them up. Dude, you're being a fucking pussy, man. Wake the fuck up and stop being fucking retarded. You're not even talking to anybody. Why you, oh, don't make you feel, you're fucking an idiot. Of course you don't know fucking business. Stop trying to think you know anything. And when they're broken and beaten, that's where you come in. And I can only do that to a man once they're stable in a relationship, so that he can go home and his partner can take care of him and be like, what's up? What's wrong? They're like, man, like, it was fucking rough, man. Like, they were feeding it to me. And then you're like, oh, well, what's wrong? And then you're just like, oh, like, in your mind, you're like, oh, finally, like, someone's telling them like it is. You know, like, you gotta wake up, like, thank fuck. But all you're there to do is nurture. Because men are there to feed you the truth about how the system works and how reality works. Because that's what men have to face. Women don't have to face that. You're pretty and you're beautiful, and like, women want to be around you and men want to be around you. Like, it's just, women are designed as like a work of art. It's just like, take the average woman and take all of her clothes off and everyone's like, wow, she's, without being like crazy about it, it's like, beautiful. Take the average man and take all of his clothes off and you're like, put your clothes back on. Like, you know what I'm saying? So my point with that is like, the man, the masculine, is there to teach their kids, for example, this is the fucking harsh reality of the world. This is the reality. And the woman is there for the soft landing, for something gentle to bring them back down, to be like, hey, there's still a place where you can just be you, here, right here with mom, right here with me, right here with wife. And you can just curl up in a ball and cry and do whatever the fuck. Just don't do it out there. Just do it here. Right? But that has been removed from our society. And all of these single mom mothers raising children with no dad to tell them like, yo, this is the fucking truth of the world. So then they say, so then mom is always there to be like, you're always right. And if the school ever calls me and says you did something wrong, fuck the school, I'm with you. And you're like, yes. And your mom's always like, my son would never do anything wrong. Right? I can't believe that person said that thing about my son. Oh my God. I can't believe that person said that thing about my daughter. Oh my God. That person's a fucking, I don't care about my son. You don't talk to my boy. My boy would never do that. My boy would never smoke weed. I remember I was smoking weed. My mom's like, my son would never smoke weed. I'm like, stupid bitch. Like, fuck you. You don't even care about me enough to ask. That's what I was thinking when I was 16 or whatever the hell, you know? I'm like, you don't give a fuck about me. You do not give a fuck. You never even asked me because you're just so afraid of what if your idea about me shatters? No, my kid's smart. They wouldn't do that. Oh, okay. You're such a smart kid. You can't even talk to him. Great. You know? And my point with that is because my dad wasn't being a man, my mom had to be the mom and the dad. Why did that even happen? Is because my dad got abused and my mom got abused because her mom was a prostitute and her dad was a businessman. And she was just dropped off at my dad's door when she was like 8. And somebody was like, hey, this is your daughter. He's like, okay, you want to work for me? She's like, okay. Then at 13, she was like managing a store and like raising 3 boys, all 2 years apart. And just to show you programming, my mom is now running a business. And she has 3 sons, all 2 years apart. How fucking crazy is that? My point is, when you convince society that it's stupid to have children, it's actually weak and lame to have children, and that the only value you have is to go into the workplace, then you have a whole gender that has no purpose anymore, the male. And then males become weak and pussies. So then weak men, who here knows what I'm going to say? Weak men make angry women, and angry women are what make weak men. This is what I was talking about way back when I was like, look, if you and your partner are fighting, he's right, she's right, he's also wrong, and she's also wrong. Somebody just eventually has to step up and be like, fuck, I'm being a dick. Like, I'm just going to take responsibility. And as soon as you do that, the other person's going to be like, you know what? I'm being a dick. I got to take responsibility. It just has to be one person who chooses to do it. With the women and men thing, it's just like you just have to start stepping up and being like, I'm going to take fucking responsibility. That's it. And until you do that and become valuable as a man, and until a woman does that and become valuable as a woman, yeah, you're probably not going to create the relationship you want, because you're not even it's like, oh, I want this kind of person, but you're not even doing the other side of the equation. You know what I'm saying? So my point is, you have a bunch of women who are now working, and the world revolves around women. Like, this is a gynocentric world, like the fucking queen who has 15 realms. Just 15 realms. You guys know that? If you look up the queen, she has realms, dog. I don't know anybody who has realms. I want a realm.
What do you mean realms?
See? She got 15 realms. Nobody even knows what a realm is. You know, like the realm of like castles and shit? There's 15 lands that the queen owns. Is like, you know, Australia and Canada, and you know what I'm saying? Like 15 realms. You can just Google that shit, right? Point is, that's the queen. Bitch is in charge of everything. She doesn't actually own it all, but you see what I'm saying? It's like at the top, there's a woman. People are like, it's run by men. Well, what about the queen? Right? Now, the point being that when you remove men from the workplace and men have no purpose, what does the masculine symbolize? Who knows? What does masculinity symbolize? Unmute. Somebody take some guesses. Take some shots. Wendy's sprinting over here. Come on, baby.
Is it power?
Good guess. That's kind of like a part of it, but not the essence of it. More guesses. This is good.
What was the question, Asif?
What does masculinity symbolize?
Structure? Or
Yeah, you got it. Structure. Where's the structure in society right now? Anybody can be anything. Just make sure that everybody's happy and don't challenge anybody about anything, because make sure everybody feels good. What's the symbol or the essence of femininity?
Chaos.
Chaos or energy. So you have structure and energy, or order and chaos. You see what I'm saying? Man builds the house. Woman comes in and makes it a home. It makes it somewhere that you actually want to live in. Right? Like, you know, Avery always used to say this stuff when I was single, and I'd be like, yeah, kind of, okay. Jesus, that's funny. For those who end up watching this on the live replay, Jesus has, if you made it this far, you deserve to hear this. Jesus said, hey guys, gonna go shower. Can't stand the smell. Awesome call. That's right. Take care, man. Oh, and hey, you probably already left, but if you see this, it's not like you're gonna come watch this. Anyways, he makes some really, really, really good video footage. It's unreal. Seth and Mitchell's videos are produced by Jesus, and he does amazing work. So highly recommend if anybody's looking for that. That's the essence of a woman, is like a dude. Like, I just want you to imagine, I'll just show you the symbols inside of all of this. Walking into the average teenager male's bedroom. Now imagine walking into the average woman's bedroom, right? It's just different. It's just like, I want to be in the second room. Just because it'll just like, not because of sex and all, it's just gonna smell nice. Like literally, it's just gonna, you just know it's gonna smell nice. It's not gonna smell like chips and sweat. Right. And my point is, that part is fucking irrelevant. I'm just making a point. It's not like, oh, if I have a messy room, that means I'm not a woman. No, it's like, I now have learned to develop to just be a little more neat. Because, you know, like, that's gonna be like, hey, like, can you just like put your dishes like in the dishwasher? Like, I'm like, yeah, I could do that. Like, I get it, like roles and responsibilities, but I could definitely do that. You know, instead of just putting it here, just put it like here. So the man is structure. It's like the father is the one like, no, we're not doing that. And the feminine, the mom is the one who's like, oh, but come on, like he would just be so. I'm like, yes, but you don't understand. Like, he needs to man up. And then the mom's like, like, I hope he doesn't get hurt. And you're like, the dad's like, it's okay if he gets hurt. He needs to man up. You need that. You guys see what I'm saying? You need that. You need both. But now we have the society where you have a woman trying to be a man and a woman because they weren't supported to stay together. In fact, the government's always incentivizing, hey, you know, if you get divorced, he'll have to pay you a fuckload of money for the rest of his life. And you'll get money for the baby from him until he turns 18. And the government's going to give you money too, because we like to incentivize divorce. I mean, no. We like to promote the instability of society. No, fuck. No. What is it? We want power and control, so we need to keep men and women separate. No, it's because we want to help single mothers who have to go through divorce. Yes, it's because we want to help single mothers. That's the one. Yes. And then people are like, this is why, you know, in the average male or more significantly in the average black male, there's this program of like, she's gonna marry me and then take all my fucking money and make me put a baby in her. And like somebody just this is just a rumor, I'm not saying it's true, but you know, Drake the rapper, apparently he slept with like one of his groupies, you know, or whatever, some lady, and then they had sex, and he wore a condom and he tossed it in the garbage can and he left. And then the woman like went to the garbage can and like put it in her vagina to try to have Drake's kid. I don't know if this is true, right? But this is a story that I heard. And it's like, I mean, the reason why we don't doubt it is because we're like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. Like, people are fucking crazy like that. And apparently Drake put hot sauce in the fucking condom to burn her pussy in case she did that. It's just, I heard it, but it kind of makes sense. Like, if you were, you know, a rapper and you're having sex with them, you can drop I feel like you're aware that crazy shit's gonna happen. Like, I would do that shit. I'd drop in the car. I'm like, no, can't have another kid. They're gonna try to take my money and then take it, like, put it in my pocket or some shit.
It makes sense.
Like, yeah.
It makes logical sense, him being at that level in the society and system that we live in. That would make sense.
Right. Drake's saying he saw like Drake hot sauce memes. So there you go. Maybe it's like this is a real story. I don't know. It's great. So what's my point is like, why doesn't that woman just be with a man and have a kid? Why? All of it, 100% of the time, comes back to money and survival, which all comes back to a lack of education. Because if a woman could effectively step into her femininity to support a man to effectively step into his masculinity, that woman is provided for. And that man is happy to fucking do it.
I also think that women became more and more fearful of tapping into their femininity because of how fucked up the society is. They see other women getting fucked up, and then those are like the precedents that they saw.
Yeah. Spot on. Very beautifully said. Right? It's the biggest manipulation by the system is fear. Right? And men became afraid of becoming men because toxic masculinity and man spreading. And if you make money, you're going to get married and she's going to leave you and you're going to lose it all. So what the fuck is the point? Like everyone just be afraid and just separate. Ego separates, right? So there's only one solution. It's like working through that fear and doing it with somebody that you trust is also working through the fear. Because if you just do it, and you don't know how to close your partner on doing it, it can't be one-sided because your partner's never going to work through their shit, right? And this might be happening right now. Like you might have the tools, you might be in a relationship, but you're just not facing the fact that you're afraid of a bunch of shit because you're suppressing it. And then your partner is like going crazy and she's like, why won't you XYZ? You're like, oh, she's so crazy. It's like, because like one of the greatest things that you can use as a man as an indicator that something is wrong in your life is if your woman is not at ease. If your partner is not at ease. Like if she's feeling uneasy or something is wrong, good. Like there is something that you have not been, don't be like, oh no, she's upset. It's more like, oh, damn, like there's something that she's picking up that I'm not seeing right now that if I were to see, I would like solve some shit. But how many people are going to get to that point if they can't even be like, okay, I trust you enough to get married to you? That's like it's like a crazy thing now. My brother, it was so funny. My oldest brother, it was like the last time I was with him, and it literally sounded like he was reading a script. And it's like he went into the character of reading a script. I was like, hey, would you ever get married? So there's my older brother, Kian, who were like tight as fuck, right? And his wife was on the call. He was on the call too a little bit. He was doing a presentation earlier. And there's my oldest brother, Riyadh, who like, you know, he's just like in the system. He's living his life. And not interested in any of this. And I was like, you know, do you ever see yourself getting married? And he was like, no. I'm like, oh, why not? I knew the answer. I want to see what he was going to say. And it literally is like he was repeating it like this. The way he started saying it is like he said it 100 times. It was hilarious. I was like, why not? He's like, because a marriage is an outdated institution propagated by a patriarchal. I was like, what the fuck is this? This is weird. It's like this thing that has been put into people of like marriage is fucking lame and depression is sick and mental illness is like cool. And transgenderism and like not knowing who you are and spending your whole life figuring it out is like the way to go. And not having kids is like so smart and like altruistic for you to care about the planet so much that you're not going to bring kids into this world is like the ultimate, like, wow, you could do anything wrong. You could do everything wrong in this world and you can murder people, but as long as you choose not to have kids to reduce your carbon footprint. I actually saw this. I don't know if it was for myself or Maylat showed me. It was in the newspaper. Who the fuck is still reading the newspaper? But it was in the newspaper and it was like carbon footprint of like 10 things. And it was like, you know, not recycling, like, 1%, like, like farting from the cows or whatever. Not maybe that, but like car, 3%, airplanes, 5%, like, the most possible thing you can think of, like 7%, having a baby, 49%. That's the fucking thing that's fucking up this world. I was like, damn. And I know people are getting close to that shit. You guys want to hear the truth about climate change? Okay, we start with the basics that most people
I definitely want to hear it.
Okay. It's so simple. I literally learned this from a scientist, like directly from a scientist, an environmental scientist who's part of an organization that like directly opposes the climate change stuff. Well, because he was part of it and he was a climate researcher, and then now he's like, why the fuck are they saying all this shit? It's so simple. So the first thing is CO2. What is CO2? It's carbon dioxide. Where does that come from? Somebody say it.
When we breathe, exhale.
Like literally when you breathe out. The thing that's destroying the planet is human beings breathing. It's the thing that fuels trees, because trees take in carbon dioxide and output oxygen. Like that's what's killing the planet. Tree food. Is the sun killing the planet? Oh, right. Climate change. Right. Exactly. Yeah. It's not the reason why everything fucking exists, but whatever. Right. The reality, you can look this up. It's something called like greenification or something like that. But over the last greenification, JJ's working his head.
Carbon tax.
There's carbon taxes, but with the deserts where all life had got washed up, like dried out, they're coming back to life. There's been like a 42% increase in greenification. Like there's a before picture, it looks like a desert. And then because of all the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, there's like it became green. There's now like trees and vegetation and forestry. It's revitalizing the soil there. That's amazing. It's an amazing thing. They don't talk about that, about how CO2 is responsible for that. But doesn't it make sense? Like if you get like an influx of oxygen, your body starts functioning better. Sometimes if you take a really deep breath and hold it, and you hold it, you'll get like a head rush because your brain wasn't getting oxygen. Like I'm feeling it right now. Is good for your brain. Just like if you reduce your oxygen to your brain, you're going to have brain damage, i.e. masks. Like the research is already done before coronavirus that surgeons having to wear masks for prolonged periods of time reduce their oxygen intake and to their brain by like 18%. It's not a secret. It's like, it just makes, do this. Is it harder to breathe or easier to breathe? Like it's like, oh, you have to wear enough masks. You have to wear multiple masks. Yeah, but I can't breathe with 3 masks. Exactly. That's the point. Now you know you're safe. Oh, okay. So you just want me to stop? Like, what? You can't look at the common sense. This is how Avery does it because he's a master of sales. He said, why is everybody afraid of air? It's like, how do you argue with that? He's like, you can't escape air. You're like, fuck. Like, how do you argue with that? Right. So greenification is happening. It's revitalizing dried out desert regions. It's really cool. But basically, it's very simple. What the scientist was explaining to me. Oh, first thing is the climate's always changing. I don't just mean like, the weather. Like, I mean, the average temperature of the world is always just fluctuating, right? So if it's going up and I happen to be taking a pee at the time, it doesn't mean because I'm peeing, it means the fucking temperature is going up. Difference between correlation and causation is like the most obvious thing. So what he was explaining to me is like, he's like, it's so simple. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, okay, I want you to imagine. Well, first he was like, it works through parts per million. The amount of CO2 particles in the atmosphere, it's ppm, parts per million, right? Like if you look at a water bottle, there's parts per million, right, of minerals in that water. And so you're saying it works by parts per million. And the graph of saturation, so in other words, the amount of carbon dioxide that can be in the atmosphere, it goes like this. The graph is like this. So what does that mean? Okay. It means as carbon dioxide is being released into the atmosphere, it's going directly into the atmosphere. But then it levels out and approaches zero in terms of the more carbon dioxide you add, the more it saturates the atmosphere, it approaches zero. He's like, for example, okay, I want you to imagine a window, okay? Imagine a window and you took black paint and you painted it. The sunlight was coming through, okay? And you put one coat of black paint. It would probably decrease the sunlight by like 50% or maybe like 80%. If you put like a, you know, like a roller blush and you painted that shit black, right? Just one dab, it would probably reduce the light coming through the window by like 80%. And then you reduce it again, probably drop by like 90%, or like it would go down to 90%. So the first coat, it does 80% difference. The second coat, it does like 10% difference. You coat it again, it's like you're already blocking out most of the light. It's just making like a 3% difference. And eventually it's making no difference. That's how carbon dioxide works in the atmosphere. It's already saturated. It's not going to have a profound, global effect based off the carbon that we're releasing. In fact, that's why greenification can happen, is because the only place for that carbon dioxide to go is to get eaten up by trees. That's why they're growing more. Right. And like, don't believe shit that I'm saying. The cool thing is if we just studied that shit for ourselves, we would understand it. And it's not like super fucking complex. It's just like, okay, well, how does the human being work? Oh, carbon dioxide. Oh, how do the plants work? Oh, okay, all right, guys. How does the atmosphere work? Because I keep hearing this word all the time, the atmosphere and the ozone layer. We're burning a hole in the ozone layer and all this crazy shit. We're like, oh shit, dude, that's crazy. I have this diagram in my mind of like the world and then the ozone layer. Now there's a hole in it and all the sun's getting in and it's hitting the ground and it's bouncing off and the greenhouse gases are being kept in and all that stuff. Greenhouse gases, man. What's a greenhouse? That's a little plant house, isn't it? All the gases that are coming off of it. Oh my God, those gases are horrifying. All those plant gases, my God. I'm joking. I actually don't know. I don't even know what the fuck. Like, it's just the general emissions of plants and greenhouses. There's probably some operational points, but I don't think they literally mean the number of greenhouses is what's causing the issue. Because then we would just take down the greenhouses and problem solved, right? But that's not the point. My point is, what all of this is actually progressing to, all the COVID lockdowns and all that stuff, dude, like I'm seeing it on Facebook. I wonder if I can make a post. Anyways, I'm not going to test right now, but try it. I don't know. Try it in like a private Facebook group or you can set the thing to only me. I don't know. But say the climate is not rising. And now there's one of those Facebook tags. You know how it say, go to COVID-19 information center to get the accurate information. Now it says, the climate in your area is right. Or it says like, go to climate science info to get the accurate information on climate science. And it says, see what the average temperature of your, if the average temperature of your area is rising. I'm like, oh shit. They're going to impulse everybody with that. And then we're going to have climate lockdowns. That's where this shit is heading. They're already tracking it. If you open Google Maps at the right time of day, and you're looking at Google Maps and you go to a certain location, it will show you, it'll be like, it'll start pulsating and be like, it'll say busy area now. I'm like, whoa, I've never seen that before. It's now telling you, hey, there's a lot of people here. And you know what a lot of people do? They exhale. And you know what happens when people exhale? Shit, dog. Carbon emissions. It's going to become, you can't go here. You have to stay here, XYZ.
That's it. Can I bring up one point?
Yeah.
So if the global warming does not exist, then why would the Arctic ice be melting and it's getting smaller and smaller over the years?
The planet is getting warmer,
Mhm.
right? What I'm
Right.
saying is it's not because of carbon dioxide. So what's the difference? The difference is carbon dioxide is what can be used to control you, because then they're also saying, hey, like, I don't know if you guys have been seeing this push, but it's like, I don't know if you guys saw that documentary where it's like all the cows are the ones that are producing all the methane that's affecting the planet. It's like, did you also notice that everywhere is pushing towards like Beyond Meat burgers and like not having meat anymore? I don't know if you guys saw the video, like the World Economic Forum talking about 2030. And it's like, there's going to be no meat, and meat is only going to be like a luxury. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the hell? Why is that all that coming into play? But all of it is in this context of being able to artificially produce everything. Right? So if the problem is carbon dioxide and the cows are the problem, we got to get rid of the cows, of course. So it's not really, it's like what Kevin Trudeau explains throughout his newsletters about coronavirus is this is the pharmaceutical company's way of covering up the fact that they feed us shit. The drugs are shit. The food is shit. All the seeds are shit. And it has destroyed and compromised everyone's immune systems. So people are starting to die more. And now they're just saying it's because of a virus. I'm like, oh, that's an interesting take on it. So if you take that concept and bring that to global warming, people are going to die anyways. Add coronavirus to the mix, a couple more people die, right? What I'm saying is with global warming, the planet's warming anyways, but they're taking the opportunity to be like, oh, guys, by the way, this is why it's warming. So we're the ones who know that stuff. So just let us control things. Do you have another point you want to mention?
No, but I
Okay.
can see your point. Yeah, I can see your point.
Right. Yeah, man. Like I would agree. Like honestly, like I'm in Canada, and I remember when I was a kid, there was like ice storms and shit like that. But now, like, it doesn't get as cold as it did. I'm not complaining about it. Dude, you guys want to know the fucking truth about climate change? That shit is fucking crazy. That's like the real existential stuff, like Destiny. Destiny has an article about it that I know that none of you are going to read, other than like JJ or some shit, and like Chantal. Chantal's definitely gonna read it.
Send it, bro. By 2030, you will own nothing and be happy. You must eat 𝚤𝚘𝚔.
Yeah, exactly, right? You guys see that, right? Where it's all like lab-grown meat and Beyond Meat burger and like, you know, the no meat burger and all that stuff. It's this big push to be able to just control that, right? They could just be like, oh, here you go, cost like 1 second, or cost like $1 cricket protein, right? Exactly. Ali is like, no, thank you. Soylent Green, exactly. There's so many things now that weren't around even fucking 2 years ago, let alone 5 years ago, right? So, if you really want to, just go to the destiny.org, and then in the search thing, just look up climate change or global warming. I think it's global warming, and it explains how you could do all the stop the pollution, all that shit, all you want. It's not going to change anything, because even the pollution is a consequence of how humanity is choosing to live. We have to change our starting point of being alive. That's what's creating climate change. Like everything heating up in existence is a result of, look at the fucking world. Like, look at humanity. Everyone's on edge. Everyone's heated up, isn't it? Symbolically, if you look at it with clear eyes, you'll just be like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Like, we're responsible for it. Not just based off of lots of pollution. The pollution is also a consequence of the way we see the planet, the way we see our lives and what we're here for, right? I'm going to look for this picture.
Hey, is it the Mother Nature's prediction for Earth? That one?
Maybe.
Current human consciousness creating global warming.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yes, that's the one.
Christine. I'm laughing at Christine saying yes, that's the one. Because I know she's into reading all that shit. When I say all that shit, I just mean it's a lot. I don't mean it's shit. It gives a lot of profound perspective. My God, I just want to find this so badly. Is this one? Oh, look at this. Look at this. I found it. Oh my gosh. If those of you who can see my screen right now, look at this. This is from Mitchell Snyder, right? He was sharing this. It was just a post. And I was like, why is he sharing this post? I can't even read this shit. Like, what's the point of this? He was saying like Time Magazine, some into the metaverse. Oh, yeah, that's crazy. And then what he was showing us was this. Eric, can you read that? Give it a second. Let it focus.
See how the average temperature in your area is changing. Explore climate science info.
You see how it's like the same kind of tab of like the coronavirus thing? The little flag thing?
I think I've seen that before on my Facebook.
Right. Probably, yeah. I saw it personally for myself later. It's like, let me ask you a question. What is the average person going to change that's going to mitigate climate change? What is the, look at, everyone's aware of coronavirus. What the fuck is the average person doing to mitigate coronavirus? We all got vaccinated. Basically, like 100% of my home city, Ottawa, is like, it's like 90% of them are vaccinated. Still getting coronavirus. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just making it worse. There's a concept. It's called antibody dependent enhancement. It means when you try to kill something, it fights for survival, doesn't it? Doesn't it? You right now have plenty of viruses existing in your body. Plenty of them. None of them harm you because they de-escalate. They mutate to a point where they are no longer harmful to you because they don't want to die. Because every time it's harmful for you, you take something that kills it, right? Or you pee it out, or your body has white blood cells that tries to fight it off. So it mutates to a point where it's no longer causing disease in your body. So the virus and the disease are two separate things. And the whole thing is the virus causes the disease. But there's something called antibody dependent enhancement, which is you have certain things like, for example, autoimmune deficiency syndrome, right? And it kind of like no solution to it because it's your own immune system destroying itself, which is horrifying, right? But it's like anyways, I won't get into that right now, but it's like symbolic of like the way we fucking destroy ourselves, right? So what I'm saying is, upon vaccination, there is the one potential consequence. I'm not saying this happens to every vaccine. I'm also not a vaccine expert on every vaccination. But what makes sense to me, based off everything that I've looked at, is based off of creating very specified antibodies in your body. A virus that keeps getting killed from this very specified antibody will mutate, so this antibody no longer kills it. It's very simple. That's what I would do if somebody was trying to kill me. You see what I'm saying? Like, life is period, right? So the consequence of that is it mutates. And now the vaccine that was initially able to kill off that infection is no longer effective for that infection. Therefore, you need another one. Here's an alternative to that. You get coronavirus and you get sick as fuck for a bit, and then your body upgrades to have the natural immunity, because it has this thing called T cells. And what T cells, I think it's T cells, that what they do is they go out there and they're looking and they adapt. They send information back to your immune system to be like, hey, we found this new thing that we don't want in the body. Like, let me see what this thing is. Okay, I'm going to send this information back to home base. Okay, now create soldiers to fight this thing. And then it adapts and you get really sick. And you're like, oh shit, dude. It's because your body is specifically fighting off this virus, right? Where if you do that, you're supporting your body to actually get stronger, right? The issue becomes, so just to continue on, okay, now you have another variation of that virus. Well, your body's good at being adaptable, right? Because it just fought off an infection last year. So now you have another infection. This is what was happening with the flu. So then you fight it off again, you fight it off again, you fight it off again. And the sicknesses become less and less severe. Like the first one might be really severe, and then you'll just get sick and get sick and get sick like normal, as you always do, right? But your body is supporting itself to get stronger, right? Now take away that system. Take away that point where your body has to become adaptable and it gets lazy. What I mean by that is the way your body works is if it learns that it doesn't have to give resources to a particular part of itself, it won't give it resources because those resources are better used elsewhere. You guys see what I'm saying? You guys follow me? Or is this like, we got to wrap it up after this? Is too late?
Nah, bro. It just makes a lot of sense. It's just natural, right? Like the body's gonna protect itself and it's gonna upgrade. Like it's just smart. It doesn't need anything artificial to fight it, like a vaccine.
Exactly, right? Now, here's the thing. You put yourself in a wheelchair for a month and your leg muscles are going to atrophy. You're like, no, my body wouldn't do that, dude. I need my legs. No, if you don't use your legs, it's going to get weaker. This is simple. Everybody knows that, right? If you lay in bed all day, like you're going to get weaker, right? So same thing with your immune system. It's not any different. Your body's going to stop sending resources to it if you're sending in outside help, auxiliary help, right? So you put that into your body and now your immune system doesn't have to adapt as much. The good thing is if you're somebody who's really fucking healthy and you do that, and maybe you're like, oh man, I realized maybe I shouldn't have done that. That's fine. Like, don't worry about it. Like, you're probably going to get really sick when the next virus hits you. It's okay. You'll make it through. You're strong. Just make sure you support your body. Right. And then after that, because maybe your body was like, oh, I don't need to do so much anymore because I have this vaccine. I have all this help. So I'm going to get lazy. Right. But then it's like, oh shit, I got to kick into high gear because there's this new variant that you didn't take the booster for. What's going to happen though, for people who continuously take the boosters, if they get touched with a virus, their immune system is going to be so faulty and so weak that they're going to be fucked because their body didn't get the upgrades. And then you face Bowser, but you already know how to jump over shit and time your stuff and all that stuff. So when you go face Bowser, you're like, what? Whoa, there you go. Done. No problem. Easy. When you go face the boss, you already had all the practice and training so that by the time you face the boss, it's like no problem. So like you're stair stepping. Level 1 is pretty easy. Level 2 is like just a little bit harder. The jump from 0 to level 1, you're just learning the game. So it's probably really hard. But once you learn level 1, then level 1 to level 2, it's a little bit hard, and then you learn it. And then level 3 is like a little bit hard, then you learn it, and so on. Same thing for viruses, where the people who are getting infected with the virus, your body's learning. You get sick again, and it's just one step at a time. And it's like you get sick for a bit and so on, just like every other time. If you're not going through that process, if you skip level 1, level 2, level 3, and you go straight to Bowser and you never played Super Mario Brothers, you're probably going to die. The music's going to start playing like, and you're going to, this is scary. You're probably going to die. Is any of that making sense?
Bro, that's pretty crazy you mentioned that, bro. Because like everyone in my family got the vax. Like I'm the only one who hasn't. And no matter what, right? Like I'm never gonna get that. But they have no idea about this, right? But when you're talking about the antibody dependent enhancement, it's like, yeah, that's why people are getting myocarditis right now.
All right, I have a friend who got it. It's really sad because he was like a really good basketball player, very athletic, real estate agent. And he was like, dude, my clients are not like, they don't want to see me if I'm not vaccinated. Gets a vaccine.
Wow.
Guy's like 26 years old.
Yeah.
Myocarditis.
Wow.
The rest of his life.
Oof, that's not good, bro. Like all the soccer players too, all of them are just dying on the pitches. All of them are just collapsing.
Jesus
like tip top
Christ.
shape. Like tennis players just retiring. Right? It's pretty crazy. But
Wow.
it goes to show how many people are just completely duped because they're just fearful. Like they haven't, it's just the lack of education. They haven't actually done the research about, like if the TV didn't exist, would people still get the vaccine? They wouldn't even know that anybody would be dying because no one is. Like they wouldn't know, but it's just the propaganda in the media, which is just telling people false information. And no matter what kind of information you throw at them about VAERS, right? They go to that website. They don't care. Like nothing will wake these people up from their sleep. Nothing
Right.
will.
For those of you, like VAERS is like where you report. What is that disease called? VAERS is like the reporting center for
So the
myocarditis. So MYOCARD itis.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Who here wants to break that word down? It's so simple,
Like,
right?
yeah, bro. Do the demonstration, bro. I
don't think everybody who's like kind of bought Tech and Tutor online or like, you probably didn't get an in-person presentation. So in Tech and Tutor, if you open the basic lists, and you kind of look, there's like level 1 to 15, and then right beneath level 15 is a demonstration list. And in the demonstration list, you can click medical terms 1, and there's 4 terms that you can learn. And it'll just flash and it'll say itis space inflammation, encephal, brain, and missing Y condition. And the demonstration that you go through with people at Technotutor is you could take them through that process. And you just say, hey, every time you see a space, say the word means. And then by the end of it, they're like, why do I say that? I don't understand, blah, blah, blah. And then they're like, hey, and means, and they're like missing. Y means condition. And it's there. Like they just get it 100%. They don't have to think about it, right? Unless they were really fucked up and have no vocabulary. And then we're just like, okay, so then in this case, if encephal means brain and itis means inflammation, what would encephalitis be? They're like brain inflammation. Does encephalitis mean brain inflammation? And you're like, look it up. They're like, no, fuck you. I'm like, what do you mean fuck me? Just look it up. And they look it up. They're like, okay. Encephalitis. How do you spell it? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, right. Okay. Yeah. Oh my God. Inflammation of the brain. Oh my God. So it's
welcome to med school.
Yeah, exactly. You say welcome to med school. So myo, I'm assuming, is like your the tissue. Myo, muscle. Myo means muscle, card means heart, itis means inflammation. Inflammation of the heart muscle. So look, Ali's doing his research over there. Shit, bro. This guy's on it.
Yeah, it says inflammation of the middle layer of the heart wall.
There you go. The middle ligament. Is that what you said?
Middle layer.
Layer. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes more sense. I'm like, ligament's not a muscle. Wait a second. Right, Chantal? No.
Yeah, that must have been what so I was at a rally. This was like in September, like a medical freedom rally. I was talking to a nurse and he said that his sister got the vaccine. She was super healthy, very fit and everything. And he said that she got a heart condition and she's gonna have it for the rest of her life now. And that
exactly.
He didn't say what it was, but
Yeah.
I think that must have been what it was.
It's like a really odd common symptom to have. Now the point here is don't just assume everybody who got the vaccine is going to have it. It's not what's going to happen to everybody who got the vaccine. Right? It's really just everything that you've accepted up to that point and beyond of what you've accepted within your body. It's like, for example, if I got vaccinated and then I started walking this process, I wouldn't be afraid, because there's actually a reason why you're here. Period. Probably the craziest shit that I could say, I probably never say to anybody, is like what me and my brother talk about. And I remember like, and it might be totally fucking wrong, okay? But I'll just tell you like the kind of stuff we talk about. And then we'll wrap it up. It's actually going to come to an end. And before we wrap it up, I would love to see anybody who is actually still awake and on this phone call to like expose yourselves, like, and come on video. Just before we say goodbye. This is fascinating. Me and my brother were talking about the point of how, you never know when you're going to die. Right. And I was like, look, you don't know when you're going to die. So just make sure you go all the way. So if you die tonight, like, that's a wrap. And he said this point, he's like, look, as if I get that and all, but I fucking know when I'm going to die. And as soon as he said it, I was like, me too. I was like, wait, what do you mean? He's like, I know when I'm going to die. I just do. And I know it's not going to be any time soon because I have a purpose here. And I'm like, that's what I was experiencing too. I just, in terms of what I'm here to do in existence, I can't die. And I know there's probably all the kind of stuff running through your head. Well, what if you just killed yourself right now? And like, what if I just came and shot you? And like, I'm saying all of those things are pre-programmed to not happen. I'm not going to kill myself. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying I'm impervious. Like if you shoot me, I'm not going to die. I just mean I'm not going to die. I'm eventually, like, just to be clear, I'm eventually going to die. But like, I know when I'm going to die. And so do all of you. If you're clear on your purpose and you're actually living it. I know it sounds fucking crazy, but you guys are all resonating with what I'm saying. Isn't that fucking crazy? But also know that this could be just totally a big ego fuck. You know what I mean? Like, always question everything and just look at what supports you, right? If you're like, oh, dude, I know I'm gonna die. It's only when I solve all my shit. No, that's fucking bullshit. You're gonna fucking die because you're just using it as an excuse where you don't have to put a fire under your ass. What I'm suggesting is, if you put a fire under your ass and you're really fucking serious of like every day, you're like, dude, why didn't I do what I wanted to do? Like, I have to change. And you focus on that, and you focus on that point of life within you. That's like, I have to change because, and you stick to that. And every time you're facing a problem with your partner and your business and your relationships, right? And like I'm saying, any relationships apart from your partner, right? And you're like, well, fuck that, all this. You just look at yourself and be like, no, like, I have to change. And you focus on that. You know when you're gonna die. Because there's something why you're here. You're taking on a point. Because think about it, no one on this fucking planet lived the life that you live. And in different parts of it, all of us have lived, right? But no one lived the precise combination of variables that led you to being you. You're here to walk that point on behalf of all of humanity. Or if you can't walk it, it'll just get wiped out of existence with you. Like, that's the way to think about it. If you just think that who you are is ego, and your being like who you are is just like ego, well, when you die, the thing that goes is your mind, not your body. Your body is, when you die, I'll still be able to see your body. I'm not going to be able to see your mind. See? Grandma's personality is gone, but her body is still right there. So if you think all you are is your mind, and shout out my boy like Marlon, who was on that last call, everything is consciousness, right? Consciousness is the first fucking light that just like, oh, bye, gone. But you know, after I turn off this light, you know what still remains? The light bulb, the physical. But the light can't exist without the light bulb. The physical. Your body is where there's real equality inside of you. Because your body is life. What I'm saying is stop associating with ego. Associate yourself with life, which is your body, which is the physical, which is taking in so much information, where everybody has the dream of being like the limitless guy and all this stuff, right? It's like, this is the way to do it. To actually equalize yourself with your body, where your heart sees real equality. Doesn't mean give blood the same amount to every part of your body, because you know what doesn't need the amount of blood that your brain gets? Your pinky toe. But no, pinky should be treated equally. No, equality is making sure everybody gets what they need. So we support ourselves to say, no, fuck that. I need to change. I need to walk my process on behalf of this entire fucking universe, everything. I need to walk the specific set of variables that I got for me. I need to walk this on behalf of all reality, to take all these evil points within me where I'm living in reverse, where I'm just taking, and flip it from evil to live, to give, to equality, to I'm here to change. That's it. I guess that's the final point. I don't know, like I could probably keep fucking going, but there's consequences. So, you know, staying up till like 3 a.m. then waking up at 6 a.m. But my God, whoever's still here, I don't know what the hell y'all doing.
Amazing.
Hey, bro.
If anybody's still like here but off camera, can you guys like put your cameras on? We're about to go on 8 hours. Oh my God, people are coming out of the woodwork. Louise is fucking, look at that lighting. What is hell? Bryce, what the hell is Bryce doing here, dog? This guy's hiding away the whole time. This is crazy. Guys, let's take a screenshot real quick. Anybody who can. Vianney, I know that motherfucker's not awake. Maybe he's waking up now. Okay. Okay. For anybody who's on, we're going to take a little screenshot. Okay. I'm going to double check that we have this. That always gets everybody out of the woodworks. All right, you crazy bastards. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Okay. I think I got it. I'm going to look it over real quick. You guys are crazy. Let's do one more. Let's do one more. I'll get a little more clarity on the countdown, okay? Okay, is everybody ready? Bryce, I can't see you, man. Come on. I know it's early/late. Louisa, where did you go? She's sleeping. She's definitely fucking sleeping. Okay. Oh shit, we got a cat. What is that? Your cat sleeping? Okay, you ready, guys? Ready? Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh shit. Okay, wait, hold up. Okay, go. Okay, ready? Last one. Okay, ready? Okay, 3. Wait, is it already good? Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay. I'm gonna go look at it. Okay, definitely. We got it. All right, guys. Okay. If I posted this picture into the group, would you guys all share it on Facebook and say something about it? This is like, we gotta We gotta fucking commemorate this shit.
Absolutely.
Okay, 1 second.
Most legendary TT support call ever.
Next level.
Okay, I'm gonna post it.
Yeah, I spend half of my working day listening to this. I don't know if I want to comment if my boss saw it. I don't think that's pretty good.
That's crazy. What time is it where you are?
9 p.m. I listen from 1 p.m.
Where do you live?
Hawaii.
Oh, gotcha. That makes so much sense. That's awesome.
Lucky for me, I can stay up till 9 p.m. But you guys, bravo.
You guys are bravo. That's hilarious.
AM Central.
Where you at, Evan? Was it 1 a.m. Central?
Yep, Houston.
Houston. What else we got?
Hey Thomas, we're on that West Coast ish.
Yeah,
it's only 11 here.
11 p.m. Who else? Lasha. I think Lasha's sleeping. Louisa, where did she say she lived? Like Rhode Island or something? So that's America.
Yeah, it's 2 a.m. Eastern here.
Yeah, exactly. We're Eastern. 2 a.m. Yeah. Vianney's definitely sleeping.
Damn, you guys, what are you doing?
Yo, what the fuck, dude? Did you wake up? Is this like you're waking up for your day?
I woke up like maybe 30 minutes ago. I was like, what's going on here?
Vianney, what time is it for you?
Yeah, 8 a.m. in the morning.
My dude came on the self-perfected hangout. Oh my god, I got the podcast in the morning.
Bro,
Oh, no, it's
Gaetan's a
Saturday.
father now.
What was that?
Gaetan's a father now, probably.
Shit. Yeah, we'll get Gaetan back in here, man. That'd be fucking cool.
Holy shit.
Yo, Gaetan had a baby, man. Like during
Baby
this
boy or
call.
baby girl?
I don't know. He was like, "Hey guys, I gotta go. Like my wife's gonna get."
Yeah, I saw that part. I was on. I don't know when I fell asleep.
Regardless, I respect you. Okay, guys. So I posted the picture in the chat. Okay, and I just realized that I didn't just do the people on video. I did everybody whose name was on here. So whatever, fuck it. That's hilarious. You know, we'll make fun about how Vianney was sleeping and then he woke up and shit. But if you could just download the picture and then everybody commemorate it on your blog, Facebook. And wow. This is amazing.
Thank you, Asif. Really appreciate your time and patience
Very
and
appreciated.
everything, all the insights. Mhm.
Oh, guys.
Yeah, man, that was
thank you, bro.
incredible.
Shout out to Asif.
Appreciate it.
Dude, shout out all you guys. Like this
And thank
literally.
you to your wife too.
Yes.
Yeah. Shout out, man.
For her support.
Yes. No, shout out all you guys because like you could see I got a little bit tired, but could you tell I'm not like tired? It's because of you guys. Like when I looked at your screens and your guys' eyes were still open, I'm like, what the fuck? I just kept saying what the fuck to myself in my head. I'm like, why does Eric keep putting his camera back on? Like, this is crazy. Like, why is Thomas Kim coming out of the woodwork and Ali's like looking up shit on his phone? He's like, wait, what is it? Myocarditis. I'm like, this guy, what the hell, man? Jesus Christ. And Aaliyah's like sleeping, but she's like, like, she's like, I agree with that. She's like, you're right. I fucking know I'm gonna die. Like, goddamn. You know what I mean? Like, this is crazy. This is fucking
Well,
crazy.
how many other Zoom calls are going on in the world right now?
Wow.
Talking about those types of things.
Yeah, you're right.
That's where I'm like, I gotta stay on here and hear what he's got to say, because that's profound shit right there.
You know what the craziest part is? You know, like that point of like, you know, I was there and like nobody will ever get to see it. Yo, people could actually watch this whole fucking thing because it's all live streamed onto Facebook. Unless it gets taken down because I talked about a bunch of crazy shit. You know, but I'll try to download it before.
Fucking blast it.
Yeah, you're right, exactly. Oh my god. Okay, so let's make this post. Everybody has to commit to this. Like this has to happen. I actually just I need to like I just need to like I need you guys to do this.
Can I
Download the
get
pic.
forgiven? Sorry.
Why?
Because I'm like 8 hours on this call, but then 4 hours on my actual work. I think my boss is gonna be pissed.
Whatever. But whoever can, just
Thank
take
you.
It's fine. I sent the picture in the Zoom chat.
Hey, can we put it as an attachment to our original post from like 5 hours ago? Hey, still going.
Oh yeah, do that as well, but make like a fucking unique post and be like,
All right, all right.
What chat you said it was in?
It's in the Zoom chat of this, you know the chat in here.
Yeah, I don't see it in the chat.
Yeah, I don't see it either. I don't. Maybe it's because I'm on my phone, but
Yeah, I'm on. I don't see a picture.
1 second. Let me try to do it again. That was a test to see if you guys were taking this seriously. Just kidding. What am I looking for? The pic. Where's the pic? There it is. Oh, hold on. Okay, it's uploading. It's uploading. Somebody check the chat. Good night, Louisa. I think she left. Somebody check the chat. Do you guys see it? The pic.
Yeah, I see it.
Anybody not see it in the chat?
I don't know.
I think the phone disables it.
Okay, where should I put it so everybody can do it? Because we have to do this.
You could I posted it to Facebook already. You guys could download it from my Facebook.
I think so, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, you can send a post on Facebook. Yeah.
yeah,
So-
you can download it from there.
So everybody go to whoever's on your phone, just go to JJ. Like, what's your name on Facebook? JJ?
𝚎𝚊𝚒𝚗𝚍.
Cool, yeah. Go J Finesser. And then download the picture from oh damn. And then Christine got another one. You know what I just realized? I didn't pee for this entire time.
Bro, you were up, bro. Wired. Up.
I guess my body needed all the water. Because now I have to like really pee. I'm trying to like get this done. But I posted a second picture. I'm gonna post both of them. Drake is out snoring. I'm gonna post both of them because the second one that Christine sent me, it's like us in action, and it has like the timestamp on it and stuff. I'll be right back.
This just seems like a big sleepover. Like everyone's just staying up all night.
Or just sleeping while on the Zoom still. It's so
Exactly. Self-perfected sleepover.
That would be fun. That'll be a future event.
What do we do with the comment again? With the picture?
I think he
Yeah.
just
I
said
just
to
posted
post
it in
it.
my Facebook, so you could download it and then just repost it on your own personal page.
Oh, okay. Then just comment whatever.
Yeah, just put anything on the post.
Okay. I'll just do it without timestamp, I guess.
Yeah.
What was it? What was the question?
The question was, after we post the picture, what kind of, do we just comment whatever?
What do you comment on it?
Yeah, do we just comment whatever we want to comment on?
Oh yeah. Like whatever like caption you want to put. I'm gonna post the second picture, Leah, in a moment.
You posting the pictures at SF?
What was that?
Where are you posting the pictures at? Because I just looked inside the equal education group, but I didn't see it. Where are you?
I'm gonna post it on like my personal page, and then you guys will be able to like download it.
Okay, cool.
Hey, bro, 𝚠𝚘𝚞'𝚍 liked it already. He must be a father.
Okay, so I posted mine and I kind of emphasized the time.
Nice.
Guy Tom put 3 fire emojis.
I posted my picture.
Yes, Wendy.
Yeah, I'm gonna end the call now. And thank you so much, Asif. That was awesome. And thanks everybody. Thank you, Chantel.
Take care, Wendy. Great to have you.
Take care. See you next week.
For sure.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.
Night.
Good night.
Night, Wendy.
Night.
Good night, Wendy.
Good night.
All right, everybody, I'm gonna hop off too then.
All right, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna be off too for real.
See ya.
Go to sleep.
All right.
Have a great
All right,
night,
everybody.
guys. Take
Good
care.
night.
Thank you, Asif. Thank you, everybody.
For sure. Take care.
Yeah,
man.
thanks, Asif.
Have a great night, Eric.
See you guys.
See ya.
Bye, guys. People are waving at you, Eric. All right.
This is where the real training begins.
Hey, so we good for another 4 more hours, right? Mayor said he's gonna be back on.
I was trying to make a good post. Wow, the self-perfected hashtag has over 1,000 posts. That's awesome. Wow, and the Technotutor hashtag also has over 1,000 posts. That's amazing.
Hey, bro, the story you told about knowing when you were gonna die, it's crazy you mentioned that. My great grandfather, maybe like 3 years ago, the day he died, he told me earlier that day he was gonna die today, and he did. Like that night before, in between midday, he was like, he told me, he said he's gonna die today. We're like, nah, and he did, bro.
How did he die?
Just natural.
Wow.
Just he just like his breath just stopped, bro. He was 99. But he told me earlier that day, he said, Apong, I'm going to die today. I said, no, you're not, grandpa. Yeah, sure enough, bro. Later that day, he died.
Wow.
Crazy. Right.
Wow.
So when you said that and we began this conversation talking about assassination, like now I know, I have more certainty. Like, you know what? I was just tripping, bro. So I was just tripping, bro. What, bro? It's like, you know, I am willing to die for this rap thing, bro. Like, I'm in it. My life would be wasteful if I didn't go all in a rap game. Like I have to. I need it.
Right. Like imagine you just like laid low instead.
Right, bro. Hey, there is nothing worse than being anonymous.
Yeah.
There's
Wow. Yeah. Well
nothing
said.
worse than that, bro. Like when I was homeless, bro, in 2018, I drove from San Diego back to the Bay Area and I was stuck in traffic. You could go on the 305 straight on the 101 or to the 5. Like, and I was just in my car in traffic full of a bunch of people. And I was thinking to myself back then, it's like, if I died right now, no one would know.
Yeah.
Like no one would know who I am. Like, so now it's like, you know what, man, fuck it, man. I gotta do this.
Mhm.
Like that whole assassination thing was a program.
Yeah. Right. That's awesome. Hey man. If that's the only value that anyone got out of this 6-hour technical support call, it's worth it.
Absolutely.
That's really cool.
Thank
What was
you,
that?
man. Thank you, bro. You sent that blog and I was reading that what it said about death. You're like, oh, that
Which
blog
one?
that you the 2-part blog that you sent.
Uh-huh.
And it was just talking about death. If you fear death, it is because deep down you know that you will face the consequences to how you have lived your life. And thus, if you fear death, it is because deep down you know that you're not living as life. You are living primarily as ego, and therefore you will disappear. You will not exist. You will end.
That's fucking crazy.
It's funny, bro, because Thomas sent me a list that Mayer sent him about letting go of the ego. And like I put that in. And then talking right now, it's like, oh yeah, bro. Like
Points, right.
Yeah, this is part of it. This is how TT works. Like we're talking about like assassination and letting go of the ego, and you sent me that blog post, and now it's like, man, I was tripping off the whole assassination thing. Like what?
That's all. It was the blog post that did that specifically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Nice. That's awesome. Because that's such a like minor. It wasn't minor. It was like the perfect blog post to sum it up. But it's just like, it was kind of like it was just kind of like a side point of being like, oh, these blogs, and that was the thing, Crazy. Get yourself back to life because life lives on forever. And if you do not yet understand why you would remain eternal as life, then you should get yourself back to life because it will allow you to truly get everything you want out of life: health, love, wealth, happiness, everything. Nice.
Yeah, man. Apropos, especially because the song that went big on commercial radio is called "Live Life."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's amazing. There's like comments. You can like comment on this. Oh. Ooh. Wow. Okay. I think everybody is good to go. I made my post. Sandra liked it. Sandra make a post? Oh, nice. She like circled the timestamp. Rock and roll. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time to bring it all to an end and everybody get some rest. And make sure you drink water and eat well tomorrow to reorganize your brain structure to assimilate the points that have been talked about. But more importantly, rest. Like make sure you give your body whatever it needs to like take care of itself. I have a routine that I follow every like the time that I wake up, all that stuff, but I might adjust it a little bit and still get everything I need to get done, et cetera, et cetera. Sleep cycles, they occur generally in 1.5 hour cycles. So 2:30, 3:30, 4:30, 5:30, 6:30 and a half. Did I do that right? No, 2:30, 3. I'm trying to calculate for myself. 2:30, 3:30, 4:30, 5:30, 6:30. So it's 4.5 hours. So if I get to sleep right now, I'll hit 4.5 hours if I wake up at 7 a.m. And theoretically, I'm going to look at it, but I should feel good. I should feel fine getting out of bed because I'll be at the lightest point of my sleep cycle. I should be able to wake up no problem. So for those of you who are looking to maybe sleep in a little bit more, try to hit 8:30 for the 6-hour cycle, which is like a great kind of oscillation throughout it. Versus if you do like 9:30 versus 9, or 8:30 versus 9, you'll likely feel more tired because it's not at the top of your sleep cycle where you're already kind of awake. If you try to wake up when you're at a deep part of your sleep, you'll feel like groggy and like, I don't want to wake up. So I'm going to hit the 4.5 hour mark from 2:30 a.m. to 7 a.m. Eastern. So let's see how I feel tomorrow. We'll report back to anybody who asks. But other than that, I wish you all to rest well. And man, shout out all of you guys who stuck around. It's hilarious. You guys are committed, man. It's like, yeah, you guys are awesome. Other than that, I guess good night. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Thank you again so much. Wow.
I don't even know if it was like good what I did. So like, thank you. Are you
No,
kidding?
I'm gonna be honest. I did not sleep the night before, so this technically was not good for me.
Wow, Jesus Christ.
I'm running on like 3 or 4 hours of sleep. I slept throughout the day. I did take naps, but
Good. Okay.
But technically, I do need to be asleep right now. So,
Wow.
but thank you for the information.
I hope you got something out of it.
I definitely did. I mean, hopefully I'll rest and I'll retain it, but I'll still feel tired from processing all this information.
I'm blown away that you stayed awake, but shout out you. Okay. All right, everybody. Hope you all have a great night, and we'll see you all soon.
Peace, bro.
Good night, everyone.
Take care.
Have a good night.
See you later, Thomas. Bye, guys. I'm shutting it down.